Welcome, we're so happy you tuned in tonight. Before we get started, I'd love to know, where are you watching from? Drop it in the comments. Now, let's get comfortable and drift into deep, peaceful sleep together. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. It was not planned, nor foreseen, nor even wanted. It simply happened. Diego had ducked into the temple chamber to escape the rain. His mother's field light cutting a thin beam through the moss-thick air. The storm had knocked out power at the dig site an hour before sunset, and now the jungle pressed close, breathing its green exhale against the ancient stones. He was alone. His mother was back at the ranger station, her voice still warm in his ears from the phone call that had dropped mid-sentence when the lightning struck. The fireflies had begun their slow ballet just as the eclipse began, their bodies like drifting embers against the darkening canopy. The chamber was small, circular, its walls carved with serpents that seemed to writhe in the shifting shadows. At its centre stood a ring of jade, green as deep water, set into the floor in a perfect circle. Diego swept his light across the glyphs, sketching them quickly in his notebook, the way his mother had taught him. Always document, always preserve. The eclipse was reaching its peak now. Through the chamber's narrow opening he could see the sun's corona, a burning ring in the black sky, and the fireflies poured inward as if summoned. That was when he saw the mirror. It lay in a niche at shoulder height, obsidian dark and palm-sized, its surface smooth as night. He lifted it carefully, feeling its weight, its coolness against his skin. The jade ring on the floor began to glow, soft at first, then brighter, a verdant fire that filled the chamber with liquid light. Diego turned, instinct screaming at him to run, but the mirror caught the eclipse's diamond ring in its black glass and threw it back, a perfect reflection that struck the jade circle with the force of a bell's toll. The floor opened, not with sound, not with violence, but with the inevitability of breath. The stones peeled back like petals, revealing a corridor of light that stretched downward and forward and somehow across, and Diego stumbled, his foot finding nothing but empty air, and he fell through the gate with the fireflies streaming around him like a river of stars. He struck stone hard, the breath driven from his lungs, and rolled. The air was different here, thick with the smell of rain on hot rock and burning copal resin. Torchlight flickered across his vision. Someone shouted. A hand seized his collar and yanked him sideways just as a torch swung past his face, close enough that he felt its heat kiss his cheek. "Fool!" hissed the voice, and Diego found himself pressed against a pillar, his rescuer's hand clamped over his mouth. She was his age, maybe, with dark eyes that caught the torchlight and hair bound back with a red thread. You fall through the gate with a mirror in your hand and expect no one to notice. Diego pulled her hand away, gasping. "What? Where?" "Quiet." She glanced past the pillar where figures in white cotton moved in procession, their shadows long and wavering. "You're on the causeway, during the eclipse, holding the bearer's mirror. You might as well have announced yourself with a shell trumpet." The causeway stretched before him, a raised path of limestone that ran straight as a blade through the jungle darkness. 4 great basins stood at intervals along its length, each burning with a steady flame, each positioned to mark a cardinal direction. North, east, south, west. Beyond them rose a plaza, and beyond that a temple whose peak was lost in shadow. The eclipse hung above it all, a black coin rimmed with fire, and the drums were counting, a steady pulse that seemed to come from the earth itself. "I don't understand," Diego said, and his voice sounded small against the enormity of what surrounded him. I found the mirror and the eclipse, and you opened the gate." The girl studied him, her expression shifting from anger to something closer to fascination. "Which means you're either very powerful or very stupid." She paused. "I'm Itzel, apprentice torchbearer, and you need to hide that mirror before Ajikin sees it." "Who's Ajikin?" "The high priest, the one who's been waiting 3 katoons for someone to bring him the bearer's mirror so he can hold the eclipse and save us from the famine." Her mouth twisted. "Or doom us to eternal darkness. Depends who you ask." Diego looked down at the mirror in his hand. Its surface was no longer still. Something moved within the black glass, a slow swirl of light like oil on water. "I need to go back. My mom, she'll be looking for me. The storm." You can't go back until the eclipse ends. The gate only opens at totality. Itzel grabbed his wrist. Come, if the procession sees you, we're both dead. She pulled him off the causeway and into the jungle's edge, where the trees grew close and the shadows were thick as fabric. They ran through leaf-hung passages, past stone faces that loomed from the undergrowth, across a rope bridge that swayed over water so dark it seemed bottomless. The drums never stopped. The eclipse hung overhead, unmoving, and Diego realized with a sick lurch that it had been totality for too long, that the shadow was not passing but staying, held in place by something he could not see. They stopped in a small courtyard, breathing hard. A cenote opened at its centre, its surface reflecting the burning corona above. Itzel released his wrist and pointed to the 4 basins visible in the distance, each marking its cardinal point along the causeway. The mirror is the key, she said, but it's also the lock. Every time you use it, it takes something from you. Takes what? Light, memory, the warm places in your mind. She met his eyes. My grandmother was a bearer once for a single night. She used the mirror 3 times and lost the memory of her daughter's birth, her wedding day, and the first sunrise she'd seen after a long illness. She got them back, eventually, but they were never quite the same. Faded, like cloth left too long in the sun. Diego turned the mirror over in his hands. The swirl of light within had grown brighter. How does it work? Itzel knelt beside the cenote, dipping her fingers in the water. The gate opens at totality. The mirror catches the eclipse and throws it into the jade ring. That's the door. But to aim, to choose when and where, you point the mirror at the basins. Each lit basin you reflect shifts you one cartoon, about 20 years in your count. Multiple flames reflected, you go further. But each use costs you. Costs me what exactly? A sunlit memory. One day when the light was warm and good, she stood. And if you use the mirror again before the memory returns at dawn, the debt compounds. You could lose everything bright in your mind and not even remember what you've lost. Diego's hand tightened on the mirror. Then, how do I get home? The return key is harder. You need to gather 4 beads of light, 1 from each basin, during a single totality. Touch the mirror to each flame and it will drink a bead of light. Then you stand on the centre glyph of the causeway and reflect all 4 beads back through the gate as a completed ring. The gate opens. You go through, simple. Except for the part where I lose 4 memories. Except for that. Itzel's voice was quiet. But if you don't go, if you stay here while Ajkin tries to hold the eclipse, both your time and mine will darken. He thinks keeping the shadow will give us power, will make the crops grow without the burning season, will end the cycle of drought. But the eclipse is balance, it's passage. Lock it in place and the sun never returns. Not here, not in your time. The gate connects them. Diego looked up at the frozen eclipse, at the corona that should have been moving but wasn't. He thought of his mother at the ranger station, thought of the voicemail she'd left that had cut off mid-laugh, thought of the solar panels on the museum roof and the lights along the boardwalk and the way the morning came every day, steady and sure. He thought of living in a world where it didn't. Then we get the beads, he said. We finish the ring, we go. Itzel smiled, quick and fierce. Good. But first we need to free the children. She led him through a cloister whose walls were thick with vines, where the sound of weeping filtered through stone lattices. Inside, a dozen children sat on the floor, their hands dark with resin, their eyes wide with exhaustion. They were the torchbearers' acolytes, Itzel explained, forced to carry the sacred fuel from the jungle to the basins, to keep the flames burning while Ajkin performed his rituals. The youngest was perhaps 7 years old. Diego felt something harden in his chest. He thought of the way his mother talked about the people who had built these temples, the reverence in her voice when she described their knowledge of the stars, their understanding of cycles and seasons. This was not reverence. This was cruelty wrapped in ceremony. "Can you pick a lock?" Itzel asked, pointing to the bronze clasp that held the door. Diego pulled a thin piece of wire from his pocket, a habit from helping his mother with equipment repairs, and worked it into the mechanism. The lock gave with a soft click. The children filed out, silent as smoke, and disappeared into the jungle's embrace. One of them, a girl with a scar across her cheek, pressed something into Diego's palm before she left. A small ball of resin, sticky and fragrant. "For later," she whispered. The drums were growing louder now, their rhythm shifting from steady pulse to urgent summons. Itzel pulled Diego toward the causeway, keeping to the shadows. "We need to move. AJ Kin will be starting the binding ceremony soon, and if he catches us before we have all 4 beads..." She didn't finish. She didn't need to. They reached the northern basin first, a great bowl of carved stone filled with oil and burning with a flame that cast red shadows on the causeway. Diego raised the mirror, angling it toward the fire, and felt the obsidian grow warm in his hand. The flame reflected in the black glass, and something pulled at his mind, a gentle tug like thread drawn through fabric. The mirror drank. A bead of light appeared within the glass, bright as a captured star. Diego watched it swirl, mesmerized, and then realized with growing horror that he could no longer remember what last summer's beach day had felt like. He knew he'd gone, he could see the pictures on his phone, could recall the facts of it, but the warmth of the sand under his feet, the smell of salt and sunscreen, the particular quality of the light on the water, all of it had been scraped away, leaving only a hollow outline. "Diego?" Itzel's voice was sharp with concern. "I'm fine," he lied, and they moved toward the eastern basin. The second bead cost him the memory of a bike ride through autumn leaves. The third, a summer thunderstorm that had left the world smelling of ozone and wet grass. Each time the mirror drank, Diego felt the loss like a door closing in a distant room. Itzel walked beside him, whispering the details back as he told them, trying to anchor the memories with her voice. Red leaves, the sound of tires on wet pavement, your mother's laugh when the thunder made you jump. They were halfway to the southern basin when the guards found them. 6 men in cotton armour, their faces painted white, their obsidian clubs raised. Diego and Itzel ran, splitting left and right, meeting again beneath a stone arch that framed the cenote. The guards closed in, and Diego knew they wouldn't make it, knew the 4th bead would remain uncaptured and the return key incomplete. The eclipse hung above them, patient and eternal. That was when Ajkin appeared. He was tall, his face a mask of jade and shell, his robes heavy with embroidered glyphs. He moved with the certainty of a man who had lived his entire life in preparation for this moment. His voice, when he spoke, was resonant and sure. "The bearer comes at last," he said, and gestured to the guards. "Take him." They seized Diego, wrenching the mirror from his hand. AJ Kin held it up to the eclipse, and the glass blazed with reflected fire. "With this, we hold the shadow. With the shadow held, the burning season cannot come. The crops will grow in eternal twilight, watered by cool rain, never withering beneath the sun's fury. The famine ends. Our people survive." "You'll kill the dawn," Diego said, struggling against the hands that held him. "Both here and in my time. The gate connects them. Lock the eclipse and the sun never rises anywhere. A small price for salvation." Ajkin turned the mirror, studying the 3 beads of light that swirled within. "Though I confess I did not expect the bearer to have started the collection already. This makes my work easier." He walked to the western basin, the last one, and raised the mirror toward its flame. Diego shouted, thrashing, but the guards held him fast. The mirror drank. The 4th bead appeared, completing the ring, and Ajkin smiled behind his mask. "Now," he said, "we anchor." He moved to the causeway and began to light the basins in sequence, using brands carried by his attendants. 1 flame became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. The mirrors were not just keys but multipliers. With each reflected flame the eclipse deepened, the shadow thickening like blood. Diego could see it now, overlaid on the world like a ghostly film, his present dimming, the boardwalk lights blinking out one by one, his mother's voice on the voicemail corrupting into static. The guards dragged him beneath the plaza and locked him in a stone chamber that stank of water and earth. Itzel was thrown in after him, her lip bleeding, her eyes bright with fury. The door sealed. The drums pounded overhead. "We failed," Diego said, and the words tasted like ash. "Not yet." Itzel wiped the blood from her mouth. "The eclipse hasn't ended. As long as it's still totality, the gate is still open." She looked up at the ceiling, where thin cracks let through slivers of torchlight. "We just need to get out of here, get the mirror back, and complete the return key before OJ Kin finishes the binding." "That's all?" She grinned. "That's all?" The resin ball, the one the scarred girl had given him, was still in Diego's pocket. He pulled it out, studying it in the dim light. "Can you make fire?" Itzel produced a small striker from her belt. Always. They worked quickly. Diego shaped the resin into a sphere. Itzel set it alight, and they counted the drumbeats, timing the guard's rotation. When the footsteps faded, Diego threw the burning ball through one of the ceiling cracks. It struck a pile of ceremonial fabric and ignited flame, racing up the dry cloth like water pouring uphill. Shouts, running feet, chaos. The door shook as someone fumbled with the lock from outside. Itzel and Diego braced themselves, and when the panel swung open they surged through, knocking the startled guard aside. They ran through smoke and confusion, past attendants scrambling with water jars, up stone stairs slick with moss and humidity. The causeway stretched before them, lit by the 4 basins and the Eclipse's eternal corona. A.J. Keane stood at the centred glyph, the mirror raised, his voice chanting in a language Diego didn't know. The air around him rippled with heat and shadow. Diego sprinted, his lungs burned, his legs screamed, but he didn't slow. He hit A.J. Keane from the side, a full-body tackle that sent them both sprawling across the stone. The mirror skittered free. Diego lunged for it, his fingers closing around the warm obsidian just as a guard's club whistled past his head. He rolled, came up running, and headed for the southern basin. The 3rd bead was already inside, but he needed to reaffirm it, to make sure the light hadn't faded. He touched the mirror to the flame. The bead pulsed, secure. East next, then north. Each basin's flame feeding the mirror's hunger, but asking no price because the beads were already collected, already claimed. Only the west remained. Diego sprinted along the causeway, Itzel beside him, guards closing from behind. The western basin burned ahead, its flames steady and bright, marking the cardinal point that would complete the ring. But to use it, to take the 4th bead again, he would have to pay the cost. He would lose another memory. Diego thought of his mother, thought of the sunrise morning when he'd taught her to skip stones across the river behind their house. He'd been 8. She'd been patient, laughing every time her stone plunked straight down, cheering when it finally bounced once, twice, 3 times across the water. The light had been golden, pouring through the trees and shafts like solid things, and they'd stayed there for hours, just the 2 of them, while the day grew warm around them. It was the brightest memory he had. "Diego," Itzel said, and her voice was gentle. "You don't have to do this. We can find another way. There is no other way." He looked at the eclipse, at the shadow that was holding, at the gate that would close if he didn't move now. "And even if I forget the picture, I can still live the story. I can make new mornings." He raised the mirror to the western flame. The glass drank deep. The 4th bead clicked into place, joining its siblings in a perfect ring of light that orbited within the black depths. And Diego felt the memory leave him, the warmth of it sliding away like water through his fingers. He knew it had happened. He could see the fact of it. But the feeling, the light, the particular gold of that morning, all of it was gone. The guards were 5 paces away, 3, 1. Diego and Itzel stood on the centre glyph, their feet planted on the carved serpent that marked the gate's heart. Diego raised the mirror high and angled it back toward the jade ring on the causeway's end, the ring that glowed with the same green fire as the one in his time. The 4 beads spun faster, merging, becoming a single band of light that burned in the obsidian like a captured sun. He threw the reflection. The light struck the jade ring with a sound like bronze on bronze, and the causeway buckled. The basin's flames bent inward, pulled by a force Diego couldn't name, and the eclipse shuddered. Totality broke. The shadow released. The moon's edge slipped past the sun's face, and the diamond ring blazed again, fierce and true. The gate opened beneath them. Diego and Itzel fell through darkness that smelled of the rain and green growing things, through a space that was neither here nor there, through the breath between seconds. Diego felt the mirror grow cold in his hand, felt the beads of light scatter like seeds, felt the world turn over and deposit him gently on cool stone. He lay gasping. The air was different, thinner, cleaner, touched with the chemical smell of modern rain and distant traffic. Fireflies scattered into the trees above, their light fading as dawn broke across the jungle canopy. The temple chamber was empty. The jade ring on the floor was dark and still. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Diego pulled it out with shaking hands. The screen showed a notification. Voicemail received. He pressed play, and his mother's voice filled the chamber, clear and warm and whole. "Diego, honey, just wanted to let you know the storm's passing. I'll be there in an hour. Love you. Be safe." He closed his eyes, relief washing through him so strongly he thought he might be sick. The sun was rising outside, its light creeping across the stones in a slow, golden tide. He'd made it back. The eclipse had passed. The dawn had come. Itzel was gone, of course. She belonged to another time, another turning of the wheel. But he hoped she'd made it back too. Hoped the children had scattered safe into the jungle. Hoped Ajkin had learned that some shadows are meant to pass. Diego stood, pocketing his phone, and that was when he felt it. Something small and warm rolling against his thigh. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a bead of obsidian, perfectly round, smooth as water. It was warm to the touch, as if it had been sitting in sunlight. He held it up to the dawn light streaming through the chamber's opening, and saw, flickering within the black glass, fragments of the memories he'd traded. Not whole, not clear, but present. The shape of his mother's laugh. The colour of autumn leaves under bicycle tyres. The feeling of sand between his toes. The particular gold of a teaching morning by the river. They were faded, yes, like cloth left too long in the sun, but they were there. Diego closed his hand around the bead and felt it pulse once, gently, like a heartbeat. He understood now. The memories weren't lost, they were stored. And if he lived the moments again, if he made new mornings and new light, the old ones would return, gradually, piece by piece, until he couldn't tell which was memory and which was present and which was simply the continuity of days. He walked out of the temple chamber into the breaking dawn. The jungle exhaled its green breath around him. Somewhere in the distance his mother's truck was making its way down the muddy road, and the sun was climbing higher, and the fireflies were settling into their daytime sleep. Behind him, on the museum placard that had been installed just last month, new text had appeared overnight, added by hands unseen. The Shadow Bearer, a youth with a mirror who raised the dawn and taught us that some eclipses must end, and that light hoarded is light lost, but light given returns in the living. Diego read it twice, smiled once, and pocketed the warm obsidian bead. Then he walked toward his mother's voice, toward the morning, toward the next bright thing. But the jungle was not finished with him yet. 3 steps from the chamber's threshold, Diego stopped. The air had changed again, grown thick with something he couldn't name, and the fireflies that had been settling into their daytime rest began to rise once more. Slowly, as if pulled by invisible strings. They gathered at the chamber's entrance, forming a pattern he recognised from the glyphs on the causeway, and he knew, with the certainty that comes from having touched the other side of the world, that something was trying to speak. He turned back. The jade ring on the floor had begun to glow again, faintly, not with the fierce light of the eclipse, but with a softer radiance, like moonlight on still water. Diego approached it carefully, the obsidian bead warm in his palm, and knelt at its edge. The glow intensified, and within it he saw not his own reflection, but another scene entirely. Itzel standing on the same causeway he'd left behind, her face turned toward a sky that was no longer locked in shadow, but moving, the eclipse ending as it should, the sun's edge appearing like a blade of molten gold. She was smiling. Behind her, the children they'd freed were dancing, their hands raised to catch the first light of morning, and even Ajkin, his mask removed, his face revealed as weathered and tired and somehow younger than Diego had imagined, was kneeling on the stones, weeping. The vision shifted. Diego saw the basins extinguishing one by one. Their flames no longer needed to anchor the shadow. He saw the procession breaking apart, the attendants removing their ceremonial robes and embracing one another with relief and exhaustion. He saw Itzel walk to the centre glyph and place her hand upon it, and he felt, through the connection that the bead maintained, her gratitude flowing toward him like warm water. Then she spoke, and though he could not hear her voice, he could read her lips, could feel the meaning settle into his bones. "Thank you, bearer. May your days be long and bright." The vision faded, the jade ring dimmed, but the warmth in Diego's hand remained. He stood and walked out into the jungle proper, where the dawn was now fully established, and the world was waking to birdsong and insect hum. The path to the ranger station was clear, marked by his mother's careful placement of reflective tags on the trees, and he followed it with steps that felt lighter than they had any right to be. Halfway there, he encountered the first of the workers from the dig site, a young woman named Carmen who handled the pottery documentation. She was standing in a small clearing, staring at something on the ground with an expression of bewildered wonder. "Diego," she said when she saw him, "look at this." He came to stand beside her and looked down. The clearing was carpeted with flowers that had not been there the day before, hundreds of them, their petals white and gold and open to the morning sun. They grew in a spiral pattern that started at the clearing's edge and wound inward to a centre point where a single stone sat, carved with a glyph Diego recognised from the causeway, the symbol for dawn returned. "I've never seen these species here before," Carmen said, her voice hushed with awe. "And the way they're arranged, it's not natural. Someone planted them, but when? We were here yesterday afternoon and there was nothing but leaf litter." Diego thought of Itzel, thought of the children scattering into the jungle with gratitude in their eyes, thought of the way the gate connected times and places in patterns more complex than simple before and after. He thought of seeds planted centuries ago that might bloom in response to an event that happened yesterday, and he smiled. "Maybe they were always here," he said, "just waiting for the right morning." Carmen gave him a strange look but didn't argue, and they walked together toward the sound of his mother's approaching truck. His mother arrived moments later, her face creased with worry that smoothed into relief when she saw him. She pulled him into a hug that smelled of coffee and insect repellent and the particular soap she'd been using since he was small, and Diego held on tight, remembering that he could lose these moments, that memory was a gift and a fragile one, and that the warmth of now was worth more than any artifact. "I was so worried," she said into his hair. "When the call dropped and I couldn't get through, I'm fine, Mom. I'm good." He pulled back, meeting her eyes. "I found something, though, in the chamber." He showed her the obsidian bead, watching her face shift from concern to professional interest. She took it carefully, turning it over in her fingers, holding it up to the light. "This is extraordinary," she breathed. "The craftsmanship, Diego. Where exactly did you find this?" He told her about the chamber, about the jade ring and the serpent glyphs, leaving out the parts about eclipse gates and memory-drinking mirrors and the causeway that existed 600 years ago. She listened with the focus she always brought to her work, asking questions about positions and contexts, and together they walked back to the temple to document his discovery properly. The jade ring was still there, still dark, still silent. His mother photographed it from every angle, took measurements, made notes in her waterproof field book with quick, precise strokes. Diego watched her work and felt a surge of affection so strong it made his chest ache. This woman, who had taught him to document before he'd formed opinions, who had shown him how to read the land and respect what it held, who had given him the tools to navigate both his world and the one he'd stumbled into last night. "We'll need to bring the full team in," she said, straightening. "This chamber isn't on any of our maps. It could be a significant find." She looked at him, her expression softening. "You did good, kiddo. Real good." Diego smiled and said nothing, the obsidian bead warm in his pocket. They spent the rest of the morning coordinating with the team, setting up a proper survey of the chamber, establishing protocols for the excavation that would follow. Diego helped where he could, carrying equipment, taking notes, staying close to his mother's steady presence. But part of his mind was elsewhere, turning over the question that had been growing since he'd seen the flowers. What happened to the mirror? He'd been holding it when the gate opened. He'd fallen through with it clutched in his hand. But when he'd woken in the present, the mirror had been gone, leaving only the bead behind. Had it stayed in its cell's time? Had it dissolved when the eclipse ended? Or was it somewhere else entirely, waiting for another bearer, another crisis, another morning when someone would need to choose between hoarding light and giving it away? The answer came that evening, as the team was packing up for the day and the jungle was settling into its twilight chorus. Diego was securing a tarp over the chamber's entrance when he noticed something wedged into the serpent carving beside the jade ring. A piece of folded bark paper, aged but intact, wrapped around a small object. He pulled it free carefully, his heart beginning to pound, and unwrapped it in the fading light. Inside was a mirror fragment, a shard of obsidian no larger than his thumbnail, and a message written in a hand he didn't recognize but somehow knew belonged to Itzel. The words were in Spanish, modern and clear, though the paper itself was centuries old. Bearer, the mirror returned to the earth when you left, as it always does. But this piece remained, pulled free when Kin tried to anchor the shadow. It holds no power now, no cost, only memory. When you look into it on bright days, you'll see what was and what will be, and you'll remember that some things are worth the price of forgetting. The children are safe. The dawn came. We lived to see many more. Your friend across the years, Itzel. Diego read it 3 times, his throat tight, his eyes burning. Then he looked into the fragment, holding it up to catch the last light of day, and saw within its black surface not his own. Reflection but a sunrise, golden and vast and new, and he understood that this was the gift, not the return of what was lost, but the promise of what could be made again. He wrapped the fragment carefully and placed it in his pocket alongside the bead. That night back at the station he lay in his bunk and thought about causeway and basin, about eclipse and dawn, about the price of holding on and the freedom of letting go. He thought about Itzel dancing in the returned light, about Ajikin's tears, about children freed and shadows broken. He thought about his mother's steady hands and the way she taught him to see the world as a series of layers, each one worth understanding, each one connected to all the others. And he thought about the memories locked in the bead, about how he would need to live them again to bring them back, about how that was perhaps the truest thing he'd learned, that memory was not a fixed thing but a living one, and that the only way to keep the light was to keep making it, day after day, morning after morning, one bright moment at a time. Outside his window, fireflies traced their slow patterns through the dark, and Diego closed his hand around the warm obsidian and slept, and dreamed of sunrises yet to come. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The sea remembers what the land forgets. That is what Kai's mother used to say, or perhaps still says, though the words arrive now through static and salt spray, transmitted from a lighthouse whose foundation stones may have been laid in a different century than the one Kai learned in school. It is hard to be certain anymore. The edges of things have grown soft. It began, as most fractures do, with a storm. Not the kind that announces itself in weather alerts and boarding up rituals, but the slow gathering sort that builds over days in the belly of the ocean, pressing upward like a held breath. Kai knew storms the way some children know fairy tales, could read the swell intervals in their sleep, tracked the barometric shifts on laminated charts thumbtacked above a narrow bed. 16 years of living where the continent runs out will teach you to listen when the water speaks. The night it happened, Kai had been watching from the usual perch, a jutting finger of volcanic rock that the surfers called the pulpit, though no one remembered why. The storm had passed hours before, dragging its grey skirts eastward, and what remained was that strange crystalline quality the air takes on afterward, as if the world has been rinsed clean and hung to dry under alien stars. The swell was overhead, maybe 8 feet, glassy and dark as obsidian. Perfect, if you didn't mind surfing alone after midnight with only the beam from the automated lighthouse to mark the shore. Kai minded less than most. There was a comfort in the predictability of tides, in the mathematics of wave period and fetch, in knowing that the ocean followed rules even when everything else seemed arbitrary and anxious. The longboard was already waxed, had been since sunset. Just one session, Kai thought. Just one clean ride to settle the static in the chest, the buzzing behind the ribs that had been building all week like a swarm of invisible bees. The paddle out was easy. The water had that peculiar weight it sometimes carried after big weather, dense and smooth, and when Kai ducked beneath the first set wave, the cold was a shock that felt like waking up. Out past the break, the swells rolled in with the slow majesty of breathing mountains. Kai sat up on the board, legs dangling in the dark water, and looked back at the lighthouse. Its beam swept across the black, a metronome of light steady as a heartbeat. 1 flash, 2, 3. Home was there, a scatter of lights climbing the hillside like a handful of thrown dice. The corner store where Kai bought wax, the elementary school, the shortcut alley behind the harbour cafe where the dumpster always smelled like frying oil and desperation. All of it arranged in the familiar geometry of a life half lived and mostly tolerated. Then the water changed. Not suddenly, but with the slow certainty of a door swinging open in an empty room. The swell approaching from the northwest was larger than the others, and as it rose beneath the board, Kai saw that its face was wrong. The moonlight did not reflect off it so much as emanate from within it, and the foam at its crest was not white but traced with luminous threads that writhed and connected like living diagrams. Constellations, Kai realised with a cold drop in the stomach. The foam was drawing constellations. There was no time to paddle away. The wave lifted, curled, and opened its mouth. Kai popped up more from muscle memory than decision, felt the board grip the face, and dropped into the barrel. The world became cylinder and light. Inside the curl, the water was not water, but something older, something that hummed with a frequency Kai felt in the jaw and teeth. The walls of the tube were banded with concentric rings, each one glowing with a different quality of light, some pale as dawn, others deep as bruises. And floating in those rings, drifting like bubbles in amber, were dates, years, centuries, numbers that swam past too quickly to read but left their impression like afterimages: 1823, 1492, 742, 2150X. Kai was not alone in the barrel. Ahead, riding what appeared to be a carved plank of dark wood strapped together with woven cord, was a figure. Slight build, hair long and sun-bleached nearly white, skin brown as polished koa wood. They wore something that might have been a shirt once, but was now mostly holes held together by salt stains and optimism. When they turned their head, their eyes were the colour of deep water, grey-green and infinitely patient. "First time?" the rider called over the roar of the wave. Their accent was strange, vowels stretched and consonants clipped in a pattern Kai had never heard. "What is this?" Kai shouted back, fighting to hold the trim, to keep the board locked in the pocket while the walls of stars spun past on either side. "The tidal timeline," the rider answered, as if that explained everything. They shifted their weight, angled their outrigger board higher on the face, and glided closer with the effortless grace of someone who had been doing this for a very long time. "You're steering it now, whether you mean to or not. That's the way it works." They pointed upward to the roof of the barrel where the foam was sketching shapes in light. "See there? Delphinus, the dolphin. Look at its back." Kai looked. Among the connected points of light there was a gap, a darkness where a star should have been, a missing piece in the constellation's spine. As Kai watched, the gap seemed to pulse, to breathe, to grow imperceptibly larger. "That hole," the rider continued, "grows when you steer. Every time you change the path, you take something from your shore, a stone, a street, a memory. Keep going long enough and the ocean forgets your harbour ever existed, and then so do you." The words arrived like cold water down the back of the neck. Kai wanted to argue, to demand explanations, to wake up in bed with the sound of the foghorn filtering through the window, and this whole impossible thing revealed as nothing but anxiety and bad fish tacos. But the board was real beneath bare feet. The wave was real, humming and alive. And ahead the barrel was beginning to close, the exit shrinking to a bright circle rimmed with stars. "Hold tight," the rider said, and kicked out through the face just as the lip pitched forward. Kai followed instinctively, punching through the curtain of water and foam and surfaced in daylight. Bright, brittle daylight that smelled wrong, too clean, devoid of the usual diesel and kelp rot that marked home harbour. The water was warm, impossibly warm. Kai spun on the board, searching for landmarks, and found only open ocean in every direction, vast and empty as a held breath. No lighthouse, no shore. Just water and sky and the slow heave of swells rolling toward a horizon that seemed somehow tilted, as if the whole world had been picked up and set back down at a slightly different angle. The rider surfaced nearby, shaking water from their hair like a seal. They were grinning now, a wild, bright thing that showed too many teeth. "Welcome to the barrel between moments," they said. "I'm Marin. You'll want to remember that because you're going to need me if you plan on getting home, or anywhere near it anyway." Kai's phone buzzed in the wetsuit pocket. Impossible. Out here. But it buzzed anyway. With shaking hands, Kai pulled it out. The screen was cracked but functional, and there were 3 new texts from Mom, all time-stamped within the last minute. "Kai, where are you? It's late. Did you go down to Harbourview? Be careful on those rocks. Also, did you take my keys? Can't find them anywhere, and I need to check the lamp housing before my shift. Harbourview." Kai read the word 3 times, turning it over like a suspicious shell. There was no Harbourview. There was the pulpit, and Breakwater Point, and the stretch of beach everyone called the boneyard because of the driftwood, but no harbour view, except, as Kai thought about it, there was a tickle of something in the back of the mind, a flicker of almost memory, a sign, maybe, weathered wood with carved letters. No, there had never been a harbour view, had there? First one's always subtle, Marin said, paddling closer on their strange carved board. Up close, Kai could see it was covered in lines and patterns, geometric shapes that connected and diverged like roads on a map. You steered the wave just by being in it, chose a trim line without thinking. Now your shore is one small piece different than it was. They pointed at the phone. That's the price. Every correction, every route you draw takes a bite. A building, a street name. Eventually, if you're careless or desperate, a person. This is insane, Kai said, but the words felt thin, unconvincing even in the speaker's own mouth. Probably, Marin agreed cheerfully. Doesn't make it less true. Now you want to sit out here arguing with the ocean about what's real, or do you want to learn how to get home before there's no home left to get to? The answer, when Kai could force it past the tightness in the throat, was obvious. Teach me, Marin's grin widened. Good. First lesson. The board is the map, and the map is the board. You've got anything to draw with? Kai patted pockets reflexively. Wetsuit key pocket held a nub of surf wax, still soft from body heat. Marin made a disapproving sound. That'll work, barely. Better to have grease pencil, chalk, something that marks clean and wipes clear. The lines you draw set the path. Sharp turns make big jumps. Gentle curves keep you close to your own time. The tidal timeline is a wave, but it's also a map of every wave that ever broke or ever will break. You with me so far? Kai nodded slowly, pulling out the wax nub. It felt absurd sitting in warm, impossible water under a sun that hung at the wrong angle, holding a piece of coconut-scented wax like it was some kind of mystic tool. But Marin was already drawing on their own board, quick, confident strokes that left pale lines in the weathered wood. A curve here, a sharp angle there, connecting points that seemed to correspond to the carved patterns beneath. Watch, Marin said, and lay flat on the outrigger. The water around them began to move, to gather and swell, and suddenly they were rising again, lifted on a wave that appeared out of nowhere, and Marin was dropping in, carving a line that exactly matched the one drawn on the deck. The wave responded, bending, its face rippling with those concentric rings of light, dates, and centuries spinning past like records on a jukebox. Then Marin kicked out, and the wave flattened, and they were back where they'd started, paddling in a slow circle. Your turn, Marin called. Draw small, we're just testing. Little curl, nothing fancy. Just enough to feel how it works. Kai looked down at the longboard's deck, at the familiar expanse of white foam and blue rails. The wax nub felt strange in the hand. Too light, too simple for whatever this was. But there was no other option, was there? No way forward but through. With careful strokes, Kai drew a gentle S-curve from nose to tail, a basic trim line, the kind you'd take on a clean shoulder. The ocean answered immediately. Water swelled, lifted, organised itself into a wave that curved exactly as drawn. Kai paddled hard, popped up, felt the board lock into the face, and this time, inside the barrel, Kai could see it all. The rings of time spinning past, the foam sketching constellations overhead, the dates floating like luminous jellyfish. 2018, 2003, 1987. Close to home, these. Close to now. The wave was smaller than the first one, more manageable, and when Kai kicked out, the landing was gentle, almost soft. But the phone buzzed again. 2 more texts from Mum. Your aunt called. Said she drove past the old shortcut by the pier, but it's all overgrown now. Weird. Thought there was a road there. Anyway, be safe. Love you. Bring bread if you stop at Harbour Market on your way home. Kai stared at the words, the shortcut. That narrow alley behind the harbour cafe that smelled like grease and possibility, where Kai used to cut through on the way to the beach, because it saved 2 whole minutes. It had been there yesterday, last week, forever. Except now, apparently, it was overgrown, vanished, erased like a pencil mark under a thumb. You see, Marin said quietly. They had paddled up silently, were floating close enough that Kai could see the weathering in their face, the way sun and salt had carved lines around the eyes and mouth. This was someone who had been in the barrel a long time. Every line you draw, every path you choose, it rewrites something. The timeline doesn't give rides for free. It takes payment in pieces of the world. How do I stop it? Kai asked, hating the shake in the voice, the edge of panic creeping in. How do I put it back? You don't put it back, Marin said, not unkindly. Not the way you think. You can't undo what's done, but you can close the gap. They pointed up at the sky, though there was nothing visible in the daylight. The missing star in Delphinus. That's your key. The timeline pulled you in because something's unfinished, some loop that needs closing. The constellation is a map, see, and you're the one who has to complete it. Draw a path that connects the missing piece back to the hole, and the gap seals. The wave lets you go. Your shore remembers itself. And if I don't? Kai already knew the answer but needed to hear it spoken. If the gap reaches 5 stars, the ocean forgets your harbour, unmakes it down to the bedrock, and anyone who loved it, anyone who called it home, they forget too. The wave will have always been empty water. Your mother will have always worked a lighthouse that overlooks nothing but sea. Marin's eyes were very steady, very sad. I've seen it happen, more than once. The silence between them was broken only by the slap of water against fiberglass and wood, the distant cry of a seabird that might not have been a seabird at all. Kai looked down at the wax nub, at the faint S-curve still visible on the deck, already fading in the sun. One small line, one tiny correction, and an entire alley vanished. How long have you been here? Kai asked. In the timeline? Marin smiled, thin and bitter as lemon peel. I was pulled in during a crossing from Tahiti to Rapa Nui, 1774, by your calendar, though the year matters less than you'd think in here. I was a wayfinder, navigator for my people, knew the stars like family, could read current and swell like you read those charts of yours. But I got cocky, tried to steer the timeline to avoid a storm that was waiting 2 days ahead, drew too many routes, made too many corrections. By the time I understood what I was doing, my island was half gone. The lagoon where I learned to swim just erased, reef and all. They touched the carved patterns on their board, fingers tracing routes that might have been maps or might have been scars. Been trying to close my loop ever since. Been trying and failing for 250 years. 50 years, Kai repeated numbly. The enormity of it was too large to fit in the head, spilled out the edges like water through cupped hands. You've been riding this wave for 2.5 centuries. Time moves strange in the barrel between moments, Marin said with a shrug. I catch decades like you catch rides. But the rules stay the same. Draw a closed loop, reconnect the missing stars, do it at still point when the tide goes slack and the wave's eye opens. That's the only way out. Problem is, I've never found my still point. The moment never comes, or I miss it, or I'm not ready. After a while, you start to wonder if you even remember what you were trying to get back to. They fell quiet then, both of them bobbing in the warm, strange water, and Kai understood with a clarity that was almost painful that this was a glimpse of the future if the route forward wasn't found. Decades of riding and failing, decades of watching the constellation gap widen until there was nothing left to return to. The phone buzzed again, but Kai didn't look at it, didn't want to know what else had been taken, what other small piece of home had been excised like a tumour. Teach me everything, Kai said finally. Every rule, every trick, every way to read the wave. If I'm going to close this loop, I need to understand how. Marin's expression shifted then, something like hope flickering across the weathered face. All right, they said, all right. But first you need to understand where you are. The tidal timeline isn't just a wave, it's a library. Every ride that's ever been ridden, every voyage that's ever been sailed, they're all here, recorded in foam and starlight. You want to learn to navigate? We go visit the navigators. Over the days or weeks or months that followed, time had become a slippery thing, hard to pin down, Kai learned. Marin was a patient teacher when they chose to be, and ruthless when patience failed. They taught Kai to read the stick charts of the Marshall Islanders, those elegant frameworks of curved palm ribs and cowrie shells that mapped swells and currents in 3 dimensions. They surfed through a bioluminescent maelstrom off the coast of a Roman trireme, drafting in the ship's wake while legionaries shouted in confusion at the glowing figures on the water. They slalomed between the illuminated compass roses that bloomed like strange flowers in the fog banks of the Portuguese age of exploration, each rose spinning and chiming with the names of places that no longer existed or hadn't been discovered yet, depending on which way you were travelling. Kai learned that the timeline had moods. Sometimes it was playful, offering clean perfect barrels that bent gently through a single century, letting the rider practice carving figure eights and loops with minimal cost. Other times it was vicious, churning up close-out sets that slammed the rider, through 500 years in a single wipeout, spitting them out in the middle of a colonial whaling fleet, or a pre-Columbian fishing flotilla, or once, memorably, a future ocean clogged with floating gardens and aquaculture platforms, where people with gills worked in silence. The full rule was simple and absolute. Wipe out beneath a foam pattern, and you surfaced in that era's sea. Not in the timeline, but in the actual historical moment, wet and confused, and having to explain to very real people why you were riding a fiberglass plank in clothing that wouldn't be invented for centuries. Kai fell twice in the early days, once into a Phoenician merchant route off the coast of what would someday be Lebanon, where the sailors tried to sell Kai as an oracle after hearing about the magic board. Once into a Ming Dynasty treasure fleet, where a navigator named Joe took one look at Kai's waterlogged phone and drew 73 questions about metallurgy and glassmaking before the timeline wave rose again and Kai could paddle back in. Each trip taught something. The Phoenicians navigated by stars, but also by the colour of the water, by the way certain currents carried certain smells from distant shores. Joe showed Kai how the treasure fleets used careful records of everything, wind, current, celestial observations, to build maps that worked not from latitude and longitude but from relationships, from the way one piece of data connected to another. It was all the same, Kai realised slowly. Navigation wasn't about forcing the ocean to behave. It was about understanding what the ocean was already doing and finding your place in that pattern. But the cost kept mounting. Every practice run, every test route drawn on the deck took something from home. The text from Mum became stranger, referencing buildings that had never existed, streets that had changed names, a local legend about a ghost ship that Kai had definitely never heard before. Worse, Kai could feel the memory starting to slip, could feel the mind trying to accommodate the changes to smooth over the gaps and contradictions. The shortcut alley behind the harbour cafe, had it always been dunes? Maybe. Maybe there had never been a cafe at all, just that little taco truck with the faded awning. No, wait. The cafe was real. It had blue stools at the counter, and a jukebox that only played songs from 1987. Except 1987 was the year the cafe closed, wasn't it? Or opened. The memories layered and contradicted and slipped against each other like tectonic plates grinding toward an earthquake. Marin noticed. They always noticed. "You're losing your grip," they said one evening. If it was evening, the light in the timeline didn't always correspond to time of day, while they sat on their boards watching a pod of dolphins that might have been real or might have been foam memory. Happens to everyone eventually. The mind tries to fix the contradictions, and in doing so, it breaks itself. You need to anchor to something. Something unchanging. Like what? Kai asked. Everything felt fluid now, untrustworthy. Even the longboard was starting to look unfamiliar, its rails too blue or not blue enough, the logo slightly wrong. For me, it was the Southern Cross, Marin said, tilting their head back to look at a sky full of stars Kai didn't recognise. I can't remember my mother's face anymore, or the name of the village where I was born, but I remember the cross. The way it hung above the horizon during the planting season. The way we'd use it to find our heading when the clouds covered everything else. It's been my north for 200 years, even though I'm not sure I could find the actual island if the timeline spit me out tomorrow. Kai thought about that. Thought about the lighthouse beam, the way it swept across the dark in its endless patient rotation. 1 flash, 2, 3, the rhythm of it. Mum's voice on the phone, even when the words were wrong. The particular smell of the ocean at dawn in home harbour, salt and kelp and diesel and possibility. Those things felt real in a way the changing streets did not. Those things were bedrock. The lighthouse, Kai said, that's my anchor, my mum's voice, the way the beam cuts the dark. Marin nodded approvingly. Good. Hold that. When everything else starts to slip, when you can't remember if the pier was always green or always grey, come back to the lighthouse. That's your true north. The thing you owe yourself to return to. The phrase stuck in Kai's mind. The thing you owe yourself. Because wasn't that the real problem? All this time, all these practice runs and close calls, Kai had been thinking about getting home, about closing the gap and fixing what had been broken. But home kept changing kept slipping away like sand through the fingers. What was home, anyway, when the streets wouldn't stay put and the memories were unreliable? It was Mum's voice, the lighthouse beam, the particular slant of light on the water at dawn. It was the future Kai kept postponing, the one where the anxiety finally settled and the static behind the ribs went quiet and there was time, finally, to be still. Home wasn't a place on a map. It was a destination, a north point, a thing you steered toward even when the waves got confused. And that was when Kai understood what the missing star really meant. The gap in Delphinus wasn't just a hole in the constellation. It was the missing piece in Kai's own navigation. The future that kept getting postponed. The version of home where the anxiety didn't buzz and the tides made sense and Mum's voice said the right things in the right order. The star was the North Kai ode to the self, and the loop had to include it, had to draw a path that made room for it, or the gap would just keep growing until there was nothing left but open water and a lighthouse that overlooked nowhere at all. I know what I have to do, Kai said, the realization settling like ballast. The loop has to go through home, not around it, not past it, through it. I've been trying to fix things from the outside, but that's not how navigation works. You can't plot a course that excludes your destination. Marin looked at Kai for a long moment. Something unreadable in those grey-green eyes. Then they smiled, and it was different from their usual grins, less wild and more genuine. "Took you long enough," they said. "I figured that out about year 40, but everyone's got to have their own revelation, I suppose. The question is, can you actually do it? Can you draw a course that accepts where you are and where you need to be, without trying to force the ocean to be something it's not?" "I don't know," Kai admitted, "but I'm running out of time. Mum's last text said something about the lighthouse being built in 1847. It was built in 1923. The date on the dedication plaque, I've seen it 100 times. Except now I'm not sure. Maybe it was 1847. Maybe the plaque always said that and I just remembered wrong." "4 stars, Marin said quietly, looking up. "The gap's at 4 stars now, isn't it? One more and it's over." Kai didn't need to look at the sky to know it was true. Could feel it somehow, in the way the water moved, the way the timeline wave was getting harder to find, harder to catch. The ocean was starting to forget. One more mistake, one more desperate correction, and home would be gone. Mum would stand in a lighthouse that overlooked empty sea, wondering vaguely why she felt so sad, why the beam seemed to be searching for something that was never there. "I need to get to Still Point," Kai said. "How do I know when that is? When the tide goes slack?" "You feel it," Marin answered. "The wave goes glassy. Everything gets quiet, even the foam. It only lasts a moment, a real moment, not timeline time. You have to be ready, have to have your route already drawn, because once Still Point comes you won't get a second chance. Miss it and you wait for the next one, and the next one might be days or decades away." They sat in silence after that, bobbing in the strange water, and Kai tried to feel for the signs of Still Point coming. But there was only the endless roll of swells, the hum of the timeline in the bones and teeth, and somewhere far away the sound of a foghorn. Real or memory, Kai couldn't tell anymore. It didn't matter. The foghorn was calling, and that meant the tide was turning, and when the tide turned, the water went glass. Not suddenly, but like a door closing in a distant room, the change rippling outward until everything was still. The swells flattened. The foam patterns stopped moving, hung frozen in the air like holograms. Even the sound changed. The constant rush and hiss of the ocean dropping to a whisper, then to nothing, then to something quieter than nothing. A silence so complete it felt like pressure against the eardrums. "Now," Marin whispered, though there was no need to whisper, no one to disturb. "This is Still Point. This is your shot." Kai looked down at the longboard. The wax nub was almost gone, worn to a sliver barely large enough to grip, but it would have to be enough. With shaking hands, Kai began to draw. Not a route to somewhere else, not a correction or a shortcut or a clever bypass. Just a simple loop. Lighthouse to reef, to channel to lighthouse. The exact path Kai had surfed 1,000 times on 1,000 ordinary dawns. The path home, drawn with all the knowledge and skill that the timeline had taught, but also with the simple truth of knowing where north was. The wax line was pale against the deck, barely visible, but it was there, and it was right. And as Kai drew the final connecting stroke, the board hummed beneath the touch. The water answered. It rose, slow and inexorable as the moon-pulling tides and the timeline wave built around them. But this one was different. This one wasn't banded with rings of time or studded with floating dates. It was just a wave, clean and perfect and lit from within like stained glass, and inside the barrel the foam was sketching a pattern, tracing lines of light that connected and diverged and connected again, weaving together into something whole. "Kai," Merrin started to say, but the rest was cut off because suddenly they weren't alone in the barrel. A figure was there, riding a skiff that seemed made of brass and old wood, a craft with a mast that split into a dozen arms, each arm terminating in a sextant that spun and clicked. The rider was tall, dressed in a coat that had too many pockets and too many buttons, and in their hands they held a glass bottle full of swirling foam, foam that glowed with the stolen light of captured stars. "The cartographer of tides," Merrin hissed, and Kai understood immediately that this was an antagonist, the kind of figure who appears in the third act when the protagonist is closest to winning. The cartographer looked at Kai with eyes that were blank as beach glass, assessing, calculating. "Modern charts," the cartographer said, voice like wind through rigging. "You have them. Current vectors, bathymetric data, satellite-corrected coordinates. I've been waiting for someone from your time to enter the timeline. Trade them to me, and I'll let you go. Keep them, and I'll take your wayfinder here and bottle their foam too. The timeline needs a stable course. No more random surfers drawing nonsense. I'll freeze it to the proper history, the one where I choose which stars get remembered." Kai looked at Merrin, who was already backing away on the outrigger, trying to paddle out of reach. But the cartographer's skiff was faster, the sextants clicking and adjusting, calculating intercept courses. The bottle in the cartographer's hand pulsed with stolen light, and Kai realised with sick certainty that every glow was a captured moment, a foam star taken from the sky and hoarded like treasure. "I don't have charts," Kai said, which was technically true. The phone was dead, had been dead for days or weeks or months, its battery long since drowned and exhausted. "And even if I did, you can't freeze the timeline. That's not how navigation works. You can't stop the ocean from moving." "Can't I?" The cartographer smiled, cold as deep water. "Watch." One of the sextant arms swung down, caught Merrin's outrigger board with a brass hook and yanked. Merrin tumbled backward into the foam, and where they fell the pattern blazed up around them, wrapping them in light like a cocoon. The cartographer opened the bottle, and the cocoon of light began to drain into it, pulled like water down a hole. Merrin was shouting something, words lost in the roar of the timeline wave, and their outrigger board was dissolving, centuries of salt and sun and careful carving coming undone as the foam memory was stolen. Kai didn't think, just reacted. Drew a sharp line on the deck with the last nub of wax, a hard cutback, and drove the longboard toward the cartographer's skiff. The wave responded instantly, bending, the barrel tightening, and Kai's rail caught the skiff's hull with a crack like breaking bone. The sextant spun wildly, arms tangling, and the bottle flew from the cartographer's hands, tumbling through the air in slow motion. Merrin, still half dissolved in stolen foam, lunged, caught the bottle one-handed. For a moment they just held it, staring at the swirling light inside, and Kai could see the decision forming. Then Merrin smiled, that wild bright grin again, and smashed the bottle against the side of the skiff. The foam stars exploded upward, not slowly, not gently, but with the violence of a storm breaking, shooting toward the roof of the barrel and beyond, punching through the water and into the night sky overhead. Kai caught a glimpse of them rising like reverse rain, each one a captured moment being returned to its constellation, and among them, in the pattern they traced, was the shape of Delphinus, the dolphin, its spine complete again, the missing star blazing bright at the apex of the arc. The cartographer screamed, a sound like wind through the rigging of a ghost ship, and the skiff began to come apart, sextant arms snapping off and tumbling away, hull planks peeling back, as if centuries of maintenance were being undone all at once. The wave wasn't interested in freezing anymore. The timeline had what it wanted. The loop closed, the gap sealed, the constellation complete. The cartographer's hoard was gone, returned to the sky, and without it the figure began to fade, becoming translucent, then just an outline, then nothing at all, not even a ripple on the water. The barrel was collapsing. Kai could feel it. The way the wave was speeding up, the rings of time spinning faster and faster, centuries blurring together into a smear of light. Marin's outrigger was gone, dissolved, but Marin themselves was solid again, treading water with one hand raised in what might have been a wave or a salute or a goodbye. "Ride it out," Marin shouted. The "Loop's closed! You're going home!" "What about you?" Kai shouted back, but the wave was already pitching forward, the lip throwing out, and there was no time for answers. Kai pulled into the pocket one last time, felt the board lock in, and drove toward the exit, toward the bright circle of dawn at the end of the tunnel. The water screamed past. The stars wheeled overhead, the whole sky rotating like a vast mechanism clicking into its final position. And then, Kai shot out of the barrel into morning. Real morning, bright and cold and smelling of salt and kelp and diesel. The lighthouse beam was still making its rotation across the grey water. One flash, two, three, and the shore was there. The familiar jumble of buildings climbing the hillside, and everything was almost right. Almost, but not quite. Kai paddled in slowly, checking the landmarks. The elementary school still there, the corner store still there, the harbour cafe. Kai blinked. The cafe was there, blue stools visible through the windows, but the shortcut alley beside it was gone. Instead, there were dunes rolling gentle and wild with beach grass, unmarked by footprints or the memory of old Greece and desperation. The alley was gone and would stay gone, and somehow that felt right. Not like a loss, but like a correction. Like the ocean had decided that particular path wasn't needed, had never been needed, and the grass and sand were better for the bones of the shore. Mum was standing at the top of the lighthouse access road when Kai climbed out of the water, board tucked under one arm. She waved, casual and unhurried, and called down something about breakfast, and did Kai remember to pick up bread. The words were ordinary, unremarkable, the kind of thing she'd said 1,000 times. But the voice was right, steady as the lighthouse beam, constant as tides. That hadn't changed. That would never change. Kai waved back, throat tight, and started up the beach. Each step felt strange, like walking on a shore that was both deeply familiar and subtly new, a place that had been rearranged by gentle hands into something better than it was. The sand was softer here. The morning light fell at a different angle. Small changes mostly, the kind you wouldn't notice unless you'd been gone for months or years or centuries, riding waves between moments, trying to find your way home. At the top of the road, Kai stopped and looked back at the ocean. The water was calm, just a light chop rippling the surface. No sign of the tidal timeline or its star-banded barrels. Just ordinary sea, grey-green and infinite, keeping its secrets the way it always had. But high above, in the brightening sky where the last stars were fading into dawn, Delphinus hung complete. All its points connected, all its gaps closed. The constellation looked the way it was supposed to look, the way it had always looked, and if one star seemed to shine just a fraction brighter than the others, well, that could have been anything. A trick of the light, a reflection of hope, the memory of foam stars returning home. In Kai's wetsuit pocket, something rolled and knocked gently against the hip. With cold-numbed fingers, Kai reached in and pulled out a smooth stone, round as a marble and warm as blood despite the frigid water it had been submerged in. It was the colour of sea glass, grey-green and faintly luminous, and when Kai held it up to the light it seemed to glow from within, pulsing in a slow rhythm that matched the distant sound of waves on sand. The stone hummed, not loudly, not insistently, but with a low, constant frequency that Kai felt in the bones more than heard with the ears. It was warm and strange and impossible, and it fit perfectly in the palm of the hand like it had been waiting there forever. Kai pocketed the stone carefully, zipped the wetsuit pocket closed, and turned toward home. Mum was already walking back to the lighthouse, probably late for her shift, probably muttering about the lamp housing and the weather reports and all the small mechanical urgencies that filled her days. Ordinary things, mortal things. But Kai could hear the foghorn now, distant and low, the sound it made when the tide was turning from slack to flood, and the sound was a comfort, an anchor, a true north that would hold steady even when everything else shifted. Inside the small house attached to the lighthouse, and it had always been a small house. Kai was sure of that, almost sure, reasonably certain. The morning light fell through the kitchen window in pale gold bars. Mum was already at the stove making eggs, humming something under her breath. She didn't look up when Kai came in, dripping onto the linoleum, but she smiled the way she always smiled, lopsided and knowing. "Good session?" she asked, not waiting for an answer. "You were out there a while. I was starting to think you'd paddled to Japan." "Just caught some long rides," Kai said, peeling out of the wetsuit in the mudroom, hanging it on the hook that had always been there, except Kai couldn't remember if the hook was brass or iron. Couldn't remember if it had been installed last year or a decade ago. The memory slipped and slid, and Kai let it go. Some things didn't need to be pinned down with certainty. Some things could just be. "Well, come eat. You look half frozen." Mum slid eggs onto a plate, added toast, set it on the table with the easy efficiency of the long practice. Also, strange thing, I could have sworn the dedication plaque on the south wall said 1923, but I checked it this morning and it definitely says 1922. Must have been misremembering all these years. Funny how the mind plays tricks. Kai sat down at the table, picked up a fork and said nothing. The eggs were good, butter yellow and steaming. The toast was slightly burned the way Kai liked it. Outside the window the ocean rolled and breathed, patient and vast and full of secrets it would never tell. The lighthouse beam kept turning, cutting the morning haze in steady rotation. 1, 2, 3. Everything in its place, everything in its time. After breakfast, Kai went upstairs to the small room under the eaves that had always been Kai's room, would always be Kai's room, even when the details shifted and changed like foam on water. The longboard went in its usual corner, wax-smeared and salt-crusted, and Kai grabbed a towel to wipe down the deck. The pale line drawn in wax was almost gone now, faded to nothing by sun and seawater, but the ghost of it remained if you knew where to look. A simple loop. Lighthouse to reef to channel to lighthouse. The route home, drawn with the knowledge that home wasn't a fixed point on a map but a direction you chose to travel, a north you owed to yourself. On the wall above the bed, between the faded surf posters and the laminated tide charts, hung something new, or something old, or something that had always been there, depending on how you chose to remember. It was a framework of curved sticks, pale driftwood bound together with cords so old it might have been rope, or might have been dried kelp, arranged in a complex geometric pattern. A stick chart, the kind the Marshall Islanders used to navigate by swell and current, the kind Marin had taught Kai to read during long hours in the barrel between moments. At each intersection of sticks, small shells were tied with careful knots, and the whole thing looked like it belonged in a museum or a history book, except it was here, on this wall, and when Kai touched it the wood was damp. It was always damp after storms, Kai remembered. Had always been damp for as long as it had hung there. Which was how long? Days? Years? Forever? The memory refused to settle, shifting and uncertain, and Kai understood with a clarity that was almost painful that this was Marin's mark. Not a message, not a cry for help, but a gift. Proof that the timeline was real, that the journey had happened, that somewhere in the barrel between moments, a wayfinder from 1774 was still riding, still searching, still holding on to the Southern Cross as their anchor. Or maybe Marin had found their still point too. Maybe the returning foam stars had closed more than one loop, sealed more than one gap. Maybe right now, in some version of history that was always and never true, a Polynesian navigator was paddling ashore on an island that remembered them, walking up a beach where family waited, returning to a home that had held its shape against the ocean's forgetting. There was no way to know for certain. The timeline didn't give answers, only routes, and you had to trust that the route you chose was leading somewhere worth reaching. Kai touched the stick chart one more time, felt the dampness of the wood, the patient geometry of the knots, then stepped back and picked up the grease pencil that was sitting on the desk. When it had appeared there, Kai couldn't say. Maybe it had always been there. Maybe it was new. Maybe Marin had left it. The same way they'd left the chart slipped between moments, a tool for the next time the tidal timeline called, because it would call again. Kai could feel that truth settling like ballast. The ocean remembered what the land forgot, and those who had ridden the wave once would always carry the hum of it in their bones, would always feel that pull when the tide turned from slack to flood. But for now, for this morning, in this version of home that was close enough to write, Kai was here. Solid and present and anchored to the lighthouse beam, to Mum's voice, to the particular slant of light through the kitchen window. The anxiety was still there, the static behind the ribs, but it was quieter now, manageable, a weather pattern that could be tracked and understood rather than a storm that arrived without warning. The charts on the wall still showed the familiar coastline, familiar tides, familiar swell patterns. But if you looked closely, if you knew what to search for, you might notice small differences. A reef marked in a slightly different location, a channel that curved where it used to run straight, the cartography of home rewritten in subtle strokes, a map that was still learning its own geography. Kai opened the desk drawer and found the tide chart for the month. October, the header said, though Kai had lost track of actual dates somewhere in the timeline and wasn't entirely sure what year it was, and studied the numbers. High tide at 5:47, low tide at 12:03, slack water in between. The numbers were probably right, probably accurate, or at least close enough for navigation. In the tidal timeline, Marin had said, you learn to trust approximation over precision, to read the ocean's mood rather than its measurements. The best navigators weren't the ones with the most accurate instruments, but the ones who understood that the sea was always in conversation with itself, current talking to swell talking to wind, and if you listened carefully enough you could hear what it was trying to say. Outside the window a gull cried, or maybe it was a tern. Kai had never been great at distinguishing bird calls, had spent more time watching the water than the sky. But the sound was familiar, ordinary, the kind of background noise that said this place is real and you are in it, and for now that was enough. The stone in the wetsuit pocket, still hanging in the mudroom, still dripping salt water onto the floor, was humming its quiet rhythm, a frequency that would probably hum louder when the tide shifted, that would probably sing at the full moon and whisper during the new moon, and generally behave like any proper talisman from an impossible journey. Kai placed the grease pencil on the desk next to the laminated charts and the scattered tide tables and the collection of broken surf wax that cluttered the workspace like offerings at a neglected shrine. Then went downstairs, where Mum was washing dishes and humming and being exactly herself, which was the most stable thing in a universe that had proven itself considerably less fixed than previously assumed. I'm going to walk up to the point, Kai said, pulling on a jacket that might have been blue or might have been grey, might have hung on this hook for years or might have appeared yesterday. The details were fuzzy, unreliable, but the jacket was warm and smelled like salt, and that was what mattered. Take your phone, Mum said automatically, not looking up from the dishes, and be back before dark. We're supposed to get weather tonight. I will, Kai promised, and meant it. The phone was still dead, would probably never work again after so much saltwater immersion, but it didn't matter. Kai knew the way to the point and back, had walked it 100 times, 1,000 times, in a dozen different versions of this morning. The route was written in muscle memory and bone-deep knowledge, a path you could follow with your eyes closed if you trusted your feet to remember. Outside, the air was cool and bright with that particular quality October carried. Or maybe it was November, or September, time had gotten confused. The sense of the world poised between states, between summer's heat and winter's cold, neither one thing nor another but something richer for the uncertainty. The road up to the point was paved for the first 100 yards, then turned to gravel, then to dirt, then to nothing but a trail through beach grass and ice plant. Kai followed it without thinking, guided by the deep familiarity of a route walked so many times it had worn a groove in the soul. At the point, the pulpit people called it, or had called it, or would call it again, the rock jutted out into the water like a question mark laid on its side. The view from here stretched north and south along the coast, a ragged line of cliffs and coves and hidden beaches that held their secrets close. Kai stood at the edge where the rock met the empty air, toes hanging over the drop, and looked out at the ocean. It was just ocean, grey-green and restless, chopped by a light northwest wind, the swell lines marching in from some distant storm that had already passed and been forgotten. No glowing rings, no foam constellations, no barrel between moments waiting to swallow the unwary surfer. Just water, doing what water did, which was everything and nothing, constant and changing, faithful and fickle. But if you looked carefully, if you knew what to search for, you might notice the way one particular swell was catching the light differently, the way it seemed to glow just slightly from within, the way it curved and held its shape longer than physics suggested it should, as if it were waiting for something, or someone, to drop in and begin the conversation again. Kai watched that swell roll past, let it go uncaught, unchased. Not today. Maybe not ever again. Or maybe tomorrow, or next week, or next year, when the tide and the moon and the mind all aligned in the particular configuration that opened the door between moments. The timeline was still out there. Would always be out there, patient as stone, waiting for the next navigator bold enough or foolish enough to paddle into its barrel and try to draw a route through time. In Kai's pocket the stone hummed, a quiet reminder, a gentle invitation, a promise that the door was never truly closed, only resting, and when the moment came, when Still Point arrived again, and the wave went glass and the foam stars needed returning to their constellations, there would be a way back in. There would always be a way back in, for those who knew how to read the signs, who understood that navigation was not about controlling the ocean, but about finding your place in its patterns. Kai turned away from the point, away from the water, and walked back down the trail toward home. The lighthouse was visible from here, its white tower standing against the grey sky, the lamp housing dark in the daylight but ready to blaze when evening came. 1 rotation, 2, 3, constant as breath, faithful as tides, the beam that marked home shore, that called the lost and wandering back to harbour, that said this is the place you return to, this is your north. The stone hummed, the ocean breathed, and somewhere in the barrel between moments, in the library of every wave that had ever broken or ever would break, a stick chart hung damp and patient on a wall that existed in all times and no time, waiting for the next wayfinder to need its wisdom. Kai walked home through the morning light, through the version of home that was close enough to write, and felt the anxiety in the chest settle a little deeper, a little quieter. Not gone, never gone, but manageable now, a known quantity, a weather pattern that could be tracked and predicted and survived. The static behind the ribs would always be there, probably. The uncertainty about which streets were real and which memories were reliable would linger for weeks or months or years. But the lighthouse beam would keep turning, and Mum's voice would stay steady, and the route home was written now in more than just memory. It was carved into the bones of the world, a closed loop that connected lighthouse to reef, to channel to lighthouse, a path that would hold even when everything else shifted. At the house, Mum was on the porch looking at something on her tablet, frowning at the weather report the way she always frowned when storms were coming. She glanced up when Kai approached, smiled that lopsided knowing smile, and went back to her reading. Ordinary, unremarkable, exactly as it should be. "Big swell coming in tomorrow," she said without looking up. 8 to 10 feet. You planning to surf it? Kai thought about that. Thought about the way the ocean had looked from the point, the way that one particular swell had caught the light. Thought about the stone humming in the pocket, the stick chart damp on the wall, the grease pencil waiting on the desk. Thought about Marin, somewhere in the barrel between moments, riding their own route through time, holding on to the Southern Cross as their anchor. "Maybe," Kai said. "Depends on the tide." "Always does," Mum agreed, and went back to her weather report, and the morning continued being morning, ordinary and precious, and exactly as fragile as everything always was. Inside, Kai climbed the stairs to the small room under the eaves, and pulled the stone from the jacket pocket. It sat in the palm warm and patient, glowing faint grey-green in the dim light, humming its quiet frequency. A piece of the tidal timeline carried back to solid ground. A reminder that the impossible was always one good swell away. A promise that when the moment came and the wave called and Still Point opened its glassy eye, there would be a way to answer. Kai placed the stone on the desk next to the grease pencil, next to the tide charts and the broken wax and all the small tools of navigation. They sat there together like artefacts in a museum dedicated to a journey no one would believe, and that was fine. Some stories weren't meant to be believed. Some stories were meant to be lived and carried and held close against the chest like secrets, like anchors, like the particular kind of truth that only reveals itself to those willing to paddle out into the dark and trust that the ocean knows where it's going. The stick chart on the wall dripped one slow drop of salt water onto the floor. The lighthouse beam would turn again when evening came. The tide would shift from flood to ebb to slack to flood again. Patient as always, faithful as stone. And out past the break, past the point where the surfers gathered and the tourist boats motored and the fishing lines dragged their patient questions, the tidal timeline rolled on, its barrel full of stars and centuries and foam-drawn constellations, waiting for the next navigator to need what it offered. Kai sat at the desk and picked up the grease pencil, tested its weight in the hand, then opened a notebook. Had it always been there? Probably, maybe, close enough, and began to draw. Not a route, not yet. Just lines, just the basic vocabulary of navigation, the shapes that connected here to there, the curves that described how water moved and how a rider could move with it. Practice strokes, memory exercises, the eternal work of learning to read what the ocean was saying, so that when the moment came and the conversation resumed, the response would be ready. Outside the window the day continued. Gulls cried, wind rattled the eaves, the ocean kept its own counsel, vast and patient and full of routes that no chart had ever mapped. And in the small room under the lighthouse, a 16-year-old who had surfed through centuries and learned to navigate by stars both stolen and returned, sat drawing lines in a notebook, holding on to the lighthouse beam as true north, waiting for the tide to turn and the next wave to rise and the barrel between moments to open its glowing mouth once more. The stone hummed, the stick chart dripped, and the story, like all good stories about the sea, continued rolling forward, neither beginning nor ending but simply flowing, constant as tides, faithful as the beam that swept across the dark, saying, "This is home, this is home, this is home." The next story is about to begin, please relax and enjoy. The rain came down in sheets that night, turning the Murano Canal into a black mirror that swallowed every reflection except the furnace glow. I shouldn't have been out after curfew, but the choirmaster had kept us late working on breath control, and by the time I ducked out of San Donato the storm had already begun. Lightning split the sky over Venice proper, and I could see the Doge's palace lit up like a warning across the lagoon. My shoes were soaked through, my coat was doing nothing, and the nearest shelter was a low workshop with its door hanging half open, orange light spilling out onto the stones. I slipped inside without thinking. The heat hit me first, a wall of it that smelled like wood ash and something sweeter, almost medicinal. Then I saw her, the old woman at the bench, her face lit from below by the mouth of a glory hole. She was holding a blowpipe, and at its end was a gather of molten glass that seemed to contain its own storm, swirls of amber and pearl folding into each other as she turned it. Her breath was steady, measured, the kind of control our choirmaster would have killed for. The glass responded like it was listening. The walls grew thinner. The cup took shape. It was impossible, that thinness. I'd seen glass before, everyone had, but this was like solidified light barely held together by intention. A boy ran past the door, arms full of wrapped parcels. He didn't see the slip of paper that fell from his coat, didn't hear it hit the stone, didn't notice when it tumbled end over end toward the canal edge. I watched it go. Some kind of delivery note, probably, something that mattered to someone. The rain caught it and the paper curled, darkened, then slid over the lip and into the water. "Damn," I said, not meaning to say anything at all. There was a blowpipe leaning against the wall near me, unattended, its mouthpiece cool. My hands moved before my brain caught up. I lifted it, felt its weight, and something in my chest from all those hours of choir practice made me purse my lips and blow, gentle, like testing a note. I pictured the paper tucked safely behind the shutter where the boy had paused, dry, waiting. The note didn't slip, I whispered into the pipe, and a bubble formed at the end, small and perfect and wrong. The air in the room changed, a sound like a finger dragged across crystal. I looked up. The old woman was staring at me, the impossible cup forgotten in her hands. Behind the shutter near the door I could see the edge of white paper, dry and crisp, tucked exactly where I'd imagined it. "You don't touch that cane," she said. Her voice was quiet, but it carried the way stone carries cold. She set down her work with the care of someone defusing a bomb and crossed to me in 3 strides. Her hands, scarred and steady, took the pipe from mine. "Do you have any idea what you just did?" I didn't. I told her so. The rain hammered the tiles above us. She looked at me for a long time, then at the cane in her hands, then back at me. "How did you get here?" "The storm," I said. "I was just looking for shelter." I didn't mean to touch anything. "That's not what I'm asking." She turned the cane over, examining it like it might have changed. This workshop is Maestro Alvise's. I am Alvia. This cane is not for students, not for apprentices, not for anyone who doesn't understand what Murano glass costs. She paused. And you're not from now, are you? The question hit wrong, like a chord sung a half step off. I'm from Venice. Well, Mestre. I take the Vaporetto over for choir practice. She blinked. Vaporetto? The water bus, I said, and then I saw her face and something cold that had nothing to do with my wet clothes settled into my stomach. What year is this? 1503 by the Doge's calendar, she said, and you've just used a tool that edits small fates, which means someone sent you or you've wandered into trouble so deep you can't see the bottom yet. I sat down. There wasn't a chair, so I just sat on the floor, water pooling around me. 1503. My phone was in my pocket, dead weight. No signal, no anything. The rain kept falling. Alves kept watching me. Somewhere across the island a bell tolled, low and bronze, and I counted without meaning to. 10, 11, 12. I need to go home, I said. You will, Alves said, if you can blow glass well enough to trap dawn. She explained it while I dripped. The cane was old, older than her, older than the guild, maybe older than Murano itself. It worked on breath and intention. Each bubble blown could rewrite one small event, the kind of thing that could have gone either way. A note that almost fell, a door that almost stuck, a word that almost wasn't said. You named the change and blew, and if the change was small enough, plausible enough, the bubble would form and the edit would take. But every change left a mark, a stress line, a hairline crack in the day itself. Blow too many bubbles and reality would shatter like overworked glass. And getting home? I asked. You blow a flawless globe, she said. No seeds, no bubbles, no strain lines. You time it so the first light of dawn enters while the glass is still hot enough to seal. Trap that light inside. That's the door. That's how you undo the road you walked. She paused. But it has to be perfect. One crack and you're here forever, or worse. Worse? She didn't answer. Instead, she pointed to a corner where a young woman was sorting small glass ingots by colour, her hands quick and sure. That's Bianca. She knows the tides, the canals, and which stories travel where. She'll help you stay invisible until you're ready. Bianca looked up and offered a small smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. The guild doesn't like surprises, and you, arriving with wet shoes and dry knowledge of tools they don't teach, you're a surprise. I spent that first night on a straw mattress in the back room, listening to the furnace tick and cool. Every sound felt wrong. Too quiet. No hum of electricity, no distant traffic, no airplanes. Just water and wind and the occasional crack of wood settling. I thought about my parents, probably calling my phone, probably checking the choir hall, probably starting to panic. I thought about my bed and my laptop and the half-finished essay on Renaissance trade routes that I'd never thought I'd actually visit. The marble I'd find later was already forming, I think. Somewhere in the dregs of the gather Alvis had been working when I arrived. Already warm, already mine, already the price I didn't know I'd pay. Bianca brought me bread in the morning, hard and grainy but better than nothing. She sat on an upturned crate and watched me eat. Maestra says you blew a bubble last night, she said. A good one. Clean work for someone who doesn't know the cane. I sing, I said. Breath control. Singing won't save you if the Capo de Segreti comes. She said the name like it was something you didn't say too loud. He enforces the guild's laws, trade secrets, forbidden techniques, impossible glass. He hears about someone making miracles. He starts asking questions with sharp tools. I didn't mean to make anything, I said. I just wanted the paper to be safe. The road to the drowning pools is paved with just wanted to, Bianca said. She stood, brushed crumbs from her apron. Be careful. And don't blow anything else unless Maestra tells you to. I tried to be careful. I really did. But the cane sat in the corner where Alvis had placed it, and the island had 1,000 small disasters waiting to happen, and my hands itched with the new knowledge that I could fix things. Just small things. Just the things that wouldn't matter. The first time I broke Bianca's rule, it was for her. An ember popped from the furnace while she was sweeping, a bright orange seed of potential fire arcing toward the hem of her skirt. I saw it happening in slow motion, saw the trajectory, saw the disaster. The cane was in my hands before I decided to pick it up. The ember didn't pop, I whispered, and I blew. The bubble formed, small and clean, and when I looked the ember was still in the furnace mouth, settled and safe, and Bianca's skirt was unscorched. She didn't notice. Alvice did. She looked up from her work, looked at me, looked at the cane in my hands. She didn't say anything, but her jaw tightened and she went back to shaping a bowl with more force than necessary. The second time, it was a door. A latch that should have caught but didn't. A door swinging open to reveal a work table covered in paper. Recipe notes, I realised later. The kind of thing the guild killed people for sharing. A master glassblower passing by would have seen everything, would have reported it, would have ended someone's career or life. The latch caught, I breathed into the cane, and it did, and the door stayed shut and the master walked past none the wiser. The third time, a drip. Fourth time, a ring rolling under a bench. Each bubble worked, each fix felt righteous and small and harmless. But I started noticing things. A glass rod that had been fine suddenly snapping clean in Alvise's hands. A gondola pole splintering when the gondolier pushed off from the dock. Small failures, unconnected, except I could feel in my chest that they weren't unconnected at all. The stress had to go somewhere. Every edit I made meant something else. Somewhere else. Paid the price. Bianca's little brother came to the workshop on the 5th day, a thin kid with quick hands and quicker fingers. I didn't see him pocket the small glass fish from Alvise's display shelf, but I saw him leave, and I saw Alvise's face when she noticed the empty space, and I saw, through the window, the guild guards turning down the alley, where the boy had just run, 2 of them in dark blue coats with the Lion of San Marco stitched in gold. "They'll cut off his hand," Bianca said. She wasn't crying, but her voice had the shape of tears in it. "He's 8. He didn't understand. They'll cut it off anyway." I grabbed the cane. "The guards turned left," I said, putting more breath into it than I'd used before, trying to push the edit farther, make it bigger. The bubble started to form, swelled, and then something happened that hadn't happened before. A star-shaped crack appeared in the glass, spreading from the bubble's base. The crack sang, a high crystal note that made my teeth ache. The bubble collapsed. Through the window, I saw the first pair of guards turn left, exactly as I'd said. The second pair kept walking straight toward where the boy was hiding. Alvice was beside me in an instant, taking the cane, examining the new crack. "What did you do?" she asked, but it wasn't really a question. "You tried to push too far." The cane doesn't work on certainties, only on small chances. 2 guards might turn left. 4 guards? That's too many variables, too much mass, too much fate to bend. She set the damaged cane down with terrible gentleness. And now, the capo will know something's wrong. Miracles smell like blood in the water to him. "Bianca's brother," I started. "I'll handle it," Alvice said. "You stay here and don't touch anything. Not anything. Understand?" I understood. I also understood that I'd just made everything worse by trying to make something better. The choir master used to say the same thing about harmonies. Sometimes you think you're helping and you're just making mud. Bianca took a purse of coins and went to negotiate with the guards. I later learned she offered 3 times what the fish was worth, and promised the boy would be apprenticed to a rope maker on Giudecca, far from temptation. The guards accepted because guild justice and street justice were different animals, and because Bianca knew which guard's mother needed medicine. It cost most of her saved money. She didn't look at me when she came back. That night Alvice lit a single candle and unrolled a piece of paper covered in tiny marks, each one a thin line drawn in red ink. "Your edits," she said. "Each one leaves a trace. Look." She pointed to clusters of marks, dated. The note, the ember, the door, the drip, the ring, the guards, each one redistributed strain. That rod that snapped, that was the note's stress. The gondola pole, that was the ember. The guards split so a chandelier blank shattered in Contorta's shop this afternoon. No warning, just exploded. She looked at me. "You're storing up catastrophe. Every fix is a loan against disaster, and you're way back. That flawless globe at dawn that demands glass with no strain at all, no stress, no cracks, nothing borrowed." "Can I still do it?" I asked. My voice came out smaller than I meant. "If you don't blow any more bubbles, maybe. If you learn to work glass perfectly, maybe. If the capo doesn't arrest us all first, maybe." She rolled up the paper. "I'll teach you what I can, but you need to understand something. Glass blowing is a conversation between breath, heat, and time. You can't force it, you can't rush it, and you certainly can't edit your mistakes away." For the next several days I learned to hate glass. I learned to gather the right amount from the crucible, not too much, not too little, turning constantly to keep it from dripping. I learned to marver, rolling the gather on the steel table to even out the walls, feeling for hot spots and cold spots through the pipe. I learned to open a mouth, just a small one, blocking the end with wet wood to shape the opening. I learned to turn, to breathe, to let the glass do what glass wants to do while guiding it toward what you need. Mostly I learned to fail. My gathers dripped. My walls went uneven. My mouths opened crooked, or not at all. Once I breathed too hard and blew a bubble straight through the side of a cup, which would have been funny if Alvise hadn't looked so disappointed. She didn't yell. She just showed me how to do it again. And again. And again. Bianca helped in her own way, timing me, calling out when I was holding my breath without realizing it, pointing out when my shoulders were climbing toward my ears with tension. Relax, she'd say. It's just glass. It's just light made solid. It wants to be beautiful. It wants to fall on the floor and shatter, I'd say. That too, she'd admit. But you work with what wants. The Capo dei Segreti came on the 7th day. I was gathering for what felt like the 100th time when the door opened and a man in a severe black coat stepped in. No introduction, no knock. He had the kind of face that looked like it had been carved rather than born, all angles and sharp edges. 2 assistants flanked him, both carrying ledgers. "Maestro Alvise," he said. His voice matched his face. "I've had reports of unusual glass. Timing that shouldn't work. Events that resolve too neatly. Do you have anything to declare?" "I have a workshop," Alvis said. She didn't stand from her bench. "I make glass. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. What else would you like me to declare?" His eyes moved to me. "And this is..." "An apprentice," she said. "Learning to gather without setting the workshop on fire. So far we're even odds." He stepped closer to me and I smelled something like iron and old paper. "You're not from Murano," he said. "Your clothes are wrong. Your hands are too soft. Your accent is... confused." He picked up the cane from where Alvise had left it, examined the star-shaped crack. "And this is a tool I've never seen in any registered inventory." "It's personal work," Alvis said. "Old glass. Nothing that concerns the guild." "Everything concerns the guild," the capo said, "especially tools that change how events resolve." He looked at me again. "One more miracle and I'll have questions you won't enjoy answering. The Doge's men are always interested in impossible things." He set the cane down. "I'll be watching." He left. His assistants left. The door closed. I realised I'd been holding my breath for the entire conversation. "We're running out of time," Alvisi said. She was already moving, gathering tools, checking the furnace temperature. "The globe needs to happen at dawn, which means tomorrow or the next day at the latest. After that, he'll have justification to seize everything, and you'll be in a cell explaining things you can't explain." "I'm not ready," I said. "I can barely gather without dripping. How am I supposed to blow a perfect globe?" "You'll learn tonight," she said, "or you'll learn to like the 16th century. Your choice." That night I learned more about glass than I thought a person could hold in their head. I learned that you can feel temperature through the pipe if you pay attention, that glass wants to slump toward gravity, but will fight you if you turn too slowly, that the punty transfer, moving the piece from the blowpipe to the solid rod, is where most attempts die. I learned that a globe is basically a hollow sphere, which sounds simple until you're trying to make one from glowing honey that's actively trying to become anything but a sphere. I learned that my lungs were stronger than I thought, and my patience was weaker. I broke 6 attempts, 7, 8. Alvis didn't count, but I did. Each one ended in some small disaster. A wall going thin, a mouth opening crooked, a temperature dropping too fast and the glass freezing into stiffness before I could shape it. On the 9th try I got close. Close enough that I could see what a finished globe might look like. But then the punty transfer went wrong, and the whole thing folded in on itself like a collapsing lung. "Again," Alvis said. She'd said it so many times it had become a kind of mantra. "I can't," I said. My lips were numb from the pipe. My arms were shaking. "I can't do it." "Then you'll stay," she said. "And eventually the capo will disappear you, and no one will remember you were ever here, and your family will spend the rest of their lives wondering what happened to their child who went to choir practice and never came home." She softened slightly. "I know you're tired. But glass doesn't care about tired. Glass cares about breath and heat and time. Give it those things, and it will give you what you need." I tried again. The 10th gather was better. The marva went smooth. The mouth opened clean. I transferred to the puntee without disaster. I breathed steady, turned steady, let the form grow. A globe. Almost round. Almost even. I could see light beginning to grey the windows. False dawn. The glow before the sun. Alvis reached over, touched the globe with a wet wooden paddle to test temperature. Nodded. I kept turning. Kept breathing. Kept the walls even. The globe cooled to orange, to red, to a glow that was almost solid. Alvis dipped a metal tool in water and touched the base where it joined the puntee. The glass cracked clean around the circle, and suddenly I was holding a sphere of still hot glass that weighed almost nothing and contained all my hope of going home. Then Bianca screamed. I turned, almost dropped the globe, caught it in a paddle at the last second. Through the window I could see guards on the bridge, Bianca between them, her hands bound. The capo stood beside her, his ledger open, pointing toward our workshop. He took her, Alvis said. Her voice was flat. Leverage. He wants the cane demonstrated, wants to see how it works, wants to take the secret to the Doge's foundries. She looked at me, at the globe cooling in my hands, at the windows starting to lighten with the real dawn. We're out of time. I can fix this, I said. The cane sat in its corner, the crack still visible but the glass still whole enough to use. I can make them turn around, make them forget, make them... One more edit and that globe will crack, Alvisi said. Or worse, you will, and then all this was for nothing. She took a breath. Put the globe in the annealer. Let it cool slow. We'll buy time another way. How? I asked. But she was already moving, pulling coins from a hidden box, grabbing a cloak, heading for the door. She paused at the threshold. Bianca's brother owes her, she said. And I know where the capo keeps his keys. Sometimes you fight glass with glass, and sometimes you fight men with the same small choices that trip them up. She looked back at me. Don't touch the cane. Don't open the annealer. Wait for tomorrow's dawn. If I'm not back, do it anyway. She left. I stood there holding the paddles, still smelling of smoke and sweat and fear. The globe sat in the annealer, a dark shape behind the iron door, cooling degree by degree towards safety or failure. I couldn't tell which. I didn't sleep that night. Bianca came back at some hour past midnight, helped by a boy who turned out to be her brother, now taller and steadier from weeks with the rope makers. She had bruises on her wrists, but she was free. Maestra traded information, she said. Old recipes, nothing critical, but enough to satisfy the capo for now. He thinks we're broken, thinks we'll flee. She managed a smile. We're not broken, and you're leaving at dawn. Alvis returned as the stars were fading. She looked older, smaller, like she'd paid something that couldn't be measured in coins. It's arranged, she said. The capo will be busy with a guild delegation until mid-morning. Bianca's signalling from the corner. When the bell tolls 5, that's when the light will hit the canal at the right angle. You'll have maybe 30 seconds to open the annealer, gather the globe and catch the light. Understand? I understood. I also understood that 30 seconds was nothing, was an eye blink, was the kind of margin that ended in disaster. But I didn't have a choice. I nodded. Dawn came cold and clear. I could see Venus still bright above the horizon, and the sky had that particular shade of dark blue that's not quite night and not quite day. Bianca stood at the corner of the bridge, one hand raised. The canal was still, black as oil, reflecting nothing. I prepared the puntee, made sure the tongs were ready, checked that the annealer door would open smoothly. Alvis adjusted the angle of the furnace door to create a path for the sunlight, a corridor of shadow and precision that would guide the first beam exactly where we needed it. The bell tolled. 1, 2, 3, 4. I opened the annealer door. Heat rolled out, and there was the globe, dark red, still warm, perfectly round. No seeds, no bubbles, no visible strain lines. I lifted it with the tongs, moved it to the puntee, touched the base with water. The connection held. I was holding the globe, turning it gently, bringing it up to heat at the furnace mouth. 5. The sun's edge broke the horizon somewhere beyond San Pietro di Castello. I couldn't see it, but I could see its effect, a line of gold spreading across the canal like spilled paint, reflecting up, bouncing off the water in that particular way that only happens when atmosphere and angle and temperature align. The beam snaked toward our workshop, entered through the door gap, crossed the floor in a knife line of a light. I moved the globe into the beam's path. Light bloomed inside the sphere like something alive, gold and pink and orange all at once, swirling captured. The glass was still hot enough to be soft, and I could feel through the punty that the light had weight, had pressure, was pressing against the walls from inside. I turned, kept the heat even, watched the colour mature from gold to a deep amber that seemed to contain its own fire. The door banged open. The capo stood there, 2 guards behind him, his face twisted with something between rage and wonder. "Stop," he said. "That glass is guild property. That technique is—" The floor trembled, not from footsteps, from stress, from all the edits I'd made finally coming due, all the strain I'd redistributed finally snapping back to centre. A crack appeared in the floor tiles, hair-thin but growing. The furnace groaned. Somewhere a glass tool shattered. I almost said it. Almost reached for the cane. Almost blew a bubble to make the capo's boots stick to the floor, to make him turn around, to make him forget we existed. My lips started to form the words. The cane was right there. One small edit. One last fix. But I'd learned. I'd learned that every fix is alone. Every edit stores disaster. Every breath blown into impossible glass comes with a price. So I didn't say anything. I just kept turning the globe, kept the walls even, kept my breath steady like choir practice had taught me. The sun climbed. The light inside the globe stabilised, became solid, became trapped. I brought the globe to the bench, touched the mouth with a wet tool, and the opening drew closed like a flower folding for night. The seal smoothed. The globe became perfect, complete, flawless. Something dropped from my apron pocket. A marble, small and warm, rolling across the bench with that particular sound glass makes when it wants attention. I'd never put it there. It had come from somewhere in that first gather, or maybe from the cane itself, or maybe from the payment the world extracts when you break its small rules. It was warm. It stayed warm. It would always stay warm. The capo reached for the globe, but his hand passed through it like smoke. The globe was fading, or I was, or we both were, the light inside blazing brighter, and the workshop walls going grey, and the sound of the furnace becoming distant, becoming memory, becoming nothing at all. The rain hit me first. Cold, modern, chemical clean rain that smelled like car exhaust and processed water. I was on my back on pavement, the workshop gone, Venice proper stretching above me under a grey sky. My phone was buzzing in my pocket. Notifications, texts, missed calls. The timestamp said I'd been gone for 4 minutes. 4 minutes! The entire experience, the week of learning and failing and almost dying compressed into 4 minutes of local time because time isn't linear when you're editing it. I sat up. My hand still smelled like smoke. The marble was in my pocket, warm against my thigh, impossible and undeniable. I stood, checked myself. Same wet clothes, same choir exhaustion. But different hands, I realised. My palms had calluses now, the kind you get from holding hot pipes for hours, the kind that shouldn't exist after 4 minutes. I walked home. My parents were worried but not panicked. They thought I'd taken shelter somewhere and my phone had died, close enough to truth. That night I put the marble on my desk and watched it. It didn't roll, didn't move, just sat there being warm, being impossible, being the price I'd paid or the gift I'd received. I wasn't sure which. 3 days later, I found the news article. A museum in Murano had discovered a 16th century globe during renovation work, found in a sealed room that hadn't been opened in centuries. The globe was remarkable, the article said, because it appeared to contain light. Not reflected light or a trick of the glass, but actual light, trapped and glowing faintly in its heart. Curators couldn't explain it. Chemists couldn't replicate it. It simply existed. Impossible and beautiful. A mystery from an age of mysteries. I looked at the photo for a long time, then I looked at my star app, the one that shows constellations. I scrolled to the section of sky above Murano, the patch of stars that sits over the lagoon on clear nights. Everything was where it should be, Orion, Cassiopeia, the Summer Triangle, but something was missing. A small pattern of 4 stars that locals used to call il vetro, the glass, a glassmaker's kite that had hung in the sky since before records. It wasn't there anymore. The stars existed individually, but the pattern, the name, the story, gone, edited out, a casualty of my fixes, the universe redistributing strain in its own way. I picked up the marble. It warmed at my touch, rolled slightly toward the window like it was following something only it could sense. For just a moment in the corner of my vision, I thought I saw the missing constellation glint back into existence. 4 points of light arranged in a familiar shape. Then it was gone again, and I was left holding a warm marble in a cold room, proof that some edits we keep and some we let go, and the hardest part is learning which is which. The marble lives on my desk now. Sometimes when I'm stressed about small things, a bad grade, a missed bus, a fumbled conversation, I pick it up and remember what it cost to fix things that probably didn't need fixing. I remember Alvisa's hands on the pipe, Bianca's bruised wrists, the capo's face when reality started to crack around him. I remember the sound glass makes when it's about to shatter, and the silence that comes after dawn when you've trapped something that was never meant to be caught. On certain mornings, when the light is right and I hold the marble to the window, it warms in my palm and I can almost see that missing kite of stars hanging where it used to hang, 4 points of light that meant something to someone once. And I think about all the small disasters I didn't fix, all the notes I let slip into canals, all the doors I let swing open to reveal secrets that needed revealing. I think about how fixing things isn't the same as making them better, and how sometimes the bravest thing you can do is let the glass break instead of blowing another bubble to hold it together. The marble rolls when I'm not looking. Just a finger's width. Just enough to remind me it's there. Warm and impossible and mine. A piece of Murano glass that shouldn't exist. A piece of dawn trapped in stone. A piece of myself I left behind in a workshop that burned down in 1547, according to the history books, taking all its secrets with it except for one perfect globe that held a light that should have faded centuries ago but never did. I haven't tried to fix anything since I got back. Haven't reached for the cane that isn't there. Haven't whispered corrections into bubbles that won't form. I just let things happen the way they're going to happen, hairline cracks and all, and I sleep better than I ever thought I would. The marble keeps rolling. The constellation stays missing. And somewhere in the permanent collection of a Murano museum, a globe glows with trapped dawn, proof that some impossibilities you make and some impossibilities make you, and the difference matters more than you'd think. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. Nico had always been the kind of kid who could name the Galilean moons before he could ride a bike. The kind who mapped constellations on his bedroom ceiling with glow-in-the-dark stickers, arranged in precise declination angles. At 16, he still carried a dog-eared star atlas in his backpack, margins crammed with his own observations, corrections to published magnitudes, notes about atmospheric refraction. His teachers called it dedication. His classmates called it obsessive. Nico didn't particularly care what anyone called it. The stars didn't judge. The island museum was small, the kind of place tourists passed on their way to better beaches, and it closed early on Thursdays. Nico had noticed this 3 visits ago. He'd also noticed the back door, the one near the loading dock, didn't latch properly if you knew where to push. It wasn't breaking in, he told himself, as he slipped through the gap just after sunset. It was research. The museum had just received a haul from a dive site 20 nautical miles offshore, artefacts still being catalogued, and the rumours on the marine archaeology forums had been wild. Hellenistic bronze, intricate beyond belief, possibly astronomical. The storeroom smelled of salt and old wood, cardboard boxes stacked in neat rows under humming fluorescent tubes. Nico moved carefully, his phone's flashlight sweeping over printed labels. Amphora shards, corroded coins, lead fishing weights, nothing extraordinary. He was about to give up when he saw it, half unwrapped on a corner shelf, a palm-sized assembly of brass, green with patina but unmistakably machined. The tag, handwritten in hasty Greek, read Antikythera peristropheas, Antikythera winda. His hands trembled as he lifted it. The weight was perfect, dense and cool. Gears nested inside gears, visible through gaps in the casing, and at the top a small crown like a watch window, smooth from ancient fingers. He'd read about the Antikythera mechanism, of course, the famous computer pulled from a shipwreck, but this was different, smaller, portable. The engravings along its edge showed moon phases, tiny shing marks, and something else. Concentric rings that might have been orbits, or might have been something stranger. Nico turned the crown. Just a quarter rotation, gentle, curious. The room lurched. It wasn't an earthquake. It was something else, a wrongness in the air like the moment before thunder. Outside the high window the harbour bells began to ring, their clamour rising and rising until it became a backward peal, each chime rewinding into the one before. Shadows on the wall swung counterclockwise. Nico staggered, gripping the shelf, and through the window he saw it. One bright point in the darkening sky, a star he knew was Vega, blinked out like a switched light. He let go of the crown. The room steadied. The bell stopped. But the star didn't return. His breath came shallow and fast. This wasn't possible. Mechanisms didn't affect reality. Gears couldn't touch heaven. Yet his phone, when he checked it, showed the time had jumped back 8 minutes, and outside the fishermen were resetting their moorings, confused shouting drifting up from the docks. He should have put it down. Should have walked away, reported the anomaly, let someone with credentials figure it out. But Nico's fingers found the crown again, almost of their own accord, and this time he turned it further. 2 full rotations clockwise forward into night. The lurch became a scream of wind. The storeroom walls blurred, fluorescent lights smearing into torchlight into moonlight, and Nico was falling, stumbling, his knees slamming into stone that wasn't tile. The air changed, cooler, salter, thick with smoke and spices he couldn't name. When he opened his eyes, gasping, he was on a rocky quay under a sky so dense with stars it looked like spilled milk. The harbour before him was wrong, wooden ships with painted eyes on their prows, men in tunics shouting in a language that sounded like Greek, but older, rougher, and behind him, up a stepped path, a building burned with warm lamplight, its doorway spilling the shadows of people bent over workbenches. Nico tried to stand. His legs felt distant, uncooperative. The window was still in his hand, hot now, almost burning. He shoved it into his pocket as footsteps approached. "You... boy?" The voice was young, female, urgent. A girl about his age emerged from the shadows, her dark hair tied back with leather cord, her hands stained with oil. She wore a simple chiton, but her eyes were sharp, calculating. "Where did you get that? Give it here. I can't..." Nico's tongue felt thick. The words came out in English, useless, but somehow she understood, or didn't need to. She grabbed his wrist, fingers strong, and dragged him toward the lit building. "If Cleon's men saw you arrive, we're both dead. Move." The workshop was chaos of bronze and diagrams. Whale oil lamps hung from beams, their smoke curling around astronomical models, gear trains half assembled on scarred tables, and scrolls pinned to every wall. An old man with a white beard looked up from a lathe, his eyes widening as the girl pulled Nico inside. "Irene, what?" "He has the winder," she said flatly. "The prototype. The one you said was lost." The old man's face went pale. He crossed the room in 3 strides, reaching for Nico's pocket. Nico stepped back, hand closing protectively over the device, and the old man froze. "Do you know what you've done?" The words were Greek, but Nico understood them now as though his brain had caught up to his ears. "Do you know what you've taken?" "I didn't take anything," Nico managed. I turned it, twice, and now I'm..." He gestured helplessly at the workshop, the night, the impossible century. "When is this?" Irene exchanged a glance with the old man. "The consulship of Gaius Marius and Lucius Valerius Flaccus," she said slowly, as though explaining to a child. "Though by your clothes and your confusion, I'd say you're asking something else entirely." 100 years before Christ," the old man murmured, his gaze never leaving the window. "More or less. And you, boy, have just cost the heavens 2 of their lights. Look." He pointed through the open doorway. Nico followed his finger to the sky and his stomach dropped. The Milky Way, that river of ancient light, had gaps. Small, dark patches, barely noticeable unless you knew where to look, but undeniable. Places where stars should be, and weren't. "Every turn," Irene said quietly, "takes hours. Forward or back, it doesn't matter, but the price is always the same. A star, sometimes 2, sometimes a dozen. We don't know why. My master built the winder to model the heavens, to predict eclipses and conjunctions for scholars. But Cleon," she spat the name, "Cleon discovered what else it could do." The old man, her master, sank onto a stool, suddenly looking centuries older than his years. "Cleon is a privateer, a pirate with education. He commissioned the winder, paid in gold, and when he understood its power, he took it. No stars means no navigation. His rivals sail blind while he raids their routes, then turns the hours forward again to restore the sky before questions are asked. But the holes remain. The city whispers about them. Holes in heaven, they say. Divine punishment. Nico's mind raced. This wasn't just time travel, it was erasure, cosmic surgery with no anaesthetic. I need to go back, he said. To my time, there has to be a way. Irene studied him with unsettling intensity. The window moves through hours, not centuries. You'd need to set it to an exact moment, a conjunction of sun, moon, and planets that matches your origin point, down to the heartbeat. Can you calculate that? Maybe. If I know my birth time and the positions... He faltered. He knew his birthday, of course, but the precise minute? His mother had told him once something about late morning, but he'd never thought it mattered. And even if he remembered, how could he translate that to this era's calendar, this longitude, this method of timekeeping? Then you have work to do, Irene's master said grimly. But first you need to understand the rules. Every turn costs a star. Chart every loss. Limit your experiments. And Cleon... He glanced toward the harbour where the larger ships rode at anchor. Cleon has the primary device, the one with the full gear train. He'll use it again soon, and when he does, the sky will thin further. Irene stepped closer to Nico, her voice dropping. Help us stop him, and I'll help you go home. My master's notebooks have the calculations you'll need. Ephemerides, eclipse cycles, methods for converting local time to sidereal intervals. But they're hidden in the observatory the one Cleon watches. If we can retrieve them and expose what he's doing, the city might turn against him. The workshop might be free. Nico wanted to refuse, to demand they focus solely on his return, but something in Irene's eyes stopped him. Desperation, yes, but also a kind of fierce hope he recognised. She believed in solutions. So did he. One rule, he said, we chart every star we lose. Every single one. I'm not erasing the sky just to get home. Irene smiled, thin and sharp. Agreed. They began that night, using a gnomon, a simple stick in the courtyard, and a clepsydra, a water clock that dripped with maddening precision. Irene taught Nico how her people measured time. No seconds, no minutes as he knew them. Just shadow lengths, water volumes, and the slow wheel of constellations overhead. The master's workshop had tables, thankfully, scratched onto wax and copper, lunar cycles calculated to the hour, eclipse predictions spanning decades, and a partial method for adjusting observations from one city to another. We need to test it, Irene said on the third night. Cleon's men patrol the docks at the second watermark. If we rewind 2 hours, we can overhear their routes and break into the observatory when they've passed. 2 hours means 2 more stars, Nico said. I know, her jaw set. But without those notebooks, you're trapped here anyway. He hated that she was right. They waited until the clepsydra marked the hour. Then Nico took the window from his pocket and turned the crown backward, slowly, counting the clicks. The workshop shuddered. Outside, the moon's shadow jerked across the courtyard stones, sliding west to east, and the water in the clock vessel rose like a film played in reverse. When it stopped, the harbour bells were chiming an earlier prayer, and 2 pinpricks of light in the Milky Way's dense heart went dark. Nico wrote them down in his notebook, the one he always carried, using modern constellation names Irene couldn't read, but that grounded him in his own century. Cygnus adjacent, faint, magnitude 6 or 7. Gone. They moved through the city like shadows. Irene knew every alley, every loose cobblestone, and Nico followed, his heart hammering as they passed merchants closing their stalls, children chasing each other with hoops, a world so alien and so familiar it made his chest ache. The observatory sat on a hill, a small domed building with bronze fittings that gleamed under the partial moon. The guards were exactly where Irene had predicted, talking in low voices about wine and women, and they didn't notice 2 teenagers slip through the side door. Inside, the observatory smelled of parchment and brass polish. Star charts covered the walls, meticulous drawings of constellations with Greek labels Nico could almost read. Irene went straight to a cabinet, her fingers finding a hidden latch, and pulled out 3 scrolls bound in cracked leather. Ephemerides, she whispered. Eclipse tables. And this, she unrolled the 3rd scroll carefully. This is his method for timekeeping across latitudes. He was trying to standardize observations, to create a universal clock. It's not perfect, but it's what we have. Nico took the scrolls with shaking hands. The numbers were dense, annotated in margins, but he recognized the patterns. Lunar months, synodic periods, the metonic cycle. These people, with water clocks and naked-eye observations, had calculated celestial mechanics that wouldn't be formalized in his time for another 2 millennia. "I need my exact birth minute," he said suddenly. "Not just the day, the minute. And I can't get that information here." Irene's face fell. "Then what?" "I'll approximate. I remember it was late morning, maybe 10 or 11. I'll use the sun's position, estimate the hour, and calculate the conjunction from there. It won't be perfect, but it might be enough." It had to be enough. Back in the workshop, Nico spread the scrolls across the largest table and began to work. He used the clepsydra to measure intervals, the gnomon to track the sun's arc, and Irene's tables to extrapolate backward through centuries. His phone was dead, no charging in 100 BCE, but his memory held fragments, his mother's voice saying just before lunch, the way the light had come through the hospital window golden, warm. He converted it to shadow lengths, then to degrees of solar elevation, then to the positions of planets that would have been visible from his latitude if he'd been born at night instead of day. The calculations took days. Irene brought him food, asked questions, corrected his arithmetic when he mixed base 60 and base 10 systems. Her master watched from his lathe, saying nothing, but Nico felt the old man's approval like warmth on his back. Finally he had it. A conjunction. Sun at a certain longitude, moon in a certain phase, Venus and Jupiter aligned in a way that occurred perhaps once in a human lifetime. He set the winder carefully, each tiny gear clicking into place. The crown turned to match the interval he'd calculated. "This is it," he said. "If I'm right, this takes me home." Irene nodded, her face unreadable. "And if you're wrong, then I'm still here and we've lost more stars." He didn't say the other possibility, that he'd be thrown sideways into some other when entirely lost forever. He took a breath, said something that might have been goodbye, and turned the crown. The workshop shutters snapped open. Wind screamed through the rafters, cold and sharp as broken glass. Nico's vision blurred, the room stretching and contracting like a lung, and he felt himself pulled forward, backward, sideways through time's thickness. Then, abruptly, nothing. The wind died. The shutters hung limp. He was still in the workshop. Irene stared at him, stricken. "Why didn't it—" "I don't know," Nico's voice cracked. He looked at the window, at the scrolls, at his own scrawled notes. The math was right. It should have worked. But outside, the sky looked wrong. He stumbled to the doorway and looked up, and his stomach turned to ice. The familiar patterns were there. Orion, the Pleiades, the Great Bear, but with holes. Small dark gaps where bright stars should anchor the figures, constellations maimed like torn tapestries. He'd done that. His failed attempt had cost them anyway. "Parallax," Irene's master said from behind him, his voice heavy. "You forgot parallax, and the calendar reform. Your people changed how they count years, didn't they? Adjusted for solar drift." Nico's mind spun. Of course, the Julian calendar hadn't been implemented yet. The leap year system would shift dates, and parallax, the way a star's position seems to change based on where you observe from. He'd used tables calculated for roads, not his island, hundreds of miles away. "I need to rebuild it," he said numbly. "The whole calculation, from scratch." Before anyone could respond, shouts erupted from the harbour. Nico ran to the window and saw them. Armed men in leather armour, torches bright, surrounding the observatory on the hill, and leading them, a tall figure in a scarlet cloak, his face shadowed but his posture radiating command. "Cleon," Irene breathed. They watched helplessly as Cleon's men smashed through the observatory door. Minutes later they emerged with the old man's colleagues, dragging them down the steps. Cleon himself stayed inside, and through the open door Nico saw a brief flash of bronze, larger than his window, mounted on a tripod with gears the size of dinner plates. "He's going to use it," Irene's master said, "the primary device, and if he turns it with that gear train, the cost will be catastrophic." Cleon emerged onto the observatory steps, holding the device high. Even from this distance, Nico could see it gleaming. Cleon turned to the harbour, to the gathered crowd of confused citizens, and began to speak. His voice carried, clear and cold. "You've seen the holes in heaven. You've whispered about divine anger. But there is no anger, only power, my power. Watch." He turned the crown once, twice, 3 times, quick, brutal rotations. The sky convulsed. Darkness spread like ink in water, and an entire section of the southern sky, the constellation Nico knew as Delphinus, the dolphin, simply emptied. A soft band of stars, not bright but familiar, essential to navigation, vanished as though they had never existed. In the harbour, sailors screamed. Ship's masters grabbed their charts, pointing at the void where guide stars should be, and panic rippled through the crowd. Cleon laughed. My fleet approaches from the south, and you cannot see to intercept them. By dawn, my ships will own this harbour. Your merchants will pay what I ask, or I will erase the heavens themselves. Irene's hands were fists. He's insane. No, her master said quietly. He's winning. Cleon's men moved through the city, seizing the workshop at dawn. They took the old man, Irene's master, dragging him toward the observatory as Cleon shouted orders. You built the first device. Now you'll improve the second. Larger gears, finer calibration. I want to control days, not hours. I want to hold time itself. Irene and Nico hid in a storage cellar beneath the workshop, breathing dust, listening to bootfalls overhead. When the soldiers finally left, they emerged to chaos. Tables overturned, scrolls scattered, tools missing. He has the winder, Nico said. Both winders. We can't get home and we can't stop him. Not with wishing, Irene said. Her voice was steady, but her eyes were red. But we can calculate. You said you needed precision. Down to heartbeats. We'll get it. How? We don't even have a water clock anymore. They took everything. Irene smiled, and it was a terrible smile. They took everything from the workshop. But Rhodes has a mint, and mints measure gold by water displacement, precise to the drop. If we can get inside, we can use their scales, their timing devices. We'll rebuild your numbers from there. It was madness. But madness was all they had left. They raided the mint at midday, when the workers left for their meal. Nico had never picked a lock, but Irene had, and her hands were steady as she worked the bronze mechanism. Inside, the mint smelled of metal and sweat, and the scales, delicate balances with tiny vessels for water, sat in neat rows. Nico worked by sunlight streaming through high windows. He used the scales to measure intervals, timing the drip of water against his own pulse, refining his estimates. Irene stood watch, and together they recreated his birthday sky, star by star, using ephemerides they'd memorized, and calculations scratched into wax tablets stolen from a scribe's shop. Hours passed. The sun moved. Nico's hands cramped from writing. His eyes ached from squinting at tiny numbers, but he didn't stop. He corrected for parallax this time, adjusted for the calendar gap, 10 days or so, best guess, and recalculated the planet positions using Irene's master's method for longitude conversion. Finally, as the sun touched the western hills, he had it. A new conjunction. Different from his first attempt, accounting for every variable he could name. If this works, and he said, I won't see you again. Irene looked at him for a long moment. Good. Go home, but remember us. They returned to the workshop after dark, slipping past Cleon's patrols. The city was tense, frightened, the sky above them noticeably thinner. Entire sections of the Milky Way looked mottled, as though diseased, and the navigation stars sailors relied on had gaps like missing teeth. But before Nico could attempt the return, Cleon struck again. The sound was like mountains breaking. The air itself seemed to crack, and through the workshop windows Nico saw the sky lurch. 6 hours, he realized with horror. Cleon had turned the device 6 full hours backward, and the cost. A swath of stars went black. Not a constellation, but a region, a chunk of the heavens the size of his outstretched hand. Where there had been light, dozens of faint points holding the sky together, now there was nothing. Emptiness. And from the observatory soldiers poured into the streets. They seized Irene before she could run, dragging her toward the hill as she fought and cursed. Nico stood frozen, the winder heavy in his pocket, useless. He had to choose. Run, try the return, hope his calculations saved him. Or stay, and likely die with everyone else when Cleon erased the sky entirely. He thought of his ceiling stickers, his star charts, his notebooks full of observations. He thought of Vega, the first star he'd ever named, and how it wasn't there anymore because of him. He walked toward the observatory. Cleon's men grabbed him at the steps, but Nico didn't resist. "I can help," he shouted in Greek that was getting smoother, more natural. "The winder. I know how to perfect it. Let me show you." They dragged him before Cleon, who sat in the observatory's centre like a king, the massive primary device on the table before him. Irene was bound in the corner, a bruise darkening her cheek, and beside her knelt her master, his hands shaking over the gear train. Cleon studied Nico with cold amusement. "Another child? What can you possibly offer me?" "Precision," Nico said. "You want to control days, but your turns are costing you navigation stars. You're erasing the very sky you need to raid by. I can calibrate the device to minimize losses. One constellation, carefully chosen, in exchange for perfect control." It was a lie, but Cleon didn't know that. Greed and curiosity warred on his face, and curiosity won. "Show me." Nico approached the table, his heart hammering. The primary device was magnificent, terrifying, bronze gears the size of his head meshing in hypnotic patterns. Irene's master had been forced to add components, linkages that would let Cleon extend his reach further, and Nico saw immediately how it could be repurposed. He met Irene's eyes. She was watching him with desperate hope, and he gave the smallest nod. "I need to align it," Nico said, "to my precise calculations. May I?" Cleon waved permission, and Nico's hands moved over the device, adjusting pointers, setting gears. He was configuring it to his birth conjunction, the one he'd recalculated in the mint, but he was also doing something else, something Irene's master would understand. The old man's eyes widened as he saw the settings. He opened his mouth, then closed it, nodding fractionally. Nico was tuning the device to erase a constellation, not just any constellation, but a specific one, a sprawling pattern that covered a vast section of sky. The ship, Argo Navies, sailors called it in his time, a massive asterism that stretched across the southern heavens. It was beautiful, yes, and old, part of human stories since before writing, but it was also redundant for navigation. The stars within it were dim, unreliable, used more for poetry than plotting. If he erased the ship, he could power his return. The energy cost would be catastrophic, enough to punch him through centuries, but it would also end Cleon's reign. The device would burn out, its gears locked, unusable. He just had to choose to destroy part of the sky forever. "It's ready," Nico said. His voice didn't shake, which surprised him. "When I turn the crown, you'll have your perfect control. One turn for the power you've dreamed of." Cleon leaned forward, greedy, and Nico's hand closed on the crown. But instead of giving it to Cleon, he looked at Irene. "Cut your bindings," he mouthed. "When I turn, run." She understood. Her fingers found the small knife hidden in her belt. Cleon's men had missed it, and she began sawing at the ropes. Nico set the lunar pointer, the 5 wandering stars. He aligned the sun, the moon, the planets to the exact configuration of his birth, adjusted for longitude, for calendar, for the parallax he'd missed before. And then he turned the crown. The constellation guttered like a kicked fire. The ship, that ancient sprawling pattern, began to die star by star, light bleeding from the sky like wounds. The mechanism chattered, gears screaming against each other as forces they were never meant to channel, surged through bronze and crystal. Wind reversed through the observatory, pulling at their clothes, their hair, and Irene cut the last rope and lunged sideways. Cleon realized too late what was happening. He reached for Nico, shouting, but the boy pushed the crown to its last tooth and felt the gear lock. The sky tore open. It wasn't metaphor. The heavens above them split, white light pouring through a crack that shouldn't exist, and Nico felt himself pulled upward, forward, sidelong through dimensions he couldn't name. He heard Irene scream his name, heard her master shouting instructions, heard Cleon's howl of rage and the brass of the window whining, the sound climbing until it shattered into silence. Then, fluorescent light, cold tile under his back, the smell of cardboard and preservatives. Nico sprawled on the storeroom floor, the window still in his hand, inert and warm. The temperature was wrong, too controlled, too clean. He blinked at the ceiling, at the modern fixtures, and slowly sat up. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Somehow it had charge. He pulled it out, hands shaking, and stared at the lock screen. Messages from his mother asking where he was, notifications from star chart apps, updates available. He opened the astronomy app with dread. The interface loaded, crisp and familiar, showing the night sky for his location. He scrolled south, toward where the ship should dominate the view, that vast scattered pattern he'd memorized as a child. It wasn't there. No Argonavis, no ship. The stars that should have formed its hull, its sails, its stern, gone. In their place, scattered dim points that formed no pattern, held no story. He checked another app, then another, then pulled up his desktop planetarium software on the storeroom computer. Every source agreed. There was no ship constellation. There had never been a ship constellation. Nico's hands went numb. He'd done it. He'd erased a piece of human sky, and the universe had simply adjusted. Memory had rewritten itself to exclude what no longer existed. He scrolled through astronomy forums on his phone, searching desperately for mentions, for proof that someone else remembered. There, a thread buried on page 8 of a discussion board. Mandela constellation. Anyone else remember a ship in the southern sky? The responses were confused, dismissive. You're thinking of puppies, someone said. Or maybe Vela. But a whole ship? No, that's not a thing. Only one poster insisted. I remember it. I have a book from the 80s that shows it, but when I look now, the star chart's different. It's like it was never there. Nico closed his eyes. He'd broken something fundamental and only fragments remained. Ghosts of memory, scraps of evidence that the universe itself was trying to edit away. He looked up at the storeroom ceiling, at the dusty tiles, and remembered his bedroom ceiling at home, the glow-in-the-dark stickers he'd placed so carefully, constellation by constellation. The ship would still be there, wouldn't it? He'd put it up himself years ago, following charts that no longer existed. His phone buzzed again. A news notification. Ancient gear train recovered from Mediterranean wreck. Same workshop as famous Antikythera device. He clicked through, his heart sinking. The photo showed bronze gears being lifted from seafloor silt, and the article quoted archaeologists saying this second device proved the workshop had built multiple astronomical computers, possibly as many as 3. The timeline folded to include his interference. His presence in 100 BCE had become part of history, evidence of his own manipulation of time proving itself. Nico stood slowly, the window still warm in his palm. He should put it back on the shelf, walk away, pretend this never happened. But something made him pocket it instead. He left through the loading dock door, still unlatched, always unlatched, and walked home through evening streets that felt subtly wrong, as though the world had shifted 3 degrees and he was the only one who noticed. His room was exactly as he'd left it. Bed unmade, star charts on the walls, his telescope aimed through the window at nothing, and above his bed the glow-in-the-dark stickers. He climbed onto his mattress and stared up at them. There, spread across the ceiling in careful declination, was the ship. Its outline still glowed faintly in the dark, a pattern he'd traced from books and apps and his own observations. But now looking at it, it felt wrong, incomplete, like a drawing of something he'd dreamed, too vague to be real. He touched one sticker, a star that should anchor the stern, and felt nothing. No connection, no memory of why he'd placed it there. Irene's face rose in his mind, her sharp eyes, her oil-stained hands. Irene, who was dust now, dead 2,000 years, who had trusted him to make the right choice. Had he? He'd stopped Cleon, probably. The device had burned out, its gears locked, useless. The privateer's reign of stolen nights would have ended. The sky would have thinned no further, but Nico had still taken something, still carved a constellation from heaven, and now billions of people in his time would never see what had once been there. Children would grow up without the ship in their star charts. Sailors would navigate by other patterns, and only Nico would carry the weight of what was lost. He took the window from his pocket and turned it over in his hands. Inert, the crown frozen, the gears locked. It couldn't be used again, probably. But sometimes, late at night when he held it, he thought he felt a faint warmth, a pulse like a heartbeat, as though somewhere deep inside the mechanism still counted hours, still measured the cost. The next day, Nico went back to the museum. He walked past the storeroom without looking, straight to the main curator's office, and asked about the recent dive finds. The curator, a tired woman in her 50s, showed him the catalogue. Amphora shards, coins, bronze fittings, and one anomalous mechanism still being studied. "We found something else too," she said, pulling out a leather-bound notebook. "Modern, which is strange, or at least modern binding around very old pages. The text is ancient Greek, Koine dialect, but the catalogue number suggests it was filed recently. No one can explain it." Nico's breath caught. He opened the notebook carefully, and there, in a hand, he recognised, cramped, precise, annotated in margins, were Irene's master's ephemerides, lunar cycles, eclipse tables, the method for converting local time to sidereal intervals, and on the final page, a note in Greek so careful it might have been carved. "To the boy who borrowed heaven, give the stars back when you can. We forgive the cost. Apostrophe, A for astronomer, or maybe for friend." Nico closed the notebook, his eyes burning. "Can I donate something to the collection?" he asked. "A small item, for study." The curator looked surprised but nodded. "Of course. What is it?" From his pocket, Nico pulled a single gear tooth. He'd broken it off the window that morning carefully using pliers and patience. It was bronze, tiny, etched with markings that might have been calibration or might have been prayers. "Part of the mechanism," he said, "from the same workshop. I think it belongs with the rest." The curator took it, peering at it with interest, and Nico felt something release in his chest. Not forgiveness exactly, but acknowledgement. He walked home slowly, counting the stars as they emerged in the twilight. Vega wasn't there. He'd known it wouldn't be, had marked its absence in his notebook on that first terrible turn. But other stars remained, thousands upon thousands, holding their patterns in the dark. And in the south, where the ship should sprawl, a thin smear of light sometimes seemed to flicker at the edge of vision. Probably imagination, probably memory playing tricks. But Nico chose to believe it was something else. A scar, a reminder, a faint trace of what had been. He kept the winder on a chain around his neck, hidden under his shirt, inert but present. Some days he forgot it was there. Other days its weight felt like an anchor, pulling him back toward that rocky quay, that workshop smelling of whale oil and bronze shavings, those nights when the sky still held all its stars. He didn't touch the crown again, not when his curiosity flared at 3 a.m, staring at astronomical forums debating the ship's non-existence. Not when he found old books in used bookstores, printed before his birth, that showed blank spaces in their star charts where the constellation should have been, but somehow, impossibly, weren't blank in his memory of seeing them years ago. The timeline kept folding, adjusting, erasing evidence of its own alteration, and Nico was the only discontinuity, the only observer who held both versions in his mind. His astronomy teacher noticed the change in him. Where before he'd been eager, hand always raised, now he was quiet, thoughtful, his observations tinged with something that looked like grief. "You okay, Nico?" she asked one afternoon after class, when he'd spent the entire period staring at a projection of the southern sky. "Yeah," he said, "just thinking about what we can't see anymore." She assumed he meant light pollution, urban sprawl, the stars lost to human progress. She nodded sympathetically and suggested he apply for a scholarship to a dark sky preserve, somewhere he could observe without interference. Nico thanked her and didn't explain that darkness wasn't the problem. The problem was absence, holes in heaven that no amount of darkness could restore. He started keeping a different kind of journal, not observations of what was there, but careful reconstructions of what wasn't. He drew the ship from memory, from those old ceiling stickers that still glowed wrong above his bed, from fragments of dreams where Irene stood beside him pointing out its component stars. He labelled each point with its Greek name, names that didn't exist in any modern catalogue but felt right in his mouth, ancient and heavy, Carinae, Puppies, Vela. The ship's pieces, scattered now across the sky as separate constellations no longer unified, except in his journal where he drew them together, restored them to their original sprawling form and wrote beside the drawing, Argo Navies, cost, 1 boy's certainty, 1 privateer's reign, 2,000 years of human memory, worth it. He never answered his own question. Months passed, summer came, and with it, a meteor shower. Nico took his telescope to the beach, far from the town's lights, and set up on the sand as darkness fell. Other amateur astronomers gathered nearby, comparing equipment, sharing thermoses of coffee, exclaiming over satellites and shooting stars. Nico aimed his telescope south toward the gap. Through the lens, individual stars resolved with painful clarity, and he could see exactly where the ship should be. The space wasn't empty. Stars still burned there, catalogued under different designations incorporated into other patterns. But the gestalt was gone, the narrative that had once connected them. As he watched, a meteor streaked across his field of view, brilliant and brief, burning up in the atmosphere in a flash of ionized gas. Then another, then a dozen, the shower intensifying, and the other observers called out in delight, tracking the trails across the sky. But Nico saw something else. At the peak of the shower, when meteors fell like rain, one bright streak seemed to pause, suspended directly in the gap where the ship's prow should have been. It hung there for a heartbeat longer than physics allowed, and in that moment Nico could have sworn he saw it. The outline of the constellation traced in meteor light, there and gone so quickly he might have imagined it. His hand went to the window beneath his shirt, still inert, still warm. "Did you see that?" a voice said beside him. Nico turned to find a girl about his age, her own telescope abandoned, staring at the same section of sky. "That last meteor, the way it just stopped?" "Yeah," Nico said carefully. "I saw it. Weird." She grinned, pushing dark hair from her eyes. "My abuela says meteors are stars that got lost trying to find their way home. Stupid, I know, but—" "It's not stupid," Nico interrupted. His throat felt tight. "Maybe they are." The girl looked at him curiously, started to say something else, but another meteor flashed overhead and she turned to watch, distracted. Nico let her go, returning to his telescope, his heart hammering, stars trying to find their way home. He thought about Irene, about her master's workshop, about the notebook that had somehow survived centuries, and his own interference to end up in a museum catalogue. He thought about the gear tooth he'd donated, now presumably being studied by researchers who would publish papers about metallurgy and astronomical calculations, adding more evidence to a timeline that included his presence without acknowledging the paradox. And he thought about the note. Give the stars back when you can. Could he? The window was locked, its gears frozen. He'd poured all its remaining power into his return, burning out the mechanism in the process. But mechanisms could be repaired. Gears could be replaced. If he took it to someone with the right tools, the right knowledge, if he studied the recovered workshop device in the museum, learned its secrets, reverse-engineered its function. No. He stopped the thought before it could take root. That way led to obsession, to the same hunger for control that had driven Cleon. The window needed to stay broken. The past needed to stay past. Some costs couldn't be unmade, shouldn't be unmade, because the attempt would only compound the damage. But he could remember. He could bear witness. Nico spent the rest of the shower sketching. Not observations, but memory. He drew the key in moonlight, the workshop with its whale oil lamps, Irene's face as she'd cut her bindings and run. He drew the sky the way it had been in 100 BCE, still whole, still navigable, constellations intact even as holes spread through the Milky Way. He drew the moment the ship had died, stars guttering one by one, and his own hand on the crown, choosing erasure over surrender. When dawn came and the other observers packed up their equipment, Nico remained on the beach, his journal open to the last page. He wrote a date, not his current date, but the date in 100 BCE when he'd made his choice, calculated using the calendar system he'd learned from Irene's master. And beside it, Argo Navis, lost, remembered. He signed it with 2 sets of initials, his own, and below them, smaller, IRR for Irene of Rhodes, who had trusted him, who had probably died believing he'd abandoned them, that his promised calculations had been lies, that he'd escaped and left them to Cleon's mercy. He'd never know what happened after he'd been torn back to his own time, whether the device's destruction had freed the workshop, whether the city had turned against Cleon, horrified by the wounded sky, whether Irene had survived. 2,000 years was too far to reach. Even with a working window, even with perfect calculations, he couldn't go back without causing more damage, creating more paradoxes. The timeline was already strained, folded around his interference like scar tissue. Another intervention might tear it completely. So he did the only thing he could. He remembered. He kept the journal, added to it, filled pages with star charts that showed both versions of the sky, the one that was, the one that had been. He wore the window but never turned its crown, and on clear nights he went outside, aimed his telescope south, and named the absent stars aloud in Greek. Kanopos, he whispered to the darkness, the name of the ship's brightest point, a star that now belonged to a different pattern entirely. Naos, Therese, Suhail Hadar, ancient names given by ancient watchers, still true even if the constellation they'd formed was gone. Sometimes, when the night was especially clear and his vision especially sharp, he thought he saw threads of connection, faint lines of light linking the scattered points, too dim for anyone else to notice, there only in his peripheral vision. The ship still sailing, invisible now but present, a ghost constellation, haunting the sky. He told himself it was optical illusion. Pattern recognition, the human brain's desperate need to find meaning in random points. But he chose to believe otherwise. He chose to believe that erasing a constellation didn't truly destroy it, only hid it, pushed it into a wavelength human eyes couldn't detect without help. And maybe, someday, someone with better tools, clearer vision would see it again. Would wonder why that particular region of sky felt different, why their instruments picked up faint resonances, why ancient cultures across the world had stories about a great ship in the heavens that modern catalogues couldn't confirm. They'd dig deeper, find inconsistencies, discover Nico's journal in an archive somewhere, and they'd ask the right questions. Or maybe not. Maybe the ship would stay lost, a sacrifice made to stop a worse erasure, and Nico would carry its memory alone until he too became dust and the knowledge died with him. Either way, he'd made his choice. He'd turned the crown, paid the cost, and come home to a universe slightly smaller than the one he'd left. He could live with that. He had to live with that. The girl from the meteor shower appeared beside his telescope again as the sun broke the horizon, turning the ocean gold. "You're still here," she said, surprised. "Yeah," Nico rubbed his eyes, suddenly exhausted. "Just saying goodbye to some old friends." "The stars?" She looked at the fading points, barely visible now in dawn's light. "Something like that." She was quiet for a moment, then said, "My name's Elena. I'm here all summer, doing an internship at the observatory. You should come by sometime. We've got better telescopes than this." She nudged his equipment affectionately. Nico almost said no, almost explained that observatories held too many memories, that domed buildings and brass instruments made his chest tight with something he couldn't name. But Elena's smile was genuine, curious, and he thought about Irene, about how she'd chosen to act even when action seemed futile, how she'd trusted a strange boy with an impossible device because doing nothing would have been worse. "Okay," he said. "Yeah, I'd like that." Elena grinned and left, and Nico packed his telescope slowly, carefully, the way Irene's master had taught him to handle delicate instruments. He slung his journal into his bag, felt the winter's weight against his chest, and headed home through streets that were just beginning to wake. Above him, invisible in daylight but still there, still watching, the stars continued their ancient dance. Most of them anyway, the ones that remained, and in the gaps, in the places where stars should be and weren't, Nico imagined he could hear a faint sound, like gears clicking, like a mechanism counting hours even in its silence, like a promise that some things, once lost, might someday be found again. He didn't know if that was true. He suspected it wasn't. But he chose to hope anyway, because hope cost nothing, and absence cost everything, and somewhere between the two was the space where humans lived, counting the lights that remained and remembering the ones that didn't. The ship sailed on in his memory, in his journals, in the wrong-looking stickers on his ceiling. And that, Nico decided as he climbed the steps to his apartment, would have to be enough. For now. For always. He went inside, closed the door, and began to prepare for the observatory visit. New observations, new data. The work of astronomy continued, stars or no stars, patterns or no patterns. And Nico, who had touched time itself and paid the price, would continue too. One calculation at a time, one remembered constellation at a time, bearing witness to the sky that was and the sky that had been and the thin, almost invisible difference between them. Outside his window the sun climbed higher, and far to the south, in a region of sky that no longer held a ship, something flickered. Barely. Maybe just imagination. Probably nothing at all. But Nico, looking out from his room with tired eyes and a warm brass mechanism resting over his heart, chose to see it, chose to believe, chose to remember. and in the darkness behind his closed eyelids, where memory and dream merged into something more real than either, the ship still sailed, whole and bright, through waters of stars that had never stopped existing. Not really, not where it mattered. He slept and dreamed of heaven. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The bathroom mirror had been lying to Tari for 3 days before they noticed. Not lying exactly, more like forgetting. Their reflection was there in the morning light, face soap-smudged and half awake, but something about the edges had gone soft, like someone had breathed on glass and left the fog to linger. Tari leaned closer, studying the line of their jaw, the small scar above their left eyebrow from the bike crash 2 summers back. Everything present, everything correct, but dimmed somehow, as if the mirror had to work harder to remember what it was supposed to show. They lifted their phone and switched to the front camera. The preview stuttered, pixels rearranging themselves into something that might be a face or might be a suggestion of one. Tari frowned and the reflection frowned back, delayed by a half second. They closed the app and told themselves it was the lens. Dust on the sensor, the cheap screen protector they'd been meaning to replace since October. Told themselves and nearly believed it. In the kitchen, their mother stood at the counter pouring coffee, morning light slanting through the window above the sink. Tari grabbed a mug and watched steam curl upward in lazy spirals. Their mother glanced over and smiled, and Tari felt the ordinary weight of being seen, being known, the casual miracle of recognition that happens 1,000 times a day without anyone noticing. She asked about homework, and Tari lied about finishing the geometry assignment, and everything was normal and solid and real, until their mother's phone rang and she answered with the video on. Tari glimpsed themselves in the reversed camera feed over her shoulder, and their face was a pale smear. Features blurred like a photograph left too long in water. Their mother didn't seem to notice. She talked to whoever was calling about shift schedules and overtime and whether Tuesday worked better than Wednesday, and Tari stood very still holding their coffee and watching their own ghost self flicker in the small rectangle of glass. When the call ended, their mother turned back and everything in her expression was ordinary, warm, unchanged. She saw them. She knew them. The camera did not. At school, Tari sat in the back of geometry class and drew angles on graph paper, while Mr. Okonkwo explained the properties of similar triangles. The pencil moved in clean straight lines, each stroke precise, each intersection calculated. Tari had always liked geometry for its honesty. A right angle was a right angle. A line extended infinitely in both directions, or it wasn't a line at all. There were rules, and the rules held, and you could trust them to remain true whether anyone was watching or not. Outside the window, the sun climbed toward its apex, shadows contracting beneath the flagpole and the bike rack, and the ancient oak that had been there longer than the school building itself. At noon, the shadows would be shortest. At noon, you could measure the world by what it refused to illuminate. After school, Tari went to the museum, the small stuffy one downtown that nobody visited except on field trips and rainy Sundays when parents ran out of other ideas. They had been coming alone for 2 years, ever since they realised the 3rd floor had a collection of ancient fragments that no one curated or catalogued properly. Stone pieces from places with names that sounded like poetry, obsidian blades, clay tablets pressed with wedge-shaped marks, a basalt shard the size of Tari's palm, rough on one side and smooth on the other, labelled only with a peeling sticker that said Axum, with a question mark, as if even the museum wasn't sure. Tari had sketched the shard a dozen times, trying to capture the way light caught in its grain, the sense that the stone remembered something older than memory itself. Today they sat on the bench across from the display case and opened their sketchbook to a fresh page. The pencil touched paper and began to trace the shard's outline, the irregular curve of its broken edge, the shallow depression near the centre that might have been a carving or might have been erosion. The drawing took shape, became solid, became real. Tari added shading, careful cross-hatching to suggest depth and weight. They drew the shadow the shard would cast if light hit it from the west, from the north, from directly above at noon when shadows contract to almost nothing, and the shadow moved. Not in the case, on the paper. The pencil-drawn shadow stretched and twisted like something alive, like something that had been waiting for recognition and finally received it. Tari's hand froze. The shadow kept moving, spiralling outward from the drawn shard, bleeding beyond the page's edge onto the bench, onto the floor, climbing the wall behind the case like smoke moving backward through time. The museum air went thick and heavy, taste of incense and distant drums, and Tari tried to stand but their legs wouldn't answer. The shadow reached the case and the glass dish. It touched Tari's palm and the world folded. Sound first. Drums in a rhythm Tari's body knew before their mind caught up. Then smell, sharp and green and ancient, incense smoke and fired clay and animals and people and life packed tight into spaces too small to hold it. Then light, white gold and relentless, the kind of sunlight that carved everything it touched into stark relief. Tari opened their eyes and saw stone towers rising against blue sky. Not towers exactly, but monuments. Pillars carved with rows of false windows and false doors. Surfaces covered in script that Tari couldn't read, but somehow recognised as language, as meaning, as the recorded breath of people who believed words could outlast flesh. Someone grabbed their arm and pulled hard. Tari stumbled into an alley between mud brick buildings, their back hitting a wall, and found themselves facing a girl their own age with short dark hair and dust on her cheeks and eyes that looked like they'd seen too much too young. The girl pressed a finger to her lips and pointed back toward the street, where two men in wrapped cloth and leather walked past, spears in hand, heads turning slowly as if searching for something specific. "Shadowless," the girl whispered when the men moved on. "They were checking if you cast one, sorcery laws. You'd be bound for the tombs before sunset." She studied Tari with frank curiosity, taking in their jeans and hoodie and the sketchbook still clutched against their chest. "You're not from the caravans? Not from Medulis or the Highlands? Where?" Tari opened their mouth and no answer came because there was no answer that made sense. The girl waited, patient in the way of people who are used to strangers bringing strange problems. Finally Tari said, "I don't know how I got here." "Here is Axum," the girl said, as if that explained everything. "The Stealer Field." "Heart of the Empire. You came through the Shard?" It wasn't really a question. She tilted her head toward the monument visible beyond the alley mouth, tallest of the carved towers, its stone face catching noonlight. "The Great Stealer. Fell in my grandfather's time. They say pieces scattered to the edges of the world. I'm Selam. Tari." Selam smiled, quick and bright. "Come on, I'll show you the law before you break it." They walked through streets that smelled like roasting grain and coal smoke and human sweat rendered down into the essence of living all pressed together. Men sat in doorways hammering gold into thin sheets. Women carried baskets balanced on their heads with a kind of grace that comes from doing a thing so often it becomes unconscious as breathing. Children ran past, chasing a leather ball, their laughter high and clear. Selam led Tari through markets where merchants called prices in languages Tari didn't know, past a building where the sound of chanting drifted through smoke-stained windows, around a corner where the street opened onto a plaza paved with fitted stones and dominated by the monuments, the stelae rising like prayers made solid. "Each one belongs to a king," Selam said. She pointed to the nearest, a pillar perhaps 30 feet tall, carved with 13 tiers of false windows. "That's Usaina's. Ruled 60 years, built the Adulis Road, died in his sleep. The tall one there is Izana, still living, old now but sharp. The fallen pieces are unnamed kings from before memory." She turned to face Tari, expression serious. "At true noon, when the sun stands highest and shadows are smallest, if you stand completely inside a stealer's shadow, you can ask that king one question. The answer comes in shade and light, moving pictures, words written in dark air. But each question costs a day. A day of what? Your reflection, your image in water, in polished metal, in anything that shows you back to yourself. Ask once, lose one day. That day your reflection won't appear anywhere. Ask 5 times, 5 days gone. Ask often enough, and you fade from sight entirely, invisible to every surface that remembers faces." Selam watched Tari carefully. People have vanished that way, spent themselves asking and asking until the world forgot how to see them. Tari thought about the bathroom mirror, the phone camera, their mother's video call, thought about the basalt shard and the shadow that moved on paper. They opened their sketchbook and showed Selam the drawing, the shadow still visible there in pencil strokes, and Selam sucked air through her teeth. "You asked something already?" Without knowing. She looked up at the fallen monument, its broken sections scattered across the plaza's northern edge. What did you want to know? Tari thought back to the museum, the moment before the shadow moved. They had been drawing the shard, thinking about its origin, wondering where it came from and how it ended up in a glass case thousands of miles and thousands of years from home, wanting to understand its story. I wanted to know where the shard came from. Selim looked at the drawing again, at the shadow spiralling outward from the sketched stone. Then you have your answer. Cut from the fallen Great One. That's what the shadow's telling you. The shard in your hand is a piece of the greatest monument Axum ever raised. The one that stood taller than memory until it fell and broke and scattered. She folded her arms. And now you're here, and now you're one day dimmer in every mirror that tries to hold you. They stood in the plaza as the sun climbed toward its peak, and Tari felt the geometry of it, the angle of light and the length of shadow, and the precise instant when the two would meet in perfect opposition. Around them people moved with purpose, some walking quickly past the stele without looking, others stopping to lay small offerings at the bases, herbs bundled in cloth, coins pressed into cracks. A woman in robes heavy with embroidery stood near the great stela's shadow, watching the sun's position with eyes that missed nothing. "The Shadow Keeper," Selam whispered. "She controls who gets to stand in the great stela's shadow at noon. Says she's protecting the sacred law, but really she's hoarding questions, storing reflection days in oil basins and using them to buy influence, tilt judgments, erase crimes for the powerful." Selim's jaw tightened. "My mentor, the stoneworker who taught me carving an inscription, he's accused of stealing copper from the mint. He didn't. But the keeper has lined up witnesses and paid them in borrowed reflection days, and his trial is in 3 days. If I could ask at the Great Stella, ask Azana to show the truth, I could clear him. But she won't let me near." Tari looked at the Shadow Keeper, at the way she stood like she owned the shadows themselves, and felt a familiar anger kindle in their chest. The anger they felt when geometry proofs were marked wrong even though the logic was sound, when rules were enforced inconsistently, when people who should know better chose comfort over truth. They turned to Selam. "Teach me how the questions work." "All of it. I want to understand the system." Selam's expression shifted from surprise to something harder, something determined. "You'll lose more days." "I know. Once you're down to your last few, it gets harder to come back. The world starts forgetting you while you're still in it." "I know," Tari said again, and meant it. So Selam taught them. They spent the afternoon mapping shadows across the plaza, Tari sketching lines and angles while Selim explained which stele answered which kinds of questions, how the Shadow Keeper tracked who asked what in her ledgers, how reflection days could be transferred through ritual if both parties agreed. At sunset they climbed to a rooftop where apprentices gathered to watch the light fail over the carved monuments, and Selam showed Tari how to read the Ge'ez script that covered the stellar faces, not all of it, but enough to recognise names and dates, and the phrases that marked boundaries between one king's reign and another. That night Tari dreamed of home, their mother calling them for dinner, the sound echoing through a house that felt too large and too empty. They tried to answer, but their voice made no sound, and when they passed a mirror in the hallway, their reflection was gone entirely, just blank glass reflecting the wall behind them. They woke to drums and daylight and Selam shaking their shoulder. "There's a lesser stealer, King Caleb's, on the plaza's east side. He was fair, they say, answered questions honestly even when the truth hurt. If you want to know where the keeper hides her ledger, that's who to ask." At noon they stood in Caleb's shadow, Tari's whole body enclosed in the narrow dark stripe the monument cast, and asked in a clear voice where the Shadow Keeper kept her records. The shadow rippled, images formed in the darkness, moving pictures traced in gradients of black and grey. A building with a green door, a staircase descending, a chamber lined with wide shallow basins filled with oil, and on the oil's surface faces floated, dozens of them, hundreds, reflections captured and stored like currency. In the centre of the chamber a ledger bound in leather, its pages covered in meticulous script. The vision faded. Tari stepped out of the shadow and the world felt subtly different, as if a layer of glass had been placed between them and everything else. Selam gripped their arm to steady them. Did it answer? It answered. That evening Tari tried to video call their mother and watched in the preview window as their face failed to appear. Their mother answered and looked confused, the screen showing only the wall behind Tari, and after a long awkward pause, Tari said the connection was bad and hung up. They sat on the sleeping mat Selam had found for them in the stoneworkers' quarters and opened their sketchbook, but when they tried to draw their own hand holding the pencil, they couldn't remember the exact shape of their fingers. The days blurred. They asked smaller questions at smaller stelae, spending reflection days to learn guard rotations, safe passages through the city, which merchants would trade information for sketches. Tari mapped the Shadowkeeper's schedule with geometric precision, tracking her movements like plotting points on a graph, looking for patterns and gaps. Selam introduced them to apprentices and craftspeople who whispered about the Keeper's abuses, reflection days stolen from debtors and criminals, and anyone too poor to resist. Slowly a picture formed, clear and damning, but words without proof were just noise. They found the building with the green door on the 4th day, waited until the Keeper left for evening prayers, then descended the staircase with Selam carrying a shuttered oil lamp. The chamber was exactly as the shadow had shown, basins arranged in concentric circles, oil surfaces catching lamplight and throwing it back distorted. Tari knelt beside the nearest basin and saw faces floating there, some sharp and clear, some faded almost to nothing. People reduced to images, to stored days of visibility to currency. The ledger sat on a stone pedestal at the room's heart, and when Tari opened it, they found pages and pages of names and dates and questions asked. A complete accounting of who had spent what to learn which secrets. Selam photographed pages with a thin sheet of hammered copper, pressing it against the ink to transfer impressions, working quickly and quietly. They were halfway through when footsteps sounded on the staircase. Tari shoved the ledger back into place and grabbed Selam's hand, and they ran, lamp extinguished, through a side passage that Selam swore led to the market district. Behind them, voices shouted and torches flared. They emerged gasping into an alley thick with incense smoke from the temple complex, and Selam pulled them into a doorway where they stood pressed together, breathing hard while guards ran past. "She'll know it was us," Selam whispered. "Let her know." But the Keeper was faster and crueler than they'd anticipated. The next morning she came to the stoneworkers' quarters with guards and a wooden box, and inside the box were copper sheets covered in mirror-bright polish, and she made Selam look into them. Selam's reflection was there but faint, noticeably dimmer than it should have been, and the Keeper smiled without warmth. "Stolen days. Someone has been asking questions with your reflection as collateral. Very illegal, very serious." She closed the box with a sharp click. "Your trial is tomorrow at noon, in the great Stealer's shadow, where truth is absolute and lies burn away like morning fog." After she left, Selam sat on the floor with their head in their hands. "She's framing me for the very thing she does. And she'll ask the question herself, ask Azana to judge me, and the answer will be whatever she's paid for it to be." Tari paced the small room, mind racing through angles and possibilities. The great Stella's shadow at noon. One question, one king, one answer. But the law said standing in a Stella's shadow, not whose shadow, not which direction. They stopped pacing and turned to Selam. "How wide is the plaza? Give me measurements. And how tall are the surrounding monuments?" Selam looked up, confused, then understanding dawned. "You want to braid the shadows?" If multiple stelae cast shadows that overlap at the plaza's centre, if their edges align at the exact instant of true noon, what happens? "I don't know. It's never been done. The Keeper controls positioning, makes sure people stand in one shadow only." Selam stood, energy returning. "But the law doesn't forbid it. The law is older than the Keeper's rules. If the King's shadows join, maybe their authority joins too. Maybe you get an answer no single Keeper can manipulate." They worked through the night, Tari sketching geometric projections by lamplight, calculating sun angles and monument heights, and the precise positions where shadows would intersect. Selam gathered allies, apprentices and merchants who had lost reflection days to the Keeper's schemes, people willing to stand in the plaza with polished shields and copper mirrors and swing them to redirect light, to bend shadows, to force geometry into new configurations. It was risky, and probably impossible, and depended on timing so precise that even a breath of wind could ruin it. But it was the only chance they had. Tari checked their phone that night, the habit too deep to break even here. No signal, obviously, but the camera still worked, and when they turned it on themselves, the screen showed nothing. Not even a blur, just the room behind where their face should be. They had one day of reflection left. maybe 2. After that, they would be invisible to every surface, unseen by every mirror, unremembered by cameras and water and polished bronze. The thought should have terrified them, but instead it felt almost peaceful, like the moment before stepping into a shadow to ask a question, when you know the cost and choose to pay it anyway. Morning came with the sound of drums calling the city to witness. People gathered in the plaza, more than Tari had seen before, word having spread that something unprecedented was about to happen. The Shadow Keeper stood beside the great stealer's shadow, Selam bound and kneeling at her feet, face set in stubborn defiance. Guards ringed the plaza's perimeter. The sun climbed and the shadow shortened, and Tari's allies took their positions around the edges of the space, shields and mirrors hidden under cloaks and robes. The Keeper raised her voice. At true noon I will ask the question of judgment, and King Azana will answer, and this one's guilt will be proven. She looked directly at Tari, who stood at the plaza's far edge. Unless someone wishes to challenge the sacred law, Tari stepped forward. I want to ask a question. You have no days left to spend. I have one, and I'll spend it here now, in the shadow of all the kings at once. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. The Keeper's expression hardened. That's not how the law works. The law says stand in a stealer's shadow at true noon and ask one king a question. It doesn't say the shadows can't overlap. It doesn't say which king, just one. Tari looked up at the sun, so close to its apex they could feel it in their bones. And if all their shadows join, then all their authority joins, and no Keeper can own the answer. The Keeper moved to block Tari, but Selam surged up despite the bonds, throwing herself at the guards, creating chaos and distraction. In the confusion, Tari ran to the plaza's centre, the spot they had calculated, and shouted to their allies. Shields swung into position, mirrors caught sunlight and bent it. Shadows from a dozen monuments stretched and twisted across the paving stones, pulled by reflected light into impossible configurations, and at the exact instant of true noon they met, edges aligning like petals of a dark flower, forming a composite shadow that belonged to no single king and all of them at once. Tari stood in the braided darkness and asked the question they had been shaping for days. Who owns the reflection days you took? The shadow erupted. Not one vision, but many, layered and overlapping, a cascade of images showing the Keeper's vault, the stolen faces, the names in the ledger, every transaction recorded and witnessed and proven. And then the visions reversed, moving backward through time, showing the days returning to their owners, faces reappearing in the plaza's many polished surfaces. People gasped as they saw themselves again in the shields and mirrors, saw their reflections grow clear and solid, days stolen now restored. The Keeper lunged forward, screaming, trying to break the shadow's alignment, but Tari held the centre position. The visions kept flowing, unstoppable now, truth spoken in language older than lies. And Tari felt their last reflection day drain away, felt themselves disappear from every surface, from water and glass and bronze and human memory. The price paid in full, the answer completed. The braided shadow collapsed. Sunlight flooded the plaza. Selam stood free, bonds cut by sympathetic guards, and the Keeper knelt in the centre of a circle of people who had just watched their own reflections return, and her crimes laid bare in moving darkness. Someone was calling for the city council, someone else for the king's guard. Tari watched it all from the edge of the plaza, present but unseen, invisible to the mirrors people held and to the polished walls of the monuments themselves. Selam found them somehow, her hand closing on Tari's arm like she could locate them by sheer force of will. "You did it. You're insane, but you did it. I can't stay," Tari said. The basalt shard in their pocket had started warming again, the same feeling as in the museum, time folding back on itself. "It's pulling me home. Will you come back?" Tari wanted to say yes, but honesty was its own geometry, its own law. "I don't think I can. Not without days to spend, and I'm out." Selam pulled them into a tight embrace. "Then take this." She pressed something into Tari's palm, a small stone carved with Gaia's letters. "My name, so you remember." The world folded. Tari opened their eyes in the museum, sitting on the bench, sketchbook in lap, basalt shard cold in one hand, and Selam's carved name in the other. The display case was closed, the glass intact, the label still reading Axum, with its uncertain question mark. Outside the windows the sun angled toward afternoon, shadows lengthening across the parking lot. Tari stood carefully, legs shaky, and walked to the restroom down the hall. The mirror showed the room behind them. The door, the stalls, the paper towel dispenser. No face, no body, just absence where they should be. Tari lifted their hand and saw nothing, but felt fingers solid and real, touched their face and felt skin and bone and warmth. They existed, they just couldn't be seen. At home their mother looked past them when they entered, looked through them, and Tari's chest went tight with grief they hadn't prepared for. But then their mother said, "Tari? That you?" I heard the door, and Tari realised being seen and being known were different things, that love didn't require mirrors, that some recognitions went deeper than surface reflection. "Yeah, Mum, it's me." She smiled toward the sound of their voice. "Good day." Strange day. In their room, Tari opened the sketchbook and found new marks they hadn't made, Gear's script running down the margins in the same tidy hand that had carved Selam's name into stone. They couldn't read all of it, but enough to understand the sense, a message across time, across the gap between visible and invisible, saying she remembered, saying she saw. Days passed into weeks. Tari learned to navigate a world that couldn't see them, learned which teachers called roll by voice and which by sight, learned how to exist in the narrow space between presence and absence. They kept sketching, kept drawing shadows and angles and the geometric truth of things, and sometimes when sunlight hit their room at exactly noon, they caught a glimpse of themselves in the bathroom mirror. Just an outline, just a breath, there and gone, being seen when others were seen. The price paid and the gift received. They stopped taking selfies, stopped checking their reflection, started watching other people instead, the way light caught their faces, the shadows they cast, the small geometries of human presence, started writing down what they saw, recording it in careful script like the inscriptions on monuments that remembered kings. And when people talked about feeling invisible, feeling unseen, Tari understood in ways they hadn't before, understood that being visible and being witnessed were different things entirely, that some people walk through the world as ghosts not because they lacked reflection, but because no one chose to look. At night they dreamed of Axum, of carved monuments and noon shadows and a plaza where truth was spoken in darkness, dreamed of Salem working stone, hands steady, eyes bright, dreamed of standing in braided shadows and asking questions that cost everything and answered truly anyway. And in the dreams they had a face, clear and solid, but when they woke that face belonged only to the dark and to the memory of people who chose to see. The basalt shard sat on their desk, cold and inert. Just a rock, just a fragment of something greater that fell and broke and scattered across time. Tari picked it up sometimes and held it, feeling the weight of it, the truth of it, the way it existed in the world taking up space whether anyone saw it or not. And they thought about the question they had asked, the one that cost their last visible day. Who owns the reflection days you took? The answer had been simple and complete. They belonged to the ones who asked, always had, always would. You couldn't steal what someone gave freely, and every question was a choice, every answer earned. Tari set the shard down and opened their sketchbook to a fresh page. The pencil moved in clean straight lines, angles precise, intersections calculated. They drew the plaza from memory, the monuments rising against blue sky, shadows meeting at true noon. Drew Selam standing at the centre, face turned toward light, one hand raised in greeting or farewell or both. The drawing took shape, became solid, became real, and for just an instant the shadow moved again, reaching across the page like recognition, like the touch of someone who remembered your face even when mirrors forgot. Outside the window the sun climbed toward its apex, shadows contracting to nothing, and Tari sat in their small room in their small house in their small life and felt the vast geometry of time stretching backward and forward and sideways through probability, felt the weight of choices made and prices paid, felt the truth that some things cost everything and are worth it anyway. The pencil kept moving, the shadows kept forming, and in the space between visible and invisible, between surface and depth, between the face that appears in mirrors and the self that exists regardless, Tari drew and drew and drew, and the next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. You're 16 when you find the disc, which means you're old enough to know better, but young enough not to care. The thrift shop smells like dust and someone's dead grandmother's perfume, the kind that comes in cut glass bottles shaped like teardrops. You're not looking for anything in particular, just killing time before your shift at the coffee shop, fingers trailing over chipped ceramics and vinyl records warped from years in someone's attic. That's when you see it, tucked between a broken Polaroid camera and a stack of National Geographics from 1987. Black, smooth, cold even through the air. An obsidian disc the size of your palm, its surface so perfectly polished it doesn't reflect light so much as swallow it whole. The price tag says $3. You pay $4 and don't ask for change. That night you're brushing your teeth when you notice it. The bathroom mirror, the one with the crack in the upper left corner from when your little brother threw an action figure during a tantrum 3 years ago, is showing something it shouldn't. Outside your window, it's 11:47 p.m. The street is dark. The neighbour's porch light casts its usual yellow glow across wet pavement because it rained earlier and everything still smells like earthworms and asphalt. But in the mirror, behind your reflection, dawn is breaking. Not the pale suggestion of pre-sunrise, not the grey that comes before blue. Full, blazing, impossible sunrise. Orange and gold and pink like a wound opening across the sky. You turn around. The window behind you is black. You turn back. The mirror is on fire with the morning. Your toothbrush is still in your mouth. Foam drips onto your shirt. You don't notice. You're already reaching for the obsidian disc where you left it on the counter next to the soap dispenser, and when your fingers close around it, the cold bites deep enough to ache. You hold it up. The surface is dark, flawless, a pool of frozen midnight. You breathe on it the way you used to breathe on car windows as a kid, writing your name in the fog. Condensation blooms across the black glass. "What are you?" you whisper, and you're not sure if you're asking the disc or the mirror or the sunrise that shouldn't exist. The reflection answers. Not your reflection. The one in the bathroom mirror. It turns its head, looks you dead in the eye, and speaks in a voice that sounds like wind through a canyon you've never visited. "Payment first," it says. Then a week of your life disappears. Not dramatically, not all at once. Just gone, the way a file deletes when you're not paying attention. You blink and it's 7 days later. Same bathroom, same toothpaste, same crack in the glass. But your phone says it's next Tuesday and there are texts you don't remember sending. Your shift manager left a voicemail asking why you no-showed 3 times. There's a half-eaten sandwich in your backpack that's gone fuzzy with mould, and you have no memory of any of it. Not a flicker, not a dream, just a blank space where a week used to be, a hole in your head that aches when you press against it. The mirror is no longer showing sunrise. It's showing you, pale and shaking, one hand pressed to the glass like you're trying to hold yourself upright. And behind you, slowly filling the frame, is a vision so clear it punches the air from your lungs. A long, straight avenue paved in stone. Pyramids rising on either side, stepped and painted. Their surfaces alive with red and ochre and white. Smoke curling from braziers. The sky just beginning to pale. The Avenue of the Dead, you think, though you've never been to Teotihuacan, never even looked it up beyond a paragraph in a history textbook, but you know it the way you know your own name, the way you suddenly know that if you touch the mirror right now, it will let you in. You shouldn't. Obviously, you just lost a week. Your manager is going to fire you. Your parents think you've been sick, apparently, because there's a thermometer on your nightstand and a note in your mum's handwriting that says, "Feel better, we'll talk later." This is the part where you step back, put the disc in a drawer, maybe call someone, maybe smash the thing with a hammer and pretend this never happened. Instead, you press your palm to the glass. The bathroom folds, not violently, just thoroughly, the way paper folds when you're very careful and the crease is perfect. The mirror's surface gives like water, like a membrane, and you're pulled through into cold air that smells like copal incense and wet stone and the particular smell of a city waking before dawn. Your feet hit solid ground, real ground, and the bathroom is gone. The mirror is gone. You're standing on an ancient avenue in a city that's been dead for over a millennium, and the sun hasn't risen yet, but it's coming. You can feel it building in the air like pressure before a storm. Someone grabs your arm and yanks you sideways just as a crowd surges past. Dozens of people running, their faces painted, their eyes wide with something between ecstasy and terror. You stumble, nearly fall, and the person holding you steadies you with a hiss of breath. Are you trying to get trampled? They snap in a language you shouldn't understand but do. The words arriving in your brain, pre-translated, seamless and strange. You turn. The person is maybe your age, maybe a year older, with dark eyes and calloused hands and a smudge of stone dust across one cheek. They're wearing a simple tunic, undyed, and carrying a bundle wrapped in cloth. "Thank you," you manage, and your voice sounds wrong, too thin, too modern. You're not from here. It's not a question. They're staring at you, taking in your hoodie, your jeans, the sneakers that have no business existing in 300 CE. Where did you come from? You open your mouth, close it. Look down at your hand and realize you're still holding the obsidian disc. It's warm now, almost hot, pulsing faintly like it has a heartbeat. "I don't know," you say, which is true enough. "I was in my bathroom. I touched a mirror. And then I was here." The person's eyes go wide, then narrow. Then they grab your wrist again, tighter this time, and start walking, pulling you with them. "You bargained," they say flatly. "You asked a reflection a question, didn't you?" Yes. I asked what it was. And you paid." A week. It took a week. They stop walking, turn to face you fully. The sky is paling now, true dawn creeping closer, and in the growing light you can see their expression clearly. It's not surprise, it's resignation. "Only a week," they say quietly. "Then you got off light. Come with me. If the mirror keeper finds you wandering alone, you'll owe years before breakfast." Their name is Etley. You learn as you follow them through the waking city, and they're an apprentice in an obsidian workshop near the base of the Pyramid of the Sun. They work with their hands, grinding and polishing volcanic glass into mirrors, blades, ornaments. They've been doing it since they were 12, and their fingers are scarred from 100 small cuts that come with the trade. They speak quickly, efficiently, as if words cost something and they're trying to conserve, and they keep glancing at the disc in your hand like it might bite. "Reflections bargain," Etley explains as you walk. "Polished surfaces, mirrors, obsidian, still water. They show you things, answer questions, open doors, but they charge for it. Time, your time, years, months, days, whatever they decide the answer is worth." "That's insane," you say. "That's the rule." They duck under a low archway and you follow into a narrow alley where the walls are painted with murals of jaguars and serpents and figures with eyes that seem to track your movement. You're lucky it was only a week. Some people ask the wrong question and lose decades. Wake up old. Or worse, they pledge someone else's time. A child's, a spouse's. The priesthood does it all the time, bargaining years they've already stolen, years they keep stored in basins under the plazas like water. You stop walking. Stored? You can store time. Etley looks at you like you're particularly slow. Where do you think the city's power comes from? Every mirror, every reflection, every bargain made feeds the system. The mirror keeper controls it all, sells answers in pieces so you have to keep coming back, keeps people indebted, keeps the city running. You don't have a word for what that is. Horrifying, maybe, or brilliant in a deeply evil way. So this disc, it brought me here because I asked it a question. But it can take me back. Probably, if you pay for the answer. Etley starts walking again, and you jog to catch up. The disc will open a door home if it hears the true name of this dawn, the specific dawn you arrived in. Every sunrise has a name, a real one, not the one we use in calendars. The mirror keeper knows them all, and she'll sell it to you, for a price. The workshop is a low stone building with no windows and a door covered by a heavy textile. Inside, the air is thick with dust and the smell of worked stone. 3 other apprentices are already at work, hunched over grinding stones, their movements rhythmic and practiced. Etley leads you to a corner where a pile of raw obsidian sits like a heap of black glass teeth, and gestures for you to sit. You do. The floor is cold through your jeans. "Stay here," Etley says. "Don't talk to anyone. Don't ask any questions, especially not out loud near anything reflective. I'll figure out what we can do." You nod. Etley disappears into the back of the workshop, and you're left alone with the obsidian and the sound of stone scraping stone. You turn the disc over in your hands. The surface is dark again, inert, but when you tilt it just right you can see hints of things in its depths, shapes, shadows, a flicker that might be your bathroom mirror, impossibly far away. You think about the week you lost, try to remember it, but there's nothing, just a smooth blank space like a page torn from a book. You wonder what you did during those 7 days. If you were walking around, going through the motions, or if you simply didn't exist at all. You wonder if anyone noticed. If your little brother asked where you went. if your best friend texted and got responses from someone who was you but also wasn't. The thought makes you nauseous. By the time Etley comes back, the sun has fully risen, and the workshop is bright with indirect light filtering through gaps in the roof. Etley looks tired. They sit down next to you, close enough that your shoulders almost touch, and hand you a small clay cup filled with something that smells like burnt corn and honey. Drink, they say. You'll need it. You drink. It's bitter and sweet at the same time, and it settles your stomach just enough to stop the nausea spinning. Did you find anything out? Yes. Etley doesn't look at you. They're staring at their hands, at the scars and calluses, at the stone dust embedded in the lines of their palms. The Mirror Keeper appears at sunrise on the Avenue of the Dead, 3 times a week. You can bargain with her there, but it won't be cheap. A true name isn't something she gives away easily. How much? Years. Plural. You close your eyes. I don't have years to give. Then you'll have to figure out another way to pay. Etley finally looks at you, and their expression is hard to read. Or you stay here. People do. People who can't afford the answers they need. They just stay. Learn a trade. Live. Die. It's not the worst fate, but it's not your fate. You know that with a certainty that sits heavy in your chest. You don't belong here. This city, this time, it's beautiful and terrible and not yours. You have a life back home, a messy, complicated, thoroughly modern life with a part-time job and a college application half finished on your laptop and a family that probably thinks you've been in bed with the flu for the past week. You have to get back. I'll figure it out, you say. Etley nods slowly. Then we start small. Test the system. See what it actually costs before you bargain for the big answer. So you do. 3 days later, standing in front of a polished obsidian mirror in a plaza near the Pyramid of the Moon, you ask a small question. Where will the Mirror Keeper appear at tomorrow's sunrise? The reflection ripples. A voice that isn't a voice says, a summer, and you pay it. 1 summer. You think of the beach trip you took when you were 12, the one where you learned to body surf and got so sunburned you peeled for a week. You offer that. The memory doesn't vanish, not completely. But when you think about it now, the sun is behind clouds. The water is grey. You never went in past your knees because it was too cold, and you spent most of the trip in the rental house reading a book you can't remember the title of. The reflection shows you an image, the Avenue of the Dead, the eastern steps of the Sun Pyramid, first light. Then it goes dark. You step back from the mirror, your hands are shaking. Etley, standing a few feet away as lookout, comes over quickly. Did it work? Yes. Your voice sounds strange. It worked. But it changed something. A memory. It's still there, but different. Wrong. That's how it works, Etley says quietly. You don't lose the time. You just lose the good parts, the warmth, the light. What's left is less. You think about that summer. Think about how you used to smile when you remembered it, how it was one of those perfect childhood memories you carried around like a smooth stone in your pocket. Now it's just grey. Just cold. Just there. I don't like this, you say. No one does. But you keep going. Because what choice do you have? You help in the workshop, learning to polish obsidian under Etley's patient instruction, your hands learning the rhythm of stone on stone. You eat meals of corn and beans and squash, food that tastes nothing like home but fills you up anyway. You sleep on a woven mat in the corner of the workshop because Etley doesn't ask questions and the other apprentices don't care. And at night, when the city is quiet and the stars are brighter than any stars you've ever seen, you and Etley plan. The plan is simple, stupidly simple. Save up enough to buy the answer, the true name of the dawn, then leave. The problem is figuring out what you can afford to pay. You're 16. You don't have decades to spare. You don't want to wake up 30, 40, 50 in the space of a question. So you get creative. You bargain small things. A birthday party where nothing went wrong but nothing went right either. A dentist appointment. 3 weeks of a summer job you hated anyway. Each time the memories shift. The colours drain. The warmth leaks out. You start to feel like a photograph left too long in the sun. All your bright moments fading to sepia. Etley watches this happen and says nothing. But sometimes, late at night, they sit next to you and the silence feels like an apology they can't figure out how to say. One night there's a procession. You watch from the workshop roof as hundreds of people move through the city carrying torches. their faces painted white and red, their voices rising in a chant that vibrates in your chest. Etli explains, they're going to the underplaza chambers, the places where stolen time is kept, where years are siphoned into basins like liquid light, traded and hoarded and spent by those who know how to navigate the system. There's a market down there, Etli says, grey, illegal. People trade questions for years, shave off bits of their future and sell them for answers they can't afford to ask themselves. It's dangerous, but it's faster than waiting for the Mirror Keeper's mercy. Can we go? Etli looks at you. Do you want to risk it? You think about your bathroom mirror, the one that showed an impossible sunrise. You think about your life, the one you're watching fade piece by piece every time you bargain. Yes. So you go. Down stone steps that spiral into darkness, through tunnels lit by bowls of that strange liquid light, years that glow faintly blue and smell like ozone and memory. The walls are mirrored, polished obsidian reflecting your face back at you 1,000 times, each one slightly different, slightly wrong. You follow Etli through the maze until you reach a chamber where people stand in small clusters, whispering, negotiating. No one looks at you directly. It's considered rude or dangerous, maybe both. Etli knows someone here, a woman with grey in her hair and scars on her arms who trades in stolen time. They negotiate quietly while you stand off to the side, trying not to stare at the basins of light, at the years swirling in clay bowls like something alive. The woman wants 3 years for information on how to bypass the Mirror Keeper entirely. Etli doesn't have 3 years. You don't have 3 years. The negotiation falls apart. As you're leaving, you see someone breathe on a mirrored wall. The condensation blooms like frost, and for a moment you see through it, see something on the other side. Another chamber, another city, another time. The reflection shifts, and the vision is gone, but you can't stop thinking about it. About the way breath can make a door. About the way glass holds more than reflections. By the time the sunrise audience arrives, you've scraped together enough to make an offer. 2 years. Specifically, the 2 years of high school you haven't lived yet, junior and senior year. You're gambling that you can buy them back later, that this is just a loan, not a loss. You stand on the Avenue of the Dead as dawn breaks, the Mirror Keeper appearing as if she's always been there. A woman wrapped in white with eyes like polished stone. Others are already queued up, already bargaining, and you watch as they age in real time. A young man asks a question and his hair goes grey. An old woman buys an answer and stands taller, younger, someone else's years grafted onto her frame. When it's your turn, you step forward, hold up the disc. I need the true name of the dawn I arrived in. The Mirror Keeper looks at you with interest. Not kindness. Interest. Like you're a puzzle she's just noticed. That will cost more than you have. I'm offering 2 years. 2 full years. And I'm offering you a shard of the name. 1 piece. The full name has 5 pieces. You'll have to come back. Your stomach drops. That's the bargain. You look at Etli standing a few paces back. They shake their heads slightly. Don't do it. But you're desperate and stupid and 16, so you say yes. You offer the years, and the Mirror Keeper takes them with a smile that doesn't reach her eyes. You feel them go, not painfully, just a sudden emptiness, a space in your future that used to be full. She leans close and whispers one word in a language that predates language, a sound that vibrates in your teeth and skull. Then she's gone, moving to the next petitioner, and you're left standing there holding a piece of something you can't use. Etli catches you when your knees buckle. Are you okay? No, you're not okay. You just sold 2 years of your life for 1/5 of an answer, and judging by the math, you don't have enough time left to buy the rest. It gets worse. 3 days later, Etli is branded. It happens during a ceremony you don't fully understand, something about celestial alignments and sacred debts. A priest presses a hot stone to Etli's shoulder, and when it pulls away there's a mark there, circular and perfect. Etli doesn't scream, but their face goes white and they don't speak for the rest of the day. You learn later what it means. Sacrifice. At the next alignment, in 2 months, Etli will be taken to the top of the Pyramid of the Sun, and they won't come down. You don't sleep that night. You pace the workshop until Etli tells you to stop. You're going to wear a groove in the floor. There has to be a way to undo it, you say. There isn't. There's always a way. Not this time. Etli's voice is flat, all the fight gone out of it. I knew the risk. I pledged years I didn't have to pay a debt my family owed. This is what happens when you default. You want to scream, want to break something. Instead, you sit down next to Etley and say, "Then we'll steal them back." Etley laughs, but it's a hollow sound. "Steal from the Mirror Keeper? That's suicide. Then we'll die trying." The plan forms over days. It's reckless and half-formed and probably doomed, but it's something. The Underplaza chambers, the ones where years are stored, they're accessible through the tunnels you visited. If you can get down there, find the basins that hold Etley's stolen time, you might be able to reclaim it. Break the contract, remove the brand. The problem is the disc. To navigate the mirrored corridors, you'll need it. And the Mirror Keeper's been watching you, marking you as a rich vein of future years. If she catches you, you'll owe more than you can ever pay. But you go anyway, because Etley helped you when you arrived here lost and stupid, and because you're tired of watching people get devoured by a system that treats time like currency. You and Etley descend into the tunnels at midnight when the city is asleep, the disc warm in your hand, your breath visible in the cold underground air. The mirrored walls reflect you back, infinite and distorted, and Etley leads the way with a confidence that's half real and half performance. You find the chamber, the basins of light, years swirling like captured stars. Etley finds the one marked with their name, a small clay bowl filled with pale blue glow, and reaches for it. That's when the Mirror Keeper steps out of a reflection that shouldn't exist, her smile sharp and patient. "Did you really think I wouldn't notice?" You grab Etley's arm. Run. The tunnels twist and you're lost within seconds, the mirrors showing you exits that aren't there, paths that loop back on themselves. You can hear the Mirror Keeper behind you, not running, just walking, because she doesn't need to hurry. She owns this place. You're just visiting. When you hit a dead end, you turn to fight, but there's nothing to fight with. Just the disc in your hand, useless and dark. The Mirror Keeper takes it from you. Just plucks it out of your grip like you're a child holding something you shouldn't. "Clever," she says, but not clever enough. She looks at Etley, at the brand on their shoulder. 2 months is a long time. You could have simply waited, accepted it. "Give it back," you say, and your voice shakes with fury. "No." She holds up the disc, examines it. "But I'll make you an offer. 5 of your future years for Etley's life and the complete name of the dawn. 5 years, and you both walk free. 5 years. You'd be 21, you'd lose college, the first apartment, the trip to Europe you've been saving for. First love, probably. First heartbreak, definitely. 5 years of learning who you are. Gone, purchased, spent." "Don't," Etley says quietly. You look at them, at the brand, at the resignation in their eyes. "I have to." You don't, but you do. Except when you open your mouth to say yes, to accept the bargain, you remember something. The bathroom mirror, the impossible sunrise it kept showing you, night after night in your own time. A sunrise that hasn't happened yet, an unlived dawn. Wait, your voice is sharp. You said every dawn has a name, every specific sunrise. The Mirror Keeper nods slowly. I did. So, an unlived sunrise. One that exists but hasn't been experienced yet. That's still a full dawn. Still a complete payment. Her smile falters, just slightly, just enough. You turn to Etley. "The mirror you've been making, the one you've been polishing for the past month. Is it finished?" Etley blinks. "Almost." "Why?" "Get it. Now." They run. You're left alone with the Mirror Keeper who's watching you with something between irritation and respect. "You're clever," she says again. "That won't save you." "Maybe not, but it'll save you." Etley returns with the mirror. A disc of obsidian polished to impossible smoothness, and you take it. Take the confiscated disc from where the Mirror Keeper set it down, and you align them. Face to face. 2 mirrors reflecting each other, an infinite loop. The air between them starts to hum. "What are you doing?" the Mirror Keeper demands. You don't answer. You're too busy thinking about your bathroom, about the sunrise that keeps appearing in the glass even though it's night outside. You're offering that. The unspent morning, the dawn that exists in potential but not in memory. You breathe on both discs, and the condensation forms a bridge. "I'm paying," you say. "With the morning I haven't lived yet. The one my mirror keeps showing me, I give it to you, freely, completely. And in exchange you release Etley's brand, give me the true name of the dawn I arrived in, and let us both walk out of here. The silence is deafening. Then the vaults crack. Not physically, but metaphysically, something breaking deep in the structure of the world. The basins of light shatter and years flood the plaza, pouring through the tunnels like water, like dawn itself. The Mirror Keeper gasps and you watch as she ages. Not dramatically, just enough to see the cost of holding so much stolen time. The years return to their owners, or to the air, or to wherever time goes when it's finally freed. The brand on Etley's shoulder flickers, fades, and goes dark. And in the chaos, in the breaking, the true name arrives. Not whispered, not sold. Just there, complete and whole and ringing in your skull like a bell. 5 syllables in a language you'll never speak again. 5 sounds that are the exact shape of the morning you stepped through the mirror. How do I return? You ask the collapsing system. How do I go back without owing anyone? The answer arrives from the broken vaults, from the freed years, from the obsidian itself. Pay with a morning you have not lived. Speak the name. Turn away. So you do. You don't watch the spectacle. The light flooding the plaza, the Mirror Keeper folding in on herself like a star collapsing. You turn away. You speak the true name, each syllable feeling like a door opening, and you step through the space between the mirrors while Etley grabs your hand and comes with you. The bathroom folds back into existence around you, and you're standing on cold tile with sand gritting under your feet. The mirror is showing a sunrise calm and complete, the impossible morning you traded away. Etley is next to you, wide-eyed and breathing hard, and when you look down there's a sliver of obsidian on the bath mat, black and sharp and warm. You pick it up, pocket it. Your phone is buzzing on the counter. You pick that up too, and there's an email from the study abroad program you applied to, the one you were so excited about. It says your application has been withdrawn due to scheduling conflicts. You stare at it. The year you would have spent in another country, learning another language, becoming someone new. Gone. Used. Spent. Etley is examining your bathroom with the kind of wonder you forgot was possible. This is your home? Yeah. Your voice is rough. This is it. It's small. I know. But safe. Mostly. You sit on the edge of the bathtub. You're exhausted. Your hands are still shaking, but you're here. You're back. And Etley is alive, unblemished, free. You pull out your phone and scroll through your camera roll looking for proof that any of it happened. What you find instead is a photo of yourself on the beach. That summer you traded. The sky is grey. The water is grey. You're not smiling. Over the next few days, you try to settle back into normal life. You go to work, apologise for the no-shows, promise it won't happen again. You do homework. You ignore the questions from your parents about why you seem different, why you keep staring at mirrors like they might bite. Etley stays in your bathroom mostly, afraid to venture into a time that isn't theirs, and you bring them food and try to explain the internet. They're not impressed. One night you open your sketchbook, the one you've been drawing in since middle school, and find something new, a diagram. Etley's mirror, rendered in perfect detail, with notes in a handwriting that's almost yours but not quite. The letters are sharper, the lines more confident, like someone who's lived a few more years drew them. You stare at it for a long time. Every night now, the bathroom mirror shows tomorrow's dawn, just for a heartbeat, just long enough for you to see it. Sometimes it lingers, the reflection steady and patient, as if waiting, as if inviting. One more question, one more bargain, one more impossible thing. You stand in front of it tonight, Etley asleep on your floor, wrapped in a blanket they find inexplicably soft. You breathe on the glass, watch the fog bloom and recede. The mirror shows you tomorrow's sunrise, pale and gold and ordinary. And then, behind it, something else. A flicker. A door. A question you haven't asked yet. You could. You could ask how to get Etley home. How to undo the years you spent. How to fix all the things you broke in your desperation to survive. The mirror would answer, it always does, for a price. Instead, you lift your hand and write in the condensation. Slow and careful. Not yet. The fog fades. The sunrise completes itself and winks out. The mirror shows only your face. Tired and 16, and changed in ways you can't name. You turn away. Behind you, Etley shifts in their sleep, muttering something in a language you shouldn't understand but do. You sit down next to them, back against the bathtub, and pull out the obsidian shard. It's warm in your palm. Not hot, just alive. Proof that it happened. that you survived something impossible and paid for it in mornings you'll never see. The bathroom is quiet. The house is quiet. Outside, the real dawn is still hours away. You close your eyes and decide, just for tonight, that this is enough. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The fluorescent lights in the hospital corridor buzzed like dying insects, casting sickly shadows that seemed to follow Ava Reyes as she walked. Room 314, always room 314. For 3 weeks now she'd made this journey, watching her brother Luca lie motionless beneath a tangle of wires and tubes, his brilliant mind locked away somewhere she couldn't reach. The doctors spoke in hushed tones about experimental radiation exposure, about cellular damage, about waiting and hoping. But Ava was tired of waiting. She pressed her forehead against the cool glass of his room's window. At 23, Luca had been on the verge of revolutionizing radiation therapy, developing treatments that could save thousands of lives. Now he couldn't even open his eyes. The irony felt cruel. Her brother, who had dedicated his life to healing radiation's damage, destroyed by the very force he sought to master. "Mija, you need to go home." Her mother's voice carried the weight of exhaustion. Dr. Marina Reyes had aged a decade in these 3 weeks, her usually immaculate appearance dishevelled, her eyes rimmed with the red of too many sleepless nights. "I can't leave him," Ava whispered, her breath fogging the glass. "He's not going anywhere. And neither are you if you don't take care of yourself." Marina's hand found Ava's shoulder, warm but trembling. "Come, let me make you some tea. We can look through those Soviet records I brought home from the university. You always liked hearing about the old artifacts." Ava wanted to argue, to plant herself in that uncomfortable chair beside Luca's bed until he woke up, but she saw the desperate hope in her mother's eyes. Marina needed distraction as much as she did. Their small apartment felt hollow without Luca's presence. His guitar leaned against the wall, strings slack and dusty. Sheet music he'd been composing, a piece about quantum mechanics set to melody, lay scattered across the piano bench. Everything waited for him to return and bring music back to their home. Marina disappeared into the kitchen, and Ava found herself drawn to her mother's study. The small room overflowed with boxes of historical documents, photographs, and artifacts from Marina's research into Soviet-era Eastern Europe. Usually, Ava found the collection fascinating, but tonight everything felt distant and meaningless. She pulled open a filing cabinet, not really looking for anything, just needing to move, to do something other than think about machines breathing for her brother. Her fingers traced over manila folders until they caught on something unusual. A cardboard sleeve, old and yellowed, with Cyrillic text she couldn't read. Inside was a vinyl record, black as midnight and unmarked except for a small label in the centre, bearing more Russian text. A handwritten note was attached with a paperclip. The ink faded, but still legible. "Sing only what is meant to be heard." Ava turned the record over in her hands. The surface was pristine, as if it had never been played. Something about it felt important, though she couldn't say why. She carried it to the living room where her mother's old turntable sat collecting dust. "Find something interesting?" Marina called from the kitchen, but Ava was already lifting the needle, placing it carefully on the record's edge. Nothing happened. The needle traced the groove, but no sound emerged from the speakers. Ava frowned, checking the connections, adjusting the volume. Still nothing. On impulse, she lifted the needle and placed it back at the beginning, but this time she engaged the reverse play function, a feature her mother had always warned her not to use, claiming it would damage the records. The turntable spun backward, and suddenly the room filled with sound. Not music exactly, but something between a lullaby and a dirge, voices singing in a language she didn't recognize over a strange electronic hum. The melody was beautiful and heartbreaking, reaching into her chest and squeezing until she could barely breathe. Without thinking, Ava began to hum along. She'd always been musical. It was something she and Luca shared, though he preferred composing while she loved to sing. The melody felt familiar somehow, as if she'd known it all her life. As her voice joined the ghostly chorus, the room began to change. The walls seemed to bend inward, reality folding like origami. The ceiling stretched impossibly high, while the floor tilted beneath her feet. Lightning crackled outside, though there had been no storm moments before. The record spun faster and faster, and the humming beneath the melody grew louder, more insistent. Blue light emanated from somewhere she couldn't identify, washing over everything until Ava's vision went white. Then darkness. She woke to the sound of unfamiliar voices speaking rapid Russian. Sunlight streamed through a window, but not her window. This one was smaller, set in a wall of institutional green paint. She sat up slowly, head spinning, and looked down at herself in confusion. Gone were her jeans and sweater. Instead, she wore a grey school uniform complete with a red pioneer neckerchief. The clothes fit perfectly, as if they'd always been hers. Panic rose in her throat as she took in her surroundings, a small dormitory room with 4 beds, 3 of them occupied by sleeping girls around her own age. A radio crackled in the corner, broadcasting news in Russian. But it was the calendar on the wall that made her blood freeze. April 24th, 1986. The date meant nothing to most people, but Ava had grown up listening to her mother's lectures about Soviet history. April 26th, 1986, was seared into her memory, the day the Chernobyl nuclear power plant exploded, spreading radioactive contamination across Europe and changing the course of history forever. "You're awake!" One of the girls, a blonde with bright blue eyes, bounced over to her bed. "I'm Elena. You must be the visiting choir member from Moscow. We've been so excited to meet you." Ava's mouth worked soundlessly for a moment before she managed, "Choir member. For the performance tomorrow at the Cultural Centre. It's such an honour having someone from the capital come to sing with us. The whole town is talking about it." Eleanor's enthusiasm was infectious, and despite her confusion, Ava found herself smiling. A performance. That explained the uniform, the easy acceptance. Somehow she'd been integrated into this time and place, given a cover story that would let her blend in. The question was why? As the day progressed, Ava learned to navigate her new reality. She attended choir rehearsal, letting her natural musical ability carry her through songs she'd never heard before. The other girls accepted her easily, excited to have a sophisticated visitor from Moscow. Eleanor became her constant companion, chattering about her family, her little brother, her dreams of becoming a teacher. But through it all, Ava's mind raced. She was 2 days before the worst nuclear disaster in human history. Thousands would die, hundreds of thousands would be displaced, and an entire region would become uninhabitable for generations. The radiation released would spread across Europe, causing cancer and birth defects for decades to come, unless someone stopped it. The thought came to her as she lay in the narrow dormitory bed that night, listening to Elena's soft breathing. She was here for a reason. The record, the time travel, the perfect cover story. It couldn't be coincidence. Maybe this was fate giving her a chance to do something meaningful, to save lives on a scale she'd never imagined possible. And maybe, just maybe, preventing this disaster would somehow help Luca. Radiation medicine existed because of Chernobyl. If the accident never happened, perhaps the research would develop differently, more safely. Perhaps her brother would never have been exposed to the experimental therapy that put him in a coma. The next day, instead of attending the final choir rehearsal, Ava slipped away to explore the town of Pripyat. It was beautiful in a stark Soviet way. Wide boulevards lined with apartment blocks, a sense of industrial pride mixed with genuine community warmth. Children played in parks while their parents worked in the shadow of the massive nuclear plant that dominated the horizon. She made her way toward the plant, her heart pounding. Security was surprisingly lax. This was before the age of international terrorism, when nuclear facilities were seen as symbols of progress rather than targets. She watched the workers coming and going, learning their routines, their uniforms, their patterns of movement. One young man caught her attention. He walked alone, shoulders hunched, frequently glancing around as if expecting trouble. During his break, she approached him carefully. "Excuse me," she said in her best Russian, grateful for the years of lessons her mother had insisted upon. "I'm visiting from Moscow. My father works at a similar facility. Could you tell me about the work here?" The man, Victor, according to his name tag, studied her suspiciously. "Why do you want to know?" Ava thought quickly. "I'm considering studying nuclear engineering. I want to understand what the work is really like." Something in Victor's expression shifted. "The work is complicated. Not everything is as safe as they tell us." He glanced around nervously. "There are procedures we're supposed to follow, but sometimes the supervisors push us to skip steps, to run tests that shouldn't be run." What kind of tests? Victor hesitated, then seemed to make a decision. Tomorrow night, they're planning a safety test on Reactor 4. They want to see what happens if we shut down the cooling system during low power operation. It's dangerous. The reactor becomes unstable at low power, and without proper cooling. He shrugged helplessly. But who am I to question the engineers? Ava's blood ran cold. She was hearing about the exact test that would cause the explosion. What if someone prevented the test? Disabled the systems somehow? Impossible, Victor said immediately. The security, the protocol, and even if someone could, they'd be executed for sabotage. But his eyes lingered on her face, as if he were considering the possibility. That night, Ava barely slept. She went over every detail of the Chernobyl disaster she could remember from her mother's lectures. The test was scheduled for late evening on April 25th. The operators would reduce the reactor's power too far, making it unstable. When they tried to restore power for the test, a combination of design flaws and human error would cause a massive steam explosion, destroying the reactor core and spreading radioactive material across the continent. But what if the test never happened? What if someone disabled the systems beforehand? The next evening, as her fellow choir members prepared for their performance, Ava slipped away. She'd stolen a maintenance uniform earlier, and in it she looked just like any other worker. The plant operated around the clock, and the corridors were busy enough that one more person went unnoticed. She found Victor near Reactor 4, looking nervous and exhausted. When he saw her, his eyes widened. "What are you doing here?" "Stopping something terrible," she whispered. "Victor, you have to trust me. That test tonight, it's going to cause a disaster, an explosion that will kill thousands of people." He stared at her as if she'd gone insane. "You're just a girl. How could you possibly know? Because I've seen what happens." She grabbed his arm. "Please, show me the control systems. If we can disable the test procedures, delay it even by a few days, maybe they'll discover the safety flaws before it's too late." Victor looked around desperately, clearly torn between duty and the growing certainty that something was wrong with the planned test. Finally he nodded. "This way. But if we're caught, we won't be." He led her through a maze of corridors to a service area beneath the reactor control room. Banks of electrical panels lined the walls, controlling everything from cooling pumps to safety systems. Victor pointed to a specific panel. "Those control the automatic safety systems, and those," he indicated another set of switches, "control the cooling pumps." Ava studied the setup, her heart racing. If she disabled the right systems, the test would be impossible to complete. The operators would have to postpone it, giving time for someone to discover the design flaws that made the reactor dangerous at low power. "You should go," she told Victor. "If something goes wrong, you shouldn't be here." He hesitated, then pressed something into her hand. A set of wire cutters. "Good luck," he whispered, and disappeared back into the corridor. Ava waited until she was sure he was gone, then opened the first electrical panel. The wiring was complex but not incomprehensible. She identified the circuits controlling the safety systems and began to cut, her hands steady despite the magnitude of what she was doing. Circuit by circuit, she disabled the systems that would allow the test to proceed. She cut backup connections, disabled automatic safety measures, and finally severed the main power lines to the cooling pumps. When the operators tried to begin their test, nothing would work properly. They'd have no choice but to abort. As she worked, she thought about Elena, sleeping peacefully in their shared dormitory, about Elena's little brother, probably dreaming of the games he'd play tomorrow, about all the families in Pripyat who would wake up on April 26th to a normal day instead of a nightmare. She thought about Victor, who'd helped her despite his fear, about all the plant workers who would go home to their families instead of dying in the explosion or spending their lives battling radiation sickness. When the last wire was cut, Ava sat back on her heels, exhausted but triumphant. She'd done it. She'd prevented one of the worst disasters in human history. The journey back to her own time was easier than she'd expected. She simply returned to the dormitory, waited for a thunderstorm to begin, and sang the mysterious melody from the record while holding a piece of vinyl she'd found in the cultural centre. The same blue light enveloped her, the same sensation of reality folding and then darkness. She woke in her mother's study, the record still spinning on the turntable. But something was wrong. The room looked different, smaller, shabbier. The boxes of historical documents were gone, replaced by stacks of unpaid bills and medical texts she didn't recognise. Ava ran to the hospital, her heart pounding with hope. If she'd prevented Chernobyl, maybe she'd changed everything. Maybe Luca had never been exposed to experimental radiation therapy because the field had developed differently. She found room 314, but it was empty. Panic seized her until a nurse explained that patient rooms had been renumbered. Luca Reyes was in the rehabilitation wing, she was told. He'd woken up 2 days ago. The rehabilitation wing was brighter, cheerier than the intensive care unit. Ava found Luca sitting by a window, looking thin but alert. When he saw her, his face broke into a smile, but it was different somehow. Less confident, more hesitant. "Ava, God, it's good to see you. I was so worried when I heard about the accident." His voice carried a slight stutter she'd never noticed before. Accident? She sat beside him, studying his face. He looked like her brother, but something fundamental had changed. The explosion at the lab. I'm so lucky I was just a part-time janitor there. I could have been killed. He shook his head. I keep thinking about how close I came to disaster. Maybe it's time I went back to school, studied something safer, like literature or music. Ava's blood turned to ice. "Luca, what about your research? Your work on radiation therapy?" He looked at her blankly. "What research?" "Ava, I dropped out of college 3 years ago. You know that. I've been working odd jobs ever since, trying to figure out what to do with my life." The room spun around her. This wasn't her brother, not the brilliant scientist who'd shown her how mathematics could create music, who dedicated his life to healing others. This was a different person entirely, someone who'd never found his passion, never realized his potential. Over the following days, as Luca recovered from what turned out to be minor injuries from a laboratory accident, Ava began to understand the full scope of what she'd done. Without the Chernobyl disaster, radiation medicine had developed slowly, haltingly. The techniques that could have saved her brother in the original timeline had never been invented. But worse than that, she discovered that nuclear accidents had actually increased in this timeline. Without the wake-up call of Chernobyl, safety standards had remained lax. Smaller disasters occurred regularly around the world, and because the medical techniques to treat radiation exposure were primitive, the death toll was far higher. She found newspaper articles about reactor meltdowns in India, Japan and Brazil. Each one killed hundreds or thousands of people who could have been saved with the advanced treatments that existed in her original timeline. By preventing one disaster, she'd enabled dozens of others. The weight of what she'd done crushed down on her. She'd saved a few thousand people in Pripyat and condemned millions around the world to death from radiation poisoning over the decades that followed. She'd erased her brother's brilliant career, turning him into a shadow of himself. And somewhere in 1986, Elena had lived. But at what cost? The record was still in her mother's study, though many of the Soviet artifacts were gone. Her mother's career had apparently taken a different path without the historical significance of Chernobyl to study. Ava stared at the vinyl for hours, torn between grief and determination. She could go back. She could undo what she'd done, restore the original timeline. But that meant Eleanor would die. It meant Victor would die. It meant watching disaster unfold when she had the power to prevent it. The choice felt impossible, until she thought about Luca, not the broken version lying in the hospital, but her real brother, the one who'd composed music about quantum mechanics and dedicated his life to healing others. That Luca would understand. He'd accept the tragedy of one disaster to prevent the greater suffering that followed. And maybe, just maybe, she could find a way to save Elena without destroying the future. The return journey to 1986 came easier this time. She knew what to expect, how to navigate the sensation of reality shifting around her. She materialized in the same dormitory room, but now she had only hours before the test was scheduled to begin. Eleanor was preparing for the evening's cultural performance, humming cheerfully as she pressed her pioneer uniform. When she saw Ava, her face lit up. "There you are. I was worried you were getting sick. You looked so pale at breakfast." Ava's heart ached as she looked at her friend, really looked at her. Elena was so young, so full of life and dreams. In a few hours, if Ava did what she knew she had to do, Elena would be dead. "Elena," she said carefully, "do you have family outside Pripyat? Anywhere you could visit?" "My grandmother lives in Kiev. Why?" I think you should go see her. Today. Right now." Eleanor laughed. "Don't be silly. We have the performance tonight. The whole town is coming. I can't miss it. Ava tried a different approach. What if I told you something terrible was going to happen? What if I said you needed to leave town immediately? I'd say you've been reading too many Western spy novels, Eleanor teased. But something in Ava's expression made her smile fade. Ava, what's wrong? You look terrified. There was no way to explain without sounding insane. Instead, Ava pulled Elena into a fierce hug. I need you to promise me something. Tonight, after the performance, don't go home. Go to your grandmother's, take your little brother, leave tonight and don't come back for at least a week. But why? Please, just trust me. It's important. Eleanor studied her face for a long moment, then nodded slowly. All right, if it means that much to you. Ava spent the rest of the day saying goodbye to people who didn't know they were in danger. She watched children playing in the park, couples walking hand in hand, families enjoying what might be their last normal evening together. Each face she memorized, each laugh she treasured, knowing that in a few hours their world would change forever. At the cultural centre, she performed with the choir one last time, her voice soaring over the familiar Soviet songs while her heart broke. When the performance ended and the audience applauded, she slipped away into the night. She didn't go to the nuclear plant this time. Instead, she found a hill overlooking Pripyat and sat down to wait. The stolen wire cutters lay unused in her pocket. This time, she wouldn't interfere. History would unfold as it was meant to, no matter how much it hurt to let it happen. At 1:23 a.m. on April 26, 1986, the sky lit up with an orange glow. The explosion was smaller than she'd expected, more of a violent flash than the mushroom cloud of her imagination. But she could feel it in her bones, the wrongness of atoms split apart, of nature's fundamental forces unleashed where they didn't belong. Sirens began to wail across the city. Emergency vehicles raced toward the plant while residents stumbled from their apartments, confused and frightened. Ava closed her eyes and sang the melody from the record, the same haunting tune that had brought her here. The blue light enveloped her one final time, and she let it carry her home. She woke in her mother's study to find everything exactly as it had been before her first journey. The boxes of Soviet documents were back, the historical artifacts in their proper places. Even the record looked the same, though something told her it would never work again. Ava ran to the hospital, hope and fear warring in her chest. Room 314, always room 314. The door was open, and she could hear voices inside, her mother's, and another one she'd feared she might never hear again. "Did you hear the music?" Luca was saying, his voice weak but unmistakably intelligent, unmistakably her brother. "While I was unconscious, I kept hearing this incredible melody. I think it gave me an idea for a new treatment protocol." Marina was crying, tears of joy streaming down her face as she held her son's hand. "The doctors say you're going to make a full recovery, and there's a research grant waiting for you when you're ready. Something about second-generation radiation therapies for disaster response." Ava leaned against the doorframe, her own tears flowing freely. This was her brother, the real one, the brilliant scientist who would save thousands of lives with his research. The brother who composed music about quantum mechanics and saw connections between art and science that no one else could imagine. When he saw her, his face broke into the smile she'd missed so desperately. "Ava, come here. I want to tell you about this amazing dream I had. There was this song, and somehow it explained everything about radiation decay and cellular repair." She hugged him carefully, mindful of the medical equipment still attached to his body. Over his shoulder, she could see through the window to the parking lot below where a news van was pulling up. The reporter who climbed out was someone she recognised from her altered timeline, a journalist who'd made her career covering nuclear disasters around the world. But in this timeline, he was here to report on medical breakthroughs instead of tragedy. The story would be about hope rather than despair, about science finding ways to heal instead of harm. Later, after the doctors had finished their examinations and declared Luca's recovery nothing short of miraculous, Ava returned to her mother's study. The record sat on the turntable where she'd left it, innocuous and silent. She lifted it carefully, studying the Cyrillic text on the label. Somehow she could read it now, not the words themselves, but their meaning. Some songs should only be sung once. Understanding flooded through her. The record wasn't just a time travel device, it was a test, a choice offered to someone facing an impossible decision. She'd been given the power to rewrite history, but also the wisdom to understand that some events, no matter how tragic, served a greater purpose. Chernobyl had been a disaster, yes. Thousands had died, hundreds of thousands had suffered, but it had also been a wake-up call that changed how the world approached nuclear safety. The research it inspired had saved millions of lives over the decades that followed. The medical advances it necessitated had given her brother his life's work. Eleanor was gone, along with Victor and thousands of others, but their sacrifice had meaning, had prevented countless greater tragedies. In trying to spare them, Ava had learned that sometimes the most loving thing you can do is let people face their fate with dignity, while working to ensure their suffering serves a purpose. She placed the record in a glass display case her mother used for the most precious artefacts, then locked it carefully. The key went into her jewellery box, buried beneath earrings and necklaces she rarely wore. Some songs should only be sung once, she whispered to her reflection in the glass. From down the hall she could hear Luca's voice, animated and excited as he explained his new research ideas to their mother. He was talking about establishing treatment centres in areas prone to nuclear accidents, about developing protocols that could be deployed rapidly in disaster zones. Ava smiled through her tears. Elena's death had not been in vain. Victor's sacrifice had meaning. The disaster that had shaped their world's nuclear policies had led to this moment. Her brother, alive and brilliant and ready to save the world in his own way. She would never play the record again. But she would never forget the lesson it had taught her, that love sometimes means accepting tragedy, that wisdom lies in understanding which battles to fight and which to let the universe handle on its own. The note that broke the world had also taught her how to let it heal. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The cemetery stretched before Theo Maddox like a forgotten conversation. All weathered headstones and overgrown ivy that caught the late afternoon light in shades of amber and rust. He'd been coming here for months now, ever since the dream started. Dreams of his father standing in this exact spot, checking his pocket watch against the sun. Dad had always been obsessed with time, with the precise mechanics of celestial movement, with the way shadows fell at different angles depending on the season. Now, 2 years after his disappearance, Theo found himself drawn to the same mysteries. At 16, Theo had learned to navigate the world by staying invisible. School was bearable only because he could slip between classes unnoticed, his astronomy textbook tucked under his arm like armour. His mother worried about his solitary habits, the way he'd rather spend Saturday afternoons in Laurel Hill Cemetery than at the mall with kids his age. But there was something about the quiet here that steadied him, something about the permanence of stone and earth that made the chaos in his head settle into manageable patterns. The sundial sat in the cemetery's oldest section, nearly hidden by a tangle of wild roses and Virginia creeper. Theo had noticed it weeks ago, a bronze disc mounted on a limestone base, its surface green with age and spider-webbed with tiny cracks. What made it unusual wasn't its condition, but what was missing. The gnomon, the triangular piece that should have cast shadows across the numbered hours, was gone. Only a small hole remained in the centre, like a wound that had never healed. Today felt different, though. The air hummed with an electric tension that reminded Theo of the moments before thunderstorms, when the atmosphere itself seemed to hold its breath. He checked his phone. 11:58 a.m. Solar noon was approaching, that precise moment when the sun reached its highest point and shadows fell straight down. His father had taught him to calculate it, to account for longitude and the equation of time, to find that perfect instant when day balanced on the edge of a blade. Theo pulled out his journal, a leather-bound notebook he'd been filling with observations and sketches for the past year. He documented everything. The angle of morning light through his bedroom window, the patterns of bird migration, the way clock hands moved with mechanical precision while human time felt elastic and unreliable. Writing helped him think, helped him process the persistent feeling that something important was just beyond his understanding. As the minutes ticked toward noon, Theo found himself kneeling beside the sundial. The bronze was warm under his palm, almost pulsing with accumulated sunlight. He traced the hour markings with his finger, wondering who had made this thing, why it had been placed in a cemetery, why someone had taken its gnomon. The craftsmanship was exquisite, far more detailed than the simple sundials you'd find in garden centres. Mathematical equations were etched along the rim in a script so small he had to squint to read them. 12 exactly. Solar noon. Without thinking, Theo pressed his entire hand flat against the centre of the dial, covering the empty hole where the gnomon should have been. The bronze was suddenly, searingly hot. The air around him began to bend and shimmer like heat waves rising from summer pavement, and he felt a tugging sensation deep in his chest, as if invisible hands were pulling him backward through time itself. The world lurched. Colour drained away, then flooded back in impossible saturation. The cemetery dissolved like watercolours in rain, replaced by something that made no sense. Muddy streets, wooden buildings, the acrid smell of coal smoke and unwashed bodies. Theo's knees hit cobblestones hard enough to send shockwaves up his spine, and when he looked up, gasping, he was no longer alone. A man in a blue coat with brass buttons was stumbling toward him, one hand pressed against a spreading red stain on his chest. British uniform, Theo realised, with the kind of crystal clarity that sometimes comes with shock. Revolutionary War era, his mind supplied helpfully, as if he were taking a history exam instead of experiencing something impossible. "You," the soldier whispered, reaching out with a trembling hand. The sun holds the key." His fingers pressed something into Theo's palm, a folded piece of parchment that felt ancient and brittle. Banneker knew, Franklin knew, the shadow must fall true, or all of this. He gestured weakly at the bustling street around them. All of this will unravel. Then he collapsed, and Theo was left holding a map drawn in fading ink surrounded by the sounds and smells of colonial Philadelphia. Horse hooves on cobblestones, vendors calling out their wares, and underneath it all a tension so thick he could taste it. The electric anticipation of a world about to change forever. The date hit him like a physical blow when he saw a broadsheet being hawked by a boy no older than himself. July the 2nd, 1776. The day before the Declaration of Independence would be signed. The day before everything changed. Theo's hands shook as he unfolded the map the dying soldier had given him. It showed the streets of Philadelphia in meticulous detail, but overlaid with astronomical calculations and what looked like architectural drawings. At the centre was Independence Hall, with detailed sketches of its rooftop and what appeared to be another sundial, this one complete, with mathematical notations scattered around the margins in two different hands. One set of notes was labelled BB, in careful, scholarly script. Benjamin Banneker, Theo realised, the free black astronomer and mathematician he'd read about in his father's books. The other handwriting was messier, more hurried, signed with a flourish, BF, Benjamin Franklin. A journal was tucked into the map's folds, bound in cracked leather and filled with observations that made Theo's breath catch. Banneker had been studying temporal convergences, moments when the alignment of celestial bodies created brief windows in the fabric of time itself, and Franklin, ever the practical inventor, had helped him design a mechanism to harness these convergences, a sundial that could do more than tell time, a sundial that could bend it. The shadow must align at the precise moment of signing, Banneker had written in his meticulous hand. When the delegates put pen to parchment and commit their names to revolution, the gnomon must cast its shadow upon the marked point. The convergence window will remain open for 48 hours, no more. If the alignment fails, if the shadow falls even slightly askew, the traveller will be trapped in the echo of what was. 48 hours. Theo felt the weight of that deadline settle on his shoulders like a lead cloak. He had 2 days to figure out how to activate a sundial he'd never seen, using knowledge he barely understood, in a time period where he stood out like a sore thumb. Speaking of which, Theo looked down at his clothes and winced. Jeans, sneakers, and a NASA t-shirt weren't exactly period appropriate. He needed to blend in, and fast, because people were already starting to stare at the strange boy who'd appeared from nowhere. "You there?" A voice cracked like a whip behind him. "British spy!" Theo turned to see 3 young men approaching, their faces twisted with suspicion and anger. Patriots, he guessed, looking for enemies in every shadow. One carried a tarred stick, another clutched a bag that Theo really hoped didn't contain feathers. "I'm not," Theo started, but his modern accent, his strange clothes, his obvious confusion marked him as an outsider. The crowd was gathering now, feeding off the patriots' anger, and Theo realised with growing panic that colonial justice was swift and brutal. He ran, through narrow alleys that stank of garbage and human waste, past windows where candlelight flickered behind oiled paper, around corners where shadows pooled like black water. His sneakers slipped on the muddy cobblestones, but they were better than period footwear for this kind of desperate flight. Behind him, shouts echoed off the wooden buildings as more people joined the chase. Theo ducked into a doorway and pressed himself against the wall, trying to control his breathing. The journal was still clutched in his hand, its leather warm from his grip. He had to find Independence Hall, had to figure out how to access the rooftop sundial Banneker and Franklin had designed. But first he needed help. He needed someone who understood this world, someone who could teach him to navigate its dangers. Lost, are we? Theo spun around to find a slight figure standing in the shadows, a boy about his own age, dressed in the rough clothes of a working-class youth. Dark hair was tucked under a knitted cap, and intelligent eyes studied Theo with wary curiosity. "You're not from around here," the boy continued, and something in the voice made Theo look closer. The features were delicate beneath the grime, the hands small and soft despite the callous disguise. "You're a girl," Theo said, and immediately regretted it when those intelligent eyes flashed with alarm. "Keep your voice down," she hissed, pulling him deeper into the alley. "And keep that observation to yourself if you want my help. I'm Lena, and I make my living running messages for people who pay better than they ask questions. What's your story, strange boy with the stranger clothes?" Theo made a split-second decision to trust her. Something about her reminded him of himself, someone living on the margins, surviving by staying invisible. "I'm Theo, and I need to get inside Independence Hall." Lena's laugh was sharp as broken glass. "You and half the spies in Philadelphia. The place is locked up tighter than a miser's purse. What with all the delegate business going on? Why would a British agent want to—" "I'm not a British agent," Theo interrupted. He paused, realising how insane the truth would sound. "I'm trying to prevent something terrible from happening, something that could change history." "Aren't we all?" Lena said dryly. But she was studying the journal in his hands with growing interest. "That writing. I've seen work like that before. You know what that is." "Banneker's notes," Theo said carefully, "and Franklin's." Lena's eyes widened. "You're either very well connected or very dangerous. Possibly both." She seemed to come to a decision. "All right, strange Theo. I'll help you, but not out of the goodness of my heart. I want payment, and I want answers. And if you're lying to me about not being a spy, I know people who'll make you regret it." The next few hours passed in a blur of careful planning and nervous reconnaissance. Lena knew Philadelphia like a cat knows rooftops, and she guided Theo through the safest routes to observe Independence Hall from a distance. The building was indeed heavily guarded, with British soldiers stationed at every entrance and Patriot watchmen keeping careful count of everyone who went in and out. "The delegates are nervous," Lena explained as they watched from the shadows across the street. "Word is they're going to vote on something big tomorrow, something that'll change everything. The whole city's holding its breath. Tomorrow, July 3rd, 1776. The day the Continental Congress would approve the Declaration of Independence, though it wouldn't be signed by most delegates until August. But according to Banneker's notes, the critical moment was when John Hancock first put his name to the document, 2:13 p.m., if the historical records Theo half remembered were correct. "I need to get onto the roof," Theo said, studying the building's architecture. "There's something up there I have to fix." "The sundial," Lena said, surprising him. "I've seen it. Wondered why anyone would put such a fancy timepiece where nobody could see it properly." "You've been on the roof?" "Chimney sweep's apprentice has access to all sorts of places," Lena grinned. "One of many jobs I've held. The trick is having the right credentials at the right time." They spent the evening planning, huddled in the back room of a tavern where Lena was known and trusted. She sketched the building's layout from memory while Theo studied Banneker's calculations, trying to understand the precise mechanics of what he needed to do. The sundial on Independence Hall's roof was more complex than the broken one in the cemetery. According to the notes, Franklin had incorporated clockwork mechanisms that would adjust the gnomон's angle automatically, accounting for the building's orientation and the equation of time. All Theo had to do was replace the missing gnomon, a triangular piece of metal that had apparently been melted down for musket balls when the revolution began in earnest. "Franklin has a workshop," Lena said, tracing her finger along one of Banneker's sketches. hidden beneath Dunlop's print shop on Market Street. If anyone would have the tools to forge a new gnomon, it'd be him. How do you know about Franklin's workshop? Lena's smile was enigmatic. I told you, I run messages for people who pay well. Dr. Franklin values discretion and skilled hands. He's taught me a thing or two about metalwork and mechanics. There was something she wasn't telling him, Theo realised. Some connection to Franklin or the revolutionary cause that ran deeper than simple message running. But there wasn't time to press for details. Dawn was breaking over Philadelphia, painting the sky the colour of old brass, and they had work to do. The print shop was already bustling with activity when they arrived. Broadsides announcing the impending vote were being rushed through the presses, and the air was thick with ink and paper dust. Lena led Theo through a maze of machinery to a narrow staircase that descended into the building's cellar. Franklin's workshop was a wonderland of invention and experimentation. Electrical apparatus lined the walls alongside optical devices, clockwork mechanisms and tools for precision metalwork. In the centre of the room sat a furnace that could reach the temperatures needed to work bronze and silver. He'll be at the State House all day, Lena said, lighting a lamp with practised efficiency, arguing with the other delegates about the exact wording of their grand declaration. We have until evening to finish our work. Theo spread Banneker's sketches across Franklin's work table, studying the precise specifications for the sundial's gnomon. It wasn't a simple triangular piece of metal. The design incorporated subtle curves that would account for seasonal variations in the sun's path, and the tip was weighted with a small sphere that would cast a perfectly round shadow at the critical moment. You know metalworking? Lena asked, already gathering the tools they'd need. My father taught me some basics, Theo said, though he was far from expert, and I've studied the theory. Theory's fine, but this work requires feel, Lena said, testing the heat of the furnace with a practised hand. Lucky for you, I've been apprenticed to half the metalworkers in Philadelphia at one time or another. They worked through the day, taking turns at the forge and the shaping tools. Bronze was tricky to work with. Too hot and it became brittle, too cool and it wouldn't hold the precise angles they needed. Theo found himself falling into the rhythm of the work, his hands remembering skills his father had taught him during long summer afternoons in their garage workshop. Why are you really helping me? Theo asked during a break, watching Lena examine their progress with a critical eye. Maybe I believe your story about preventing something terrible, she said, without looking up. Or maybe I'm just curious to see what happens when someone tries to repair Banneker's temporal mechanism. You know what it really is? I know Dr. Franklin doesn't build ordinary sundials, Lena said, and I know Benjamin Banneker's calculations go far beyond simple astronomy. I've carried messages between them for months, watched them argue about temporal convergences and celestial mechanics. I may not understand all the theory, but I recognise the importance of their work. As evening approached, their gnomon began to take its final shape. The bronze gleamed like captured sunlight, and when Theo tested its balance, it felt perfect in his hands, weighted correctly, angled precisely, ready to cast the shadow that would either send him home or trap him forever in the past. Now comes the hard part, Lena said, banking the forge's fire, getting onto that rooftop without being shot as a spy or saboteur. They made their way through Philadelphia's darkening streets, avoiding the patrols of British soldiers and Patriot watchmen. The city felt electric with anticipation. Tomorrow would bring the vote that would either birth a new nation or condemn its leaders to the gallows. Every shadow could hide an enemy. Every stranger could be a spy. Independence. Hall loomed against the night sky, its windows glowing with candlelight as the delegates worked late into the evening. Guards were posted at every entrance, and even the normally accessible areas were sealed off. There, Lena pointed to a narrow alley that ran along the building's east side. Service entrance for the chimney sweeps. I still have credentials from my last job there. She produced a battered piece of paper bearing official seals and signatures. In the dim light, it would pass inspection long enough to get them inside. You're sure about this? Theo asked, feeling the weight of the bronze gnomon in his jacket pocket. Too late for second thoughts now, Lena said. Besides, I want to see if your theory about temporal convergences actually works. The service entrance was guarded by a single drowsy soldier who barely glanced at Lena's credentials before waving them through. They climbed narrow staircases and service ladders, following routes Lena knew by heart, until they reached the building's uppermost level. The rooftop sundial was even more impressive than Banneker's sketches had suggested. Built into a circular platform of white marble, it incorporated not just the traditional hour markings, but complex astronomical calculations that covered the entire surface. At its centre, a small pedestal waited for the gnomon that would complete the mechanism. "It's beautiful," Theo breathed, running his fingers over the intricate engravings. "And it's been waiting for this moment for months," Lena said, consulting a pocket watch. "According to Banneker's calculations, the convergence begins at sunrise. We have a few hours to make sure everything is properly aligned." They worked by lamplight, checking and rechecking the sundial's orientation against the stars. Theo consulted Banneker's notes while Lena made minute adjustments to the dial's positioning, using tools hidden in a compartment beneath the marble base. As dawn approached, clouds began gathering on the horizon, thick grey masses that threatened to obscure the sun at the critical moment. Theo felt his stomach clench with anxiety. All their careful preparation would be worthless if the sky was overcast when the declaration was signed. "Weather's always unpredictable in July," Lena said, noticing his worried glances at the sky. But Banneker accounted for that. "Look here." She pointed to a series of calculations along the sundial's rim that dealt with atmospheric refraction and partial cloud cover. Even if the sun was partially obscured, as long as some direct light reached the gnomon, the shadow would still fall true. The morning of July 3rd dawned grey and humid, with intermittent breaks in the cloud cover that sent shafts of golden light dancing across the rooftop. Below them, Philadelphia was already stirring with the energy of a momentous day. Church bells rang the hours, and crowds gathered in the streets outside Independence Hall waiting for news of the delegates' decision. Theo and Lena took turns monitoring the sundial and watching the activity below. Around noon, the delegates began arriving for what everyone knew would be the final session. John Hancock, President of the Continental Congress, entered with his characteristic confident stride, followed by the other men who would either make history or die trying. "It's almost time," Lena said, checking her pocket watch against the sundial's shadow. The clouds were thickening, but breaks still appeared regularly, sending brief floods of sunlight across the marble surface. 2:00 p.m. Theo positioned the bronze gnomon carefully in its socket, making final adjustments to ensure perfect alignment. His hands were steady despite the magnitude of what he was attempting, and he found himself thinking of his father, wherever he was, whenever he was, who had started him on this impossible journey. 2:10 p.m. Thunder rumbled in the distance and the first fat raindrops began to fall. Through the building's windows, Theo could see the delegates gathered around a table where a large document lay waiting for signatures. 2:12 p.m. The rain was falling harder now, but the sun still broke through in brief, brilliant moments. Theo crouched beside the sundial, watching the gnomon's shadow creep across the marble toward the precisely etched X that marked the convergence point. 2:13 p.m. Through the rain and the gathering gloom, a single powerful shaft of sunlight burst through the clouds and struck the bronze gnomon with perfect clarity. The shadow it cast was sharp and dark against the white marble, stretching across the complex astronomical calculations toward its target. Below them, in the assembly room, John Hancock lifted his pen and signed his name to the Declaration of Independence with a flourish large enough for the King of England to read without his spectacles. The shadow wavered for a moment, dancing on the edge of the marked point as thunder crashed overhead. Then, with a precision that spoke of months of careful calculation and preparation, it fell exactly where it was meant to fall, directly on the X that Banneker and Franklin had carved into the heart of their temporal mechanism. The sundial pulsed with heat that Theo felt through the soles of his shoes. The air around them began to bend and shimmer, and he heard Lena gasp as the familiar sensation of time folding in on itself washed over them both. "Theo!" she called out, but her voice sounded distant and distorted, as if it were travelling through water. The world dissolved into light and motion, colours bleeding together like watercolours in rain. Theo felt himself falling through time, past and present, blurring until he couldn't tell which direction was forward and which was back. Then silence, cold air, the smell of damp earth and old roses. Theo opened his eyes to find himself kneeling beside the cemetery sundial where his journey had begun. Fog swirled around the weathered headstones, and the late afternoon light had the golden quality that came just before sunset. His modern clothes were back, His phone was in his pocket, and the journal filled with his observations was nowhere to be found. But the sundial was different. The cracks in its bronze surface had been repaired, and it gleamed like new metal. At its centre, a gnomon cast a perfect shadow across the hour markings, the same gnomon he had forged in Franklin's workshop, now somehow transported forward through time. A new brass plaque had been mounted on the limestone base, its surface bright and unweathered despite its historical date. In honour of TM, unsung patriot and keeper of time, his shadow falls true across the centuries. July 2nd, 1776. Theo reached out to touch the gnomon, and found it warm despite the cool air. As his fingers closed around the bronze, he felt a brief pulse of energy, an echo of that moment when time had bent around their desperate plan and carried him home. In his other hand something crinkled, a folded piece of parchment, edges brown with age but somehow preserved across the centuries. He opened it carefully to find a note written in familiar handwriting. The convergence holds, the shadow falls true. History remembers those who serve in silence, and time itself honours the courage of forgotten souls. Thank you for keeping the promise our founders made to the future. L. Lena. Somehow she'd known this moment would come, had prepared for it across the vast gulf of time that separated them. Theo looked around the cemetery, wondering if she too had found her way home, or if she had chosen to remain in that pivotal moment when the world changed forever. The sun was setting now, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose. Theo stood slowly, his legs unsteady after his journey through time, and began walking toward the cemetery gates. Behind him, the restored sundial continued its ancient work, marking the passage of hours with perfect precision, its shadow falling true across the centuries just as the plaque promised. As he reached the street, Theo turned back for one last look at the sundial that had become his doorway through time. The bronze gnomon caught the last rays of sunlight and seemed to glow within a fire, a beacon spanning the centuries, connecting past and present in ways that defied understanding, but honoured the mysterious forces that shaped history. In his pocket, his phone buzzed with a text message from his mother, asking when he'd be home for dinner. Normal life was calling him back, but Theo knew he would never be quite the same. He had seen the moment when ordinary people chose to do extraordinary things, had participated in the delicate machinery of history itself, had learned that sometimes the most important work happens in shadows and silence. The warm bronze gnomon in his hand was proof that some journeys leave permanent marks, that courage echoes across time, and that even the smallest actions can help bend the arc of history toward hope. As Theo walked home through the gathering dusk, he found himself already planning his next visit to the cemetery, wondering what other secrets the repaired sundial might reveal to someone who understood that time was not a river flowing in one direction, but an ocean with currents that could carry the brave and desperate back to moments when everything balanced on the edge of change. Behind him, the sundial continued its patient work, casting shadows that fell true across the centuries, keeping time for a world that had been shaped by the quiet courage of those who served history from the margins and asked for nothing more than the satisfaction of work well done. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy.